Chapter 842. 2,000 miles away from Dark Surge City was a wilderness with a circumference of a few hundred miles. It could be said to be a natural battlefield. Given Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog's speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to reach this place from Dark Surge City. This place is not bad. Let's fight here. Jiang Qin stopped in the sky above the wilderness. De Huang Dog turned his head to look behind him and saw powerful qi rippling in the void. They were chasing after them rapidly. These guys sure are fast in their pursuit. De Huang Dog said with a smile. However, he and Jiang Qin had no intention of running away. Otherwise, none of those arrogant geniuses would be a match for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In a blink of an eye, powerful silhouettes appeared in the wilderness. The first to appear was the people of Desolate family. The leader was a white-clothed youth with a face full of anger and killing intent. He was Desolate Ning. After Desolate Ning and the others appeared, they were followed by a large group of people. All of them were dressed differently. Apart from the experts from the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, there were also experts from the other 2 worlds. Basically, all the major powers that were in the VIP rooms of the auction were here. Some of them had enmity with Jiang Qin, like the Dan family and the Hua family. Some of them were eyeing Jiang Qin's wealth and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get a share of it. Some of them were here to watch the show. It would be a waste if they didn't watch the show. Run! Why aren't you running anymore? Desolate Ning's eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he sneered at Jiang Qin. Running? Perhaps I am waiting for you here on purpose. Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression didn't change even in the face of so many powerful experts and a powerful enemy like Desolate Ning. A lowly loose cultivator. Who gave you the guts to go against our Shao clan? A 6th grade minor saint youth beside Desolate Ning pointed at Jiang Qin and scolded. Recalling what happened in the auction house, they couldn't wait to tear this bastard into pieces. The Desolate family was a high and mighty family. How could there be a reckless bastard who dared to go against them? Wasn't he courting death? Lowly. The people of the Shao clan are indeed arrogant, but there's something wrong with their intelligence. Before calling others lowly, you should first measure your own strength. I hope that when I step on you with my foot later, you can still say these 2 words. Jiang Qin's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the young man. He would never be polite to such people. There was only one ending for anyone who dared to say that the greatest saint in the world was despicable. Humph. Tell me, what's your name? I, Shao Ning, don't kill nameless ghosts. Shao Ning coldly snorted. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Fine, Jiang Qin, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword, then kneel down and kowtow 9 times in front of me. After that, I'll only destroy your cultivation base, turning you into a useless man from now on, letting you live a lowly life. I'll only give you 1 chance, as long as you don't kneel down right now, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Desolate Ning was like a high and mighty king. In his eyes, a loose cultivator like Jiang Qin was the lowest existence. Jiang Qin didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. It would be a great honor for Jiang Qin to say a few words to him. AI. Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a sigh. These geniuses of the big families had a natural sense of superiority. No matter what, they would always show it on their faces. In order to deal with these people, no amount of words would be of any use. Only by smashing their sense of superiority with their fists would they truly lose their arrogance. Fuck your sister, your name is Shao Ning, right? You're already at death's door, yet you're still talking big. I really don't know if your brain was kicked by a donkey, but this master dog is going to point out a way for you. Just do as you said just now. As long as you kowtow 9 times and offer up all your wealth, you might have a chance to live. This master dog will only say this once, as long as you don't immediately kneel down, you'll die a tragic death. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was even more arrogant than Desolate Ning. He returned Desolate Ning's words back to him. Hearing this, countless people felt dizzy. This dog was too powerful. Couldn't he see the situation in front of him? In the entire Saint Origin world, this was the first person who dared to ask Desolate Ning to kneel down and kowtow. It was hard not to admire him. This dog is finished. Many of them had the same thought. Given Desolate Ning's temper, he would definitely rush forward and peel off the dog's skin. Of course, before Desolate Ning could do anything, the other geniuses of Desolate family couldn't stand it anymore. One of them, a 6th grade minor saint, shouted, "Where did this dog with a stinky mouth come from? Die now!" Hong long a rumbling sound was heard. The youth struck out a palm. An incomparably bright palm print crushed the void into pieces. It reached the Huang dog in a blink. Facing such an attack, the Huang dog didn't put it in his eyes at all. His head glowed with reddish-golden light as he dashed towards the huge palm. Many of them sighed when they saw his action. They wondered if this dog was stupid enough to use his head to take on the attack of a 6th grade minor saint. Bang! However, under the impact of the Huang dog's attack, the huge bright palm was shattered into pieces. The 6th grade minor saint genius of the Desolate family was pushed a few steps back before he could regain his balance. "What?" many of them exclaimed. Their eyes fell upon the Huang dog. Their opinion of the Huang dog had changed immediately. What a powerful dog head! This dog seems to be only a 5th grade minor demon saint, but he could defeat a 6th grade minor saint in a single strike. It seems like he has an extraordinary bloodline. Amazing! No wonder he is so arrogant. It turns out that he has some skills. However, they are still lacking if they want to fight against the Desolate family. That Desolate Ning is truly terrifying. More and more people gathered in the wilderness. Many of them were surprised by De Huang dog's performance, especially Hu Miao and Duan Rong of the Black-Yellow Continent. Both of them were chasing after this dog on the street yesterday. Now, it seemed like what Jiang Qin said was right. If this dog went berserk on the spot, they wouldn't be a match for it. Their cultivation grade was only comparable to the genius of the Desolate family. They were no match for De Huang dog. Trash! How dare you be so arrogant with such little ability? The genius of the Desolate family is only a so-so. How dare you say that others are lowly? Big Yellow's mouth was even sharper. If someone were to argue or quarrel with this dog, he or she would be doomed to a tragedy, and might even die of anger. In the camp of the demon race, the leader was a man wearing a 7-colored feather robe. There was a peacock rune on his forehead. He had an extraordinary chi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 7th grade minor saint. His eyes would emit 7-colored light whenever he blinked. No wonder he has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder my father and patriarch value him so much. The man nodded. Apparently, he was very satisfied with De Huang dog's performance. When De Huang came with us, he was only a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Now, he has advanced to the 5th grade. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for him. The bloodline of a divine beast is truly extraordinary. Blue Lion, who was standing beside the man, nodded. Courting death. Desolate Ning was infuriated. Immediately, his chi fluctuated and was about to attack the Huang dog. This man and dog were too annoying. He decided to kill this dog before dealing with Jiang Qin. Stop! Just as Desolate Ning unleashed his chi, a loud shout was heard. The man in feather robe took a step forward and said to Desolate Ning, how dare you kill a man of my demon race? Kong Yu, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved. Desolate Ning frowned. What a joke. De Huang is an extremely important figure of my demon race. If you dare to touch him, we will have to fight first. Kong Yu's demonic chi soared to the sky. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. It's Kong Yu, the youngest son of Peacock King. He has the powerful Peacock bloodline and is a rare genius of the demon race. Desolate Ning may not be able to defeat him if they really fight. No wonder this dog is so arrogant. It turns out that he is from the demon race. If this dog has the support of the demon race, I'm afraid Desolate Ning will have to think twice before dealing with him. Although the Desolate family is strong, the demon race isn't weak either. Plus, the people of the demon race are unscrupulous. They are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Kong Yu was standing up for De Huang dog, the crowd finally understood that this dog had a powerful backer. Kong Yu was the son of Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land, Peacock King was infamous. Even those powerful great saints would have to give way to him. Kong Yu, do you think I am afraid of you? No one can stop me, Desolate Ning, from killing someone. Desolate Ning was furious. If he didn't vent his anger, he was afraid that he would explode. Really? Then go ahead and try. Kong Yu's demon chi shook and his feather clothes fluttered. His battle intent soared to the sky. It seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. The people of the demon race were warlike, not to mention the son of Peacock King. He had completely inherited the strength of Peacock King. Desolate Ning, don't clash with the demon race first. Today, our target is Jiang Qin. An old man of the Desolate family transmitted his voice to Desolate Ning. If they fought with the demon race now, it would not benefit the Desolate family. Kong Yu was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. At that time, the Huo family, Dan family and other major forces would take advantage of the situation to deal with Jiang Qin. In that case, the treasures on Jiang Qin would not belong to the Desolate family. Humph. Kong Yu, we'll settle our scores in the future. Take this damn dog and disappear from my sight. I'm going to kill Jiang Qin now. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Chapter 843. Kong Yu revealed a cold smile when he saw Desolate Ning retreating. Immediately, he retracted his chi, looked at De Huang dog and said, De Huang, come to my side. No one will dare to touch you with me around. De Huang, you go to the demon race first. I can deal with them alone. Jiang Qin hastily transmitted his voice to De Huang dog. Otherwise, according to De Huang dog's temper, he wouldn't listen to Kong Yu and would continue to fight with the Desolate family. However, the current situation wasn't as simple as the Desolate family. The Dan family and the Huo family would definitely be involved. A genius like Desolate Ning was extremely hard to deal with. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't have the time to care about De Huang dog. De Huang dog was after all only a 5th grade minor demon saint. If he was a 6th grade minor demon saint, Jiang Qin basically wouldn't have any worries. Be careful, kid. Don't hesitate to kill these bastards later. De Huang dog said loudly to Jiang Qin. He didn't even bother to conceal his loud voice. This was the second time he had called the people of the Desolate family bastards. The eyes of the people of the Desolate family were already spewing flames of fury. If this guy wasn't an important figure in the demon race, they would have rushed forward and skinned him. As a matter of fact, even if De Huang dog was a member of the demon race, the Desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, their main target was Jiang Qin, not this dog. De Huang Dog walked to Kong Yu with extreme dissatisfaction. He didn't ask Kong Yu to help Jiang Qin because De Huang Dog didn't have much say in the demon race. To Kong Yu, even if he knew that Jiang Qin was De Huang Dog's friend, he couldn't help him now. There were just too many major powers in front of them. Putting aside the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, the major powers of Boundless World and Black Yellow World weren't to be trifled with. Judging from the current situation, Desolate Ning wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Jiang Qin. Kong Yu didn't have enough face to make so many major powers retreat at the same time. Moreover, Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk. He had already stopped him from dealing with De Huang Dog. If he continued to stop Desolate Ning from dealing with Jiang Qin, Desolate Ning would definitely attack regardless of everything. At that time, the demon clan would be directly involved. Jiang Qin, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword. Xiao Ning bellowed. There's no need for you to say such useless nonsense. If I wanted to hand over the Saraira and the broken sword, why would I compete with you in the auction house? Since I dare to compete with you, then I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight with me, there's only one ending, and that's death. Jiang Qin said indifferently. His words showed that he didn't put Desolate Ning in his eyes at all. This guy is really arrogant. He's even more arrogant than the geniuses of the 8 major families. However, given his cultivation base, how is he going to deal with Desolate Ning? I really don't know what he's thinking. There's probably something wrong with this person's brain, but I can't help but admire his courage. In any case, I admire him very much. If it were me, I wouldn't be so fearless even if I were beaten to death. Let's see. Desolate Ning will definitely teach him a lesson. This guy will definitely die a miserable death. Many of them were sighing. They had seen Jiang Chen's courage and arrogance when they were in the auction house. However, Desolate Ning couldn't do anything because of the rules of the auction house. But now, Jiang Chen was still so arrogant. Could it be that he was confident that he could deal with Desolate Ning? I will let you know how to die. Since you don't want to hand it over, I will do it myself. Desolate Ning's body was producing cracking sounds. His dense killing intent had almost frozen the void. This man has humiliated the people of my whole family yesterday. We can't let him go. Before Desolate Ning could act, the people of the whole family spoke. The one who spoke was Hui Yuan. It seemed like he was going to intervene. And my Dan family. This Jiang Chen has killed a new disciple of our Dan family in the node of void triangular domain. This is a great provocation and contempt to our Dan family. Today, our Dan family will seek justice for him. The leader of the Dan family walked out. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. He was also a peak 7th grade minor saint. His name was Dan Yuan Chong. He was also a rare genius among the young generation of the Dan family. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qin smiled coldly. As expected, the Dan family and Hu family couldn't wait to attack. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuan Chong, what are you two doing here? This man is mine. Desolate Ning and Leng Leng said. There is a kind of flame on this man's body. It is what our whole family needs. He has to pay the price for humiliating our genius. We want this flame. Hui Yuan said. Our Dan family just wants revenge. Dan Yuan Chong said. Enough. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? I know what the other major powers are thinking. Let me tell you, this brat's life belongs to Desolate Ning. No one can take it away from him. After I kill him, the Saraira and the broken sword will belong to me. As for the other treasures, they will all belong to you. Desolate Ning shouted. Without looking at Hui Yuan and Dan Yuan Chong, he dashed at Jiang Qin. In a blink, Desolate Ning had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. His fist carried a strong wind as it struck at Jiang Qin. Desolate Ning's fist carried boundless anger. In his opinion, Jiang Qin would be killed by this punch. However, Desolate Ning didn't want to kill Jiang Qin with a single punch. He wanted to torture Jiang Qin slowly. Just in time. Jiang Qin's chi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him an innate desire for battle. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent like Desolate Ning. Since there were so many geniuses here today, he was bound to have a good battle. Jiang Qin's hand moved like lightning. He also punched out. His fist emitted a golden light as it collided with Desolate Ning's fist. Bang! Both of their fists carried boundless power. A huge hole appeared in the void where their fists collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Dang dang dang, under such a strong collision, Jiang Qin was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, this discomfort disappeared as he circulated the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the mulberry divine tree's essence, the recovery power of the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. Ordinary injuries and shocks couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Qin. He could recover in an instant. What? Desolate Ning's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. In his imagination, even if this punch couldn't kill Jiang Qin, it would at least make him lose all his combat strength. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin was merely pushed back. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. How was this possible? Judging from his opponent's qi, he was merely a 4th-grade minor saint. Even if Jiang Qin had advanced to 4th-grade minor saint in the auction house, he shouldn't be this powerful. Incredible. Why haven't I heard of this Jiang Qin before? How could he fight Desolate Ning with just a 4th-grade minor saint? One should know that Desolate Ning is a powerful 7th-grade minor saint and a genius of the Desolate family. I heard that Desolate Ning had defeated an 8th-grade minor saint before. That's right. This is too ridiculous. It seems like this bastard has the right to be arrogant. He could fight Desolate Ning to such an extent when he is only a 4th-grade minor saint. If he is at the same level as Desolate Ning, wouldn't he be able to kill Desolate Ning in a second? There are so many monstrous geniuses in the Desolate family. Although he is a genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. There is a gap of 3 grades between him and Desolate Ning. The battle just now was very clear. There is still a huge gap between Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning didn't use his full strength just now. It was just a probing attack. The fact that Jiang Qin was able to withstand Desolate Ning's attack had surprised a lot of people. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had changed. Currently, Jiang Qin's face was calm, as if being pushed back didn't affect him at all. The geniuses of the Desolate family are truly extraordinary. Now that I have advanced to the 4th-grade minor saint, any ordinary 7th-grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for me. But if I fight Desolate Ning, I won't be his match. It seems like I have to use my dragon form to kill him. Jiang Qin thought to himself. He estimated the gap between him and Desolate Ning. Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Desolate Ning, but if he used his dragon form, his combat strength would be increased by 10 times. The gap between them would be reversed immediately. Jiang Qin was confident that he could kill Desolate Ning and take back his finger bone in his dragon form. However, I have used a large amount of dark spirits to advance to the 4th-grade minor saint. My foundation isn't very stable yet. Now, I can use my current condition to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize my foundation. Jiang Qin had made up his mind. He wouldn't use his dragon form for the time being. He wanted to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize his foundation. This kind of battle was beneficial to him. Jiang Qin, it seems like I have underestimated you. Jiang Qin, it seems like I have underestimated you. You are the first fourth-grade minor saint who could withstand my attack. I never thought that there would be such a genius in Saint Origin world. However, it's a pity that you have offended me. You are destined to die. Your cultivation grade is still too weak. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. What I said just now is still valid if you beg me for mercy and kowtow to me now. Jiang Qin said coldly. Desolate Ning said loudly. That's enough. Jiang Qin couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and appeared above Desolate Ning's head in a blink. The true dragon palm carried boundless pressure like Mount Tai. What a powerful combat technique. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Chapter 844. Honglong Desolate Ning's attack collided with the true dragon palm, producing an earth-shattering sound. Once again, the void was smashed. That was an incomparable amount of energy. It spread out like a vast ocean. Even though they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle still raged down, wreaking havoc in the wilderness below. Huge pits appeared one after another, and smoke filled the sky. Many people's facial expression changed. Some of them were too close to the battlefield. They were affected by the shock waves of the battle. Their faces turned ugly and they retreated in a hurry. The battle between experts was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Sometimes, those who were too weak wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. The true dragon palm was shattered. Jiang Qin was sent flying once more, but he was only sent flying. Thanks to his incredible recovery ability, he wasn't injured at all. Immediately after that, he lunged at Desolate Ning with vigor and vigor. What a good Jiang Qin. You really surprised me. I don't believe that I can't hurt you. Desolate Ning was infuriated. It was a humiliation for him to be unable to defeat a fourth-grade minor saint. Now that so many geniuses were watching, he would lose his face if he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. Honglong Desolate Ning and Jiang Qin exchanged a few more blows. Each time, he was able to push Jiang Qin back. In his point of view, Jiang Qin would be injured every time they collided. However, Jiang Qin was still as lively as before. This made Desolate Ning feel depressed. To Jiang Qin, this kind of battle was exactly what he needed. Every time he exchanged blows with Desolate Ning, his fourth-grade minor saint cultivation would stabilize. This was what he wanted to see the most. Is this bastard an unkillable cockroach? How could he fight with Desolate Ning to this extent? It seems like we have underestimated him. This man must have cultivated some kind of abnormal technique. This technique can help him recover quickly. That's why every time he collided with Desolate Ning, he would be able to recover instantly. This technique is really terrifying. If I can get my hands on it, my cultivation grade will definitely reach a new level. I thought that this battle would be a foregone conclusion. But now, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for Desolate Ning to kill this man. This Jiang Qin's strength is really shocking, but given Desolate Ning's strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. After all, Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He still has many powerful techniques that he hasn't used yet. No one wasn't shocked. Before this, no one had thought that Jiang Qin could be this powerful. Even Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng's facial expression changed. They couldn't help but pay more attention to Jiang Qin. However, because of his powerful performance, they were more certain that Jiang Qin must have some good treasures on him. Many experts of major powers had the same thought. In their point of view, Jiang Qin must have treasures all over his body. He must have cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? No wonder De Huang and Jiang Qin have such a good relationship. De Huang's foresight is really good. Blue Lion of the demon race nodded. Kong Yu nodded as well. Now, the way he looked at Jiang Qin was completely different. Of course. Let me tell you, Jiang Qin has many tricks up his sleeves. Desolate Ning has only one ending for provoking him, death. In addition, let me correct one thing. We have a good relationship not because he is strong, but because we are brothers of life and death. No matter how strong or weak he is still my brother, De Huang. De Huang Dog said proudly. Jiang Qin, it seems that if I don't use some powerful techniques, I won't be able to kill you. Take my heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning couldn't take down Jiang Qin even after a long time. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength and displayed the powerful heaven-splitting palm of the Desolate family. Both of Desolate Ning's palms faced the sky. Countless rays of golden light condensed into a layer of golden clouds. No one knew how much power the clouds contained. It was like a huge mountain. Along with Desolate Ning's shout, the clouds gradually changed. A thunderous sound was heard and it turned into a huge golden palm that was 100 zhang in length. It was the heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning has displayed the heaven-splitting palm. That kid is dead for sure. This move is called heaven-splitting palm. It's extremely powerful and lethal. Once it is displayed, the sky will be torn apart. I don't believe that he can resist it. That's right. The heaven-splitting palm of our Desolate family is a true killing technique. Desolate Ning has already cultivated the heaven-splitting palm to the great accomplishment realm. He can smash this kid into pieces with just one palm. The two geniuses of the Desolate family laughed confidently when they saw Desolate Ning display the heaven-splitting palm. In their opinion, once the heaven-splitting palm was displayed, only death awaited Jiang Qin. It was impossible for him to fight back. Rumble. The heaven-splitting palm was terrifying. The sky was directly torn apart. Below the palm, an endless golden storm was circling unceasingly. It was like a tornado made entirely of energy. Under this palm, everything in the world would be torn apart and crushed into pieces. Humph. This kind of combat technique is nothing. It's just the heaven-splitting palm. What's there for you to be proud of? I'll let you see the true killing technique. Golden Dragon Seal, come out. Jiang Qin shouted. The shadow of a dragon flickered between his palms. The purest and purest yang qi was unleashed. The metal spirit spread out, bringing with it a sacred feeling. Soon, a powerful dragon seal was condensed by Jiang Qin. Go! Jiang Qin waved his palms forward. A total of 3 golden dragons whizzed out, emitting earth-shattering roars. The 3 dragons rushed towards the heaven-splitting palm from 3 different directions. The golden dragons formed by the golden dragon seal looked like real dragons. They carried boundless power, making people not dare to look at them directly. The dazzling golden light almost illuminated the entire world. The void was completely filled with the light. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Heavens! What kind of combat technique is this? It's so terrifying. What a powerful killing technique. It has a trace of King's Qi. The grade of this combat technique is definitely above the heaven-splitting palm. If Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning were at the same level, he could kill Desolate Ning in a second. It's too terrifying. Chapter 845. Desolate Ning decided to use his most powerful combat technique, the heaven-splitting finger. There wasn't much difference between the heaven-splitting finger and the heaven-splitting palm. However, if the heaven-splitting finger was combined with his index finger, its power would be truly formidable. It was just like Jiang Qin using the Saint Bone to activate the ninth solar finger. Jiang Chen's eyes glittered when he saw Desolate Ning using the finger bone. That was his possession. When Desolate Ning used the finger bone, Jiang Chen's finger bone also began to move. Although Desolate Ning had used some kind of method to refine the finger bone into his body, it wasn't Desolate Ning's possession after all. The Saint Bone of the greatest saint wasn't something that could be easily refined. Moreover, Jiang Chen's soul wasn't destroyed yet. In other words, Desolate Ning didn't completely refine the Saint Bone. He just used it as a powerful means of attack to deal a great impact to the heaven-splitting finger. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could extract the Saint Bone from Desolate Ning's hand at any time. Look, Desolate Ning is going to get really angry. I heard that his index finger is a powerful Saint Bone. It was obtained by the Desolate family from the Saint Cliff. That's the Saint Bone of the greatest saint. It is obvious how much the Desolate family dotes on Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He has reached such a level at such a young age. Some people estimate that he will advance to the 9th grade minor saint in 2 years. At that time, I'm afraid that the sky ranking of the Pure Land will be replaced. I can see that Desolate Ning is really angry now. He has used the Saint Bone, wanting to kill Jiang Chen in one strike. I'm afraid that Jiang Chen has used up most of his skills. He won't be able to withstand Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting finger. He will die for sure. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Desolate Ning to this extent. The Desolate family had obtained the finger bone of the greatest saint from the Saint Cliff. It wasn't a secret to the 8 major families of the Pure Land. They weren't too surprised when Desolate Ning used the finger bone. Given his talent, it was normal for him to obtain a Saint Bone. Buzz buzz, Xiao Ning's entire palm emitted a buzzing sound, and the Saint Bone became restless. Rays of bright golden light filled the surroundings of the Saint Bone. The powerful heaven-splitter finger had not yet been displayed, but its aura had already swept across the entire sky, forming a substantial pressure that made people's souls tremble. Finger technique, it's been a long time since I used it. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been fighting with Desolate Ning for a long time. Due to the fact that he had swallowed and refined the dark spirit, his foundation had been completely stabilized. His cultivation grade was now at the peak of 4th grade minor saint. Initially, he didn't want to continue the fight with Desolate Ning and was ready to use his killing technique. However, since Desolate Ning wanted to use his finger art, he decided to play along with him. Moreover, the sacred bone could increase Xiao Ning's battle prowess, and it could also increase Jiang Chen's battle prowess. Jiang Chen rarely used the sacred bone because ever since he had transformed into a dragon, he had completely suppressed the effects of the sacred bone. However, he was now in his true form, so he could truly unleash the power of the sacred bone. Buzz buzz under the gaze of many people, Jiang Chen also raised his palm. A buzzing sound burst out from the index finger of his left hand. A powerful saint's chi spread out. It was exactly the same as Desolate Ning's chi. What? Desolate Ning exclaimed, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The chi is exactly the same. After all, the gap between their cultivation was too big. Unless Jiang Chen used his dragon transformation, he would be able to suppress Desolate Ning completely. 9 incomparably resplendent golden fingers appeared at the same time. Each of them was extremely fast as they collided with Desolate Ning's heaven-splitter finger. Very quickly, the 9 golden fingers fused together in the process of colliding with each other, forming a huge finger that was even bigger than Sky's supporting pillar. Hong Long. The collision of the 9 solar finger and the heaven-splitting finger produced an unimaginable destructive force. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the vault of the sky was destroyed. Many of the spectators' faces turned pale. Such a battle was soul-stirring. If a fifth-grade minor saint were to enter the range of the attack, he or she would be instantly torn into powder and die on the spot. Dang dang dang. Jiang Chen was defeated in the competition of finger technique. However, he only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. It was much better than being sent flying dozens of meters away after each collision. This was enough to show that Jiang Chen's cultivation grade had been completely stabilized. Up until now, many of the spectators were sighing. This result was too different from what they had expected. Desolate Ning had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't take down Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was just a puny 4th-grade minor saint, but he was able to create such a shocking combat technique. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. No matter how Jiang Chen would end today, the name Jiang Chen was destined to be remembered by everyone. After this battle, Jiang Chen's name would resound in the Pure Land when he returned to Saint Origin World, not just in the 8 domains. To Desolate Ning, who hadn't taken down Jiang Chen for a long time, this battle was undoubtedly a huge blow to his confidence. He was now in a state of shock and anger. If he didn't kill Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Jiang Chen, I must kill you. The saint bones in your body will belong to me. Desolate Ning said viciously. He still had a powerful technique. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Let me tell you, I was just playing with you. Now, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to kill you. Your saint bones are mine. You have taken something that you shouldn't have, so you have to pay the price. And the price is your life. Jiang Chen said with a loud voice, like an emperor descending upon the world. Hearing that Jiang Chen was just playing with Desolate Ning, many of them were shocked again. After witnessing Jiang Chen's technique, they didn't think that Jiang Chen was joking. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen again. Could it be that this bastard still had more powerful techniques in trump cards? What a joke. You have always been suppressed by me, but now you want to kill me. Isn't this ridiculous? Desolate Ning sneered. Ridiculous? I don't think so at all. Maybe you won't think so in a while. Let me show you what I can do. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, an energy that seemed to come from the primordial world suddenly burst out from his body. His body instantly changed. With a bang, he changed his shape and turned into a blood-colored dragon man. That's right, Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation because he knew very well that with his strength, he had to use the dragon transformation to kill Desolate Ning. In order to get the saint bones, he didn't hesitate to expose himself in advance. This is Dragon Man. Look, the Dragon Man has appeared again. So he is a Dragon Man. The Dragon Man has never been found. So he is a Dragon Man. For a moment, the whole scene was boiling. One should know that many of the spectators were from the Dark Generation. These days, the matter of the celestial Dragon Man had already caused an uproar. Many cities were not peaceful. Dark Mulberry City was destroyed. No one expected that the Dragon Man would appear again today. Once this news spread, it wouldn't be long before the true experts of the Dark Generation appeared. Chapter 846. The Dragon Man appeared again. The whole scene was boiling. Not only the people of Dark Generation, but also the others. Although these major powers hadn't been in Void Triangular Domain for a long time, they had heard about the Dragon Man. They had never thought that this Dragon Man was actually Jiang Chen. What a terrifying transformation technique. Kong Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Of course. This guy's combat strength will increase by 10 times after transforming. Desolate Ning will only be tortured to death. De Huang Dog shook his head. His face was full of excitement. It was a pleasure to watch Jiang Qin kill his enemies. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It had turned the gap between Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning. Even if Desolate Ning was a genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand Jiang Qin's attack. One should know that when Jiang Qin was still a 3rd-grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th-grade minor saint and even the 8th-grade minor saint 3rd prince. Desolate Ning might be strong, but Jiang Qin was already a 4th-grade minor saint. It was imaginable how strong he would be if his combat strength was increased by 10 times. Desolate Ning's face darkened. He could feel the powerful combat strength that surged out from Jiang Qin's body. Even he felt the pressure. However, Desolate Ning wouldn't retreat because if he did, he wouldn't only lose his face but also the people of the Desolate family. Today, he had come here to kill Jiang Qin. If he was scared away, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Pure Land anymore. Jiang Qin, do you think you can fight me just because you've turned into something that's neither a human nor a ghost? Let me tell you, it's impossible. The gap between us isn't something you can imagine. Desolate Ning roared. He struck out the heaven-splitting finger again. A terrifying golden finger appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Jiang Qin. This time, Jiang Qin didn't use the 9th solar finger to defend himself. His movement was simple. He punched at the golden finger. Rumble, Jiang Qin's punch, which carried a force that could uproot a mountain, collided with the golden finger. The indestructible golden finger was smashed into pieces by Jiang Qin's punch. Thud, 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 Desolate Ning received a huge backlash and was forced back hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning and he felt an indescribable discomfort. This kind of collision would greatly affect Desolate Ning's future battle strength. One must know that he was not Jiang Qin, he did not have such an abnormal recovery ability. However, compared to the shock on his body, Desolate Ning's heart was the most shocked. His current mood was like a raging sea. As strong as he was actually repelled by a single move from his opponent. After fighting for so long, he had always had the upper hand. No matter how strong Jiang Qin's combat skills were, in the end, he was still no match for him. But now, the situation had changed so quickly that Desolate Ning simply couldn't accept it. Could it be that when Jiang Qin fought with him just now, he was just playing with him? This was Jiang Qin's true strength. No, he had to kill Jiang Qin. Otherwise, he would lose all of his face. Plus, this 4th-grade minor saint had such a powerful combat strength. He was too valiant. He had to eliminate such a genius as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be a great threat to his life. You can't even withstand a single blow. Desolate Ning, you have been defeated by me in a single move. Tell me, who is the lowly one here? Jiang Qin used the same words to mock him, which made Desolate Ning's face turn ugly. However, Desolate Ning wasn't an idiot. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Qin. If he wanted to kill Jiang Qin now, he would have to drag the others down with him. Since they were dealing with someone who was going to die, they naturally wanted to be a part of it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be qualified to get any of the treasures. Humph. Naranging, Shiyun, and those from the Limitless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, what kind of grudge does Jiang Qin have with you? How dare you take advantage of his misfortune at this time? How despicable. All of you are considered to be famous figures, but you are ganging up on a 4th-grade minor saint. Don't you know how to write the word of shame? Kong Yu couldn't stand it anymore. Jiang Qin was basically going to die in such a situation. That's right. We, the ancient people, disdain to do such a dirty thing. A young man from the ancient people crossed his arms in front of his chest. He seemed to be disdainful of those who were ganging up on Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin heaved a sigh of relief when the ancient people didn't join the fight. Among the 8 major families, he didn't want to clash with the ancient people the most because Wuningshu was still among the ancient people. The people of the Bin family didn't say anything. They didn't join the fight either. It seemed like they were just watching the show. Kongyu, since you are so passionate, why don't you come out and fight me? What's the use of talking? Desolate Ning said with a cold smile. His heart was blooming with joy when so many people wanted to kill Jiang Qin. Given the current situation, Jiang Qin was going to die for sure. Let's fight then. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Kongyu's aura fluctuated. As the son of the Peacock King, he had never been provoked by others. Kongyu, don't be anxious. Jiang Qin can handle it. Let's just watch the show. Let's see how many people are tired of living and are eager to die. The Huang dog pulled Kongyu back. Those who had never seen Jiang Qin's methods would never know how terrifying Jiang Qin was. If they wanted to fight against Jiang Qin, it would be a tragedy. When the northern and southern dynasties attacked the Nebula sect, it was a very good proof. For a moment, the sky above the wilderness was filled with killing intent. Everyone wanted to get some benefits from Jiang Qin, especially those from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. This matter originally had nothing to do with them, but because of a little greed, they got involved. Only the Huang dog knew how wrong it was for them to make such a decision, and what kind of consequences it would bring to them. Jiang Qin stood in the center in his dragon form. His expression was cold. He casually glanced at those geniuses and said in an extremely cold voice, "It's still not too late to back out now. But if you attack now, you will die. I will only say this once." Jiang Qin, you're boasting shamelessly. Do you think you can deal with all of us by yourself? Let's attack together and kill him, then we'll divide the wealth equally. Desolate Ning laughed loudly. Although he was arrogant, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. At the beginning, he boasted shamelessly that Jiang Qin was his and no one should fight with him. But now, so many of them had to join hands to deal with Jiang Qin. This was undoubtedly a great irony. You people of Saint Origin World are really slow. I'll attack first. A young man from the Black-Yellow Continent charged forward. A powerful combat weapon appeared in his hand. His speed was extremely fast. He reached Jiang Qin in a blink and slashed at Jiang Qin. At the same time, the other experts also moved. This time, it wasn't just the leaders of the major powers that besieged Jiang Qin. Many of them had also joined the attack. Most of them were 7th-grade minor saints. Die! A cold light flashed in Jiang Qin's dragon eyes. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. He didn't want to waste any more time. Since these people were courting death, there was nothing more to say. Howl. He was a rare genius of the Desolate clan, and he had a bright future ahead of him. But now, he had lost his finger bone, and his future had become bleak. This kind of despair was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine or accept. Kill! Kill! Kill him for me! Desolate Ning roared with bloodshot eyes. Kill! Do you still have the qualification to do so? Jiang Qin sneered. He strode forward and lunged at Desolate Ning again. Swoosh swoosh, the people of the Desolate family rushed to surround Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was an important figure of the Desolate family. It would be a great loss if he was killed. I will kill whoever blocks my way. Jiang Qin's tone was cold. He simply kept the Heavenly Saint sword and grabbed a 7th-grade minor saint elder with his terrifying dragon claw. Then, he picked him up like a little chick. Arg! The elder felt like he was being crushed by a huge mountain when he was caught by the dragon claw. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his body exploded. He died instantly. The people of the desolate family were terrified. At this moment, Jiang Chen had turned into a killing god and devil. No one could stop him. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuanchong, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, everyone is going to die. Desolate Ning roared at Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong. Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. They were startled just now. Only after being reminded by Desolate Ning did they react. Without another word, they lunged at Jiang Chen. At the same time, Nela Ning, Shi Yun, and the experts of the other two worlds also lunged at Jiang Chen. This time, no one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. They could already see that Jiang Chen was too powerful after his transformation. Not even Desolate Ning was a match for him. They had to join forces in order to kill him. The experts of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World were even more determined to kill Jiang Chen. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen would kill them. Leaving such a person alive would be a huge problem. Ha! Everyone, come at me. All of you are going to die today. Not a single one of you will live. 5 Elemental Sphere. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. His body was covered with blood-red light. At this moment, he was like the god of slaughter. No one could stop him. With a sound of Puala, the 5 elemental sphere spread out. The powerful 5 elemental sphere was enough to confine everything. The overlapping of the 5 elemental spheres was unprecedented. Only those who had entered Jiang Chen's sphere could understand how terrifying it was. What a powerful sphere. It's full of 5 elemental elements. I feel that this is the fusion of several spheres. How can this bastard sphere be so powerful? Not good, I can feel a powerful confinement force. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy his sphere. As long as we destroy his sphere, he will be finished. Chapter 848. The scene was too majestic. Geniuses had fallen, this was an extremely great tragedy. After the eternal immortal wind blew past, many people died. Even those geniuses who survived were in extremely sorry states, their bodies were filled with injuries. At this moment, other than shock in their hearts, there was also a strong sense of regret. If it wasn't for their greed earlier, they wouldn't have acted. If they didn't act, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Shua! Jiang Chen stepped out, arriving in front of Desolate Ning. As for the other geniuses from the Desolate clan, they had all died miserably in the eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen grabbed Desolate Ning's neck and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Pack! Jiang Chen's foot stomped on Desolate Ning's face, unceasingly stomping on it. Desolate Ning, you are now being trampled under my foot. You are even worse than a dog. Who is more despicable? Jiang Chen's sarcastic words were like a knife that pierced into the depths of Desolate Ning's soul. This was an extreme humiliation. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. He was a genius of the Desolate clan, a high and mighty existence. He kept saying that Jiang Chen was despicable, but now, he was being trampled under Jiang Chen's feet. How could he still have the face to say that Jiang Chen was despicable? Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Desolate clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Desolate Ning threatened. You won't be able to see whether I will die or not because you are going to die now. Jiang Chen hated such empty threats the most. He exerted force and crushed Desolate Ning's head. An outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Desolate clan, a genius with a saint bone, had fallen just like that. From now on, the enmity between Jiang Chen and the Desolate clan was completely formed. See, Desolate Ning was trampled to death. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This Jiang Chen was truly audacious. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. He killed a genius of the desolate clan just like that. Just this boldness alone was worthy of respect. And desolate Ning's death caused the hearts of the geniuses in the 5 elemental domains to sink to the bottom. This fellow was simply a madman, an unreasonable madman. He even dared to kill desolate Ning. They could already see their own fates. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone from the boundless continent shouted out. 4 to 5 geniuses were unwilling to sit still and wait for death. They charged towards Jiang Chen at the same time. Humph. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a powerful water dragon seal rushed out. The 5 geniuses were frozen into ice sculptures on the spot. Then, they turned into solid blocks of ice and froze to death. Jiang Chen was too ferocious and too terrifying. He didn't care who the other party was and just killed as he wished. Moreover, many people realized that they had indeed underestimated Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, for those geniuses who had attacked Jiang Chen before, it was already too late. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. He arrived in front of the fire source and said indifferently, "You want my flames, then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die under my flames." Jiang Chen, killing me won't do you any good. You have already offended the Desolate Clan, are you going to offend the Fire Clan as well? If that's the case, there won't be a place for you to hide in the entire Saint Origin world. As long as you don't kill me, I guarantee that the Fire Clan won't hurt you. The Fire Source was scared, his voice was trembling. Jiang Chen was just too powerful. Standing in front of him was like an invisible mountain, giving him endless pressure. It's too late. Jiang Chen spat out 2 words and struck out a fire dragon, completely encircling the fire source. Not only was the fire dragon's flame tyrannical, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. One of the elders said loudly, "Good, Jiang Chen. I never thought that you are the Dragon Man. Why didn't you hide yourself? Why did you show yourself and start a massacre here? You really don't know what's good for you." The one who spoke was the great elder of the prefecture. He had met Jiang Chen on the street yesterday, but he had never thought that the white-clothed youth was the Dragon Man. "Save us." Seeing the arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation, the geniuses who were trapped by Jiang Chen's 5 elemental sphere cried for help as if they saw their savior. Paw! However, as soon as the voice of the genius from the boundless world faded, he was slapped to death by Jiang Chen. These people still wanted to live after such a long time. Not to mention the experts of the Dark Generation, even if the experts of the major powers behind them came, they wouldn't be able to save their lives. Domineering, cruel, this was the true portrayal of Jiang Chen, it was terrifying. "Now, capture him." A middle-aged man standing beside the great elder shouted. He was the city lord of Dark Surge City, a 9th-grade minor saint. If he could capture the Dragon Man today, it would be a great contribution to the city. Dark King would surely reward him for it. However, when the people of the prefecture were about to attack, they saw Jiang Chen conjuring a man out of thin air. In his hand was the 3rd prince who was covered in blood. Although the 3rd prince looked very miserable, he was still alive. 3rd prince. The city lord and the great elder exclaimed at the same time. After the disappearance of the 3rd prince, the people of the Dark Generation had guessed that he was captured by Jiang Chen. Now, it seemed that they were right. "City Lord, save me." The 3rd prince saw the city lord as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted. "Jiang Chen, release the 3rd prince now. Don't make a mistake." The city lord shouted. "Listen up, people of the Dark Generation. If you dare to move, I will kill the 3rd prince immediately. Worst comes to worst, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't mind adding you all to the list." Jiang Chen said loudly. He had imprisoned the third prince in the past. Now, he could finally put him to good use. The hierarchy of the Dark Generation was very different. The people of the imperial family were the supreme ones. Now that the third prince was in his hands, even the city lord of Dark Surge City wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to the third prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. As a matter of fact, Jiang Qin only needed a little more time to refine the phalanx. As long as he refined the phalanx and advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, he wouldn't need to stand here and talk to the people of the Dark Generation. He would kill them immediately. After advancing to the 5th grade minor saint, he would be able to deal with any 9th grade minor saint in his dragon form. Only the geniuses of the 8 families would be able to fight him. As for the people of the Dark Generation, he would be able to sweep across the entire void triangular domain because he had the flame that could restrain the Dark Generation. However, he didn't have the time to refine the phalanx. He could only use the third prince to deal with them. City Lord, what should we do now? The Great Elder looked at the City Lord. We can't act recklessly. The third prince is in his hands. I believe that the news has already reached the King's city. I believe that the Dark King will show up soon. The third prince is one of the princes that the Dark King dotes on. If anything happens to him in front of us, we won't be able to bear the consequences. The City Lord said. He seemed to be in a dilemma. Jiang Chen, let the third prince go and we might give you a lenient punishment. The Great Elder shouted at Jiang Chen. Cut the crap. If you want the third prince, then go ahead and try. Chapter 849. Everyone turned their gazes towards the distance. Those auras connected together, forming a huge cloud in the sky. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the pressure from the depths of their souls. That direction was none other than King City. Judging by the chi, there were countless of them. Each of them was an expert among the experts. 3 days later, the trade fair would be held in King City. At this time, all the major powers in Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World had gathered in King City. The geniuses of these major powers had come to Dark Surge City to participate in the auction. None of them had thought that such a big event would happen. Now, all of them had heard the news and were rushing towards King City. Look, so many major powers are here. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Jiang Chen has killed so many people. He's insane. Those who he killed are all geniuses of major powers. I'm sure those major powers won't let this go easily. There are also experts from the Imperial family and Dark Generation. Jiang Chen won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Even if he is dead, Jiang Chen's name is destined to spread far and wide. What he has done today has never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Everyone was shocked. They thought that it was just a show. None of them had thought that it would turn into such a big event. Too many people had died in Jiang Chen's hands. All the experts of the Desolate family were killed. No one was left alive. It was hard to imagine how this would end. Even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Jiang Chen, I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. The experts of the Narong family are here. You might have a chance to live if you let me go. Neilaning could feel the powerful qi. The experts of the Narong family must have arrived. He didn't believe that Jiang Chen wasn't afraid of them. You don't need to worry about my life. You talk too much nonsense. I will take away your last chance to live now. Jiang Chen clenched Nailan Ying's hand and crushed him to death. At this moment, as a huge explosion erupted in the void, the various experts from Royal City finally arrived. When they saw the tragic situation here, their expressions changed drastically, followed by endless anger. Bastard! How dare you kill everyone from my Shao clan? Damn it. Brat, no matter where you go, you will definitely die today. Heavens, even the genius of my fire clan has been killed. Hui Yuan is also dead. This old man will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. You bastard. My Nalan clan will grind your bones into dust. All the experts of Saint Origin World and the other two great worlds were filled with killing intent. As the leaders of this expedition, they had the responsibility to protect their geniuses. Now, their geniuses had been killed even before the trade fair started. How could they accept this? They wouldn't be able to answer to their superiors when they returned to Saint Origin World. Elder, save me. Shi Yun was currently under the control of Jiang Qin. He wasn't dead yet, but he was terrified. He had never seen someone as cruel as Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't even bat an eye when killing people. He didn't care about the major powers behind them. He was a complete madman. Bastard. Let Shi Yun go. The great elder of the Shi family was a fat old man. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint. He was also the leader of this trade fair. Just like the other families, the Shi family had sent 5 9th grade minor saints to Void Triangular Domain. Let him go. That's easy for you to say. This man wants to kill me. I'm afraid that he won't let me go if I fall into his hands. If that's the case, why should I let him go? I, Jiang Qin, have always been a reasonable person. I will use the same method to deal with those who want to kill me. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, he killed Shi Yun. Killing a genius of the Shi family in front of so many experts of the Shi family. He was afraid that only he, Jiang Qin, could do such a thing. At the same time, Jiang Qin had also killed the remaining 3 geniuses of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World. He had no qualms about killing the geniuses of these 2 worlds. No matter how powerful the major powers behind them were, they wouldn't even have the chance to seek revenge. After this trade fair was over, Jiang Qin was prepared to destroy all the spatial nodes that connected the 3 worlds. From then on, there would no longer be a trade fair that was held once every 3 years. Presumptuous. Bastard. The experts of the major powers were infuriated. This wasn't as simple as killing. This was a provocation. So many of them were here, but Jiang Qin still dared to kill them. This was no different from slapping their faces. How could they accept this? Oh my God, he's too ferocious. I can't believe there's such a powerful person in this world. Did you see that? Even when facing so many experts, his expression didn't change at all. He's been incomparably calm since the beginning. I really admire him from the bottom of my heart. I'm afraid that there are more than 100 9th grade minor saints here. Each of them is a figure from a major power with a very strong foundation. This Jiang Qin killed their geniuses in front of them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. I really have no idea how he did it. He's too cruel. That kind of domineering attitude is really admirable. It's like there's no one in this world that Jiang Qin doesn't dare to kill. Everyone was shocked. No one looked down on Jiang Qin or mocked Jiang Qin anymore. Their eyes were filled with admiration because they knew very well that if they were in Jiang Qin's shoes, they wouldn't dare to do such an earth-shattering thing even if they were given 100 times more courage. Hong hong, innumerable waves of murderous intent burst out. Those experts couldn't stand such provocation and wanted to besiege Jiang Qin. Everyone, please wait. At this time, a voice was heard. It was the Dark King, the king of the Dark Generation. The experts slowly retracted their chi after hearing the Dark King's words, but their murderous intent didn't diminish. They still had to give face to the Dark King. Plus, the third prince was still in Jiang Qin's hands. They didn't believe that the Dark King would speak up for Jiang Qin. Anyway, Jiang Qin was going to die today. With so many experts besieging him, the entire spatial zone had been sealed. Even if Jiang Qin had extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape. The Dark King took a step forward. His eyes were like ice blades in the dark. Leng Leng looked at Jiang Qin and the third prince who was shivering in Jiang Qin's hand and said, "You are Jiang Qin." Now that the ancient people had stood out to help him, not only would it be of great help to him in his current situation, it would also allow him to build a relationship with the ancient people. This would be a good foundation for him to look for Wu Ningzhu when he entered the ancient people's palace in the future. This would save Jiang Qin a lot of trouble. Let's fight. Since you ancient people want to meddle in other people's business, let's fight. I want to see if the few of you ancient people can stop us. The elder of the fire race was also enraged. The other major powers were getting restless and seemed to be ready to take action at any time. The appearance of the ancient people didn't reduce the murderous intent and anger in the slightest. Let's fight. Master Dog loves it the most. My demon race will also protect Jiang Qin today. Let's have a life and death battle. The Huang Dog laughed loudly. He immediately walked into the arena and approached Jiang Qin. The Huang Dog's words were very clear. He represented the demon race. Where did this dog come from? You want to represent the demon race. What qualifications do you have? Xiao Nanyang ridiculed. Who says he can't represent the demon race? At this moment, a loud shout came from the demon race. A majestic old man walked out. This old man had a head full of golden hair and a golden beard. His entire body was covered in demonic qi, making him look like an ancient lion. As he stepped out, the other demonic beasts of the demon race followed suit and walked towards Jiang Qin. Golden Fur Lion King, could it be that your demon race wants to meddle in other people's business? The elder of the fire race shouted. Golden Fur Lion King smiled bitterly in his heart. Initially, he didn't want to meddle in other people's business. However, since the Huang Dog had stepped out, the demon race couldn't stay out of this matter. He already knew about the relationship between the Huang Dog and Jiang Qin. The Peacock King had specially instructed him to protect the Huang Dog's safety during this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Golden Fur Lion King was from the same clan as the Patriarch. How could he dare to disobey the Peacock King's order? The people of the demon race knew what the Huang Dog's identity meant to the demon race. The future of the demon race might depend on this dog. Moreover, Jiang Qin was the kind of person that the demon race liked the most. They were also willing to be friends with such a person. Since the ancient people and the Huang Dog had stepped out, the demon race naturally couldn't stay out of this matter. Golden Fur Lion King, you have done well. When we return, I will ask the old peacock to enlighten you and help you break through to the Great Saint Realm as soon as possible. The Huang Dog said to Golden Fur Lion King. Golden Fur Lion King was stunned at first, then he became delighted. There were too many 9th-grade minor saints in the demon race. The Peacock King was a high and mighty existence. It was very difficult for them to meet him during normal days. However, this dog was the favorite of the Peacock King. If he could get some benefits from the Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King would certainly benefit immensely. The sudden appearance of the demon race gave the other races in Saint Origin World a headache. Even the most powerful Desolate family wouldn't want to provoke the demon race for no reason. The demon race had never been reasonable. If they were to fight with them, the troubles would certainly be endless. Moreover, even the Golden Fur Lion King had to give face to the Huang Dog. This indicated that the Huang Dog had an unusual status in the demon race. Plus, he had a very good relationship with the Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land of the Divine Continent, The Huang dog was the first person who dared to call the Peacock King Old Peacock. But today, Jiang Chen had killed so many of their geniuses. They certainly wouldn't let it go. If they retreated just because of the appearance of the demon race and the ancient people, where would they put their faces? Since the demon race and the ancient people want to join in, there's nothing more to say. Today, this brat must die. No one can stop him. Let's fight. Desolate Nanyang's murderous intent soared to the sky. Let's fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. With so many experts here today, I would like to see how the demon race and the ancient people are going to resist. We have to kill this brat. Humph. It's ridiculous to think that you people can stop us. Our Huangpu family doesn't care about the forces of Saint Origin World. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. It seemed like they were going to fight at any time. The consequences would be unimaginable if so many experts were to fight. Fight! Come on. I haven't fought for a long time. My hands are itching now. We, the demon race, aren't afraid no matter how many people there are. A 9th grade minor demon saint of the demon race halted his chi. The people of the demon race never knew what fear was. No matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't retreat in fear. The battle was about to break out. At this time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He couldn't help but look at Dark King. At this moment, Dark King should be the one who was most worried. He believed that Dark King would be able to distinguish the severity of the situation. If so many major powers were to fight here, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be the Dark Generation. Cut the crap. Let's fight. A 9th grade minor saint of the desolate family drew out his combat weapon, getting ready for battle. Hold on. As Jiang Chen had expected, Dark King stopped them again. As the Dark King, he had to think for the sake of the Dark Generation. If they were to fight, not only would the Dark Generation suffer great losses, it would also affect the large-scale trade fair that was going to take place a few days later. Moreover, the third prince was still in Jiang Chen's hands. Everyone, listen to me. In my opinion, today's matter will come to an end. Dark King said. Dark King, what did you say? This bastard has caused so much loss to your Dark Generation. Why are you speaking up for him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Plus, this is the matter of our race. It has nothing to do with you. Desolate Nanyang looked at Dark King. Everyone, I want to kill this man more than any of you. But don't forget why you are here. You are here for the trade fair. If you start fighting now, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that the result will not be what you want. In my opinion, we should wait until the trade fair is over before dealing with this man. So many experts are paying attention to him. He won't be able to escape even if we give him 8 pairs of wings. Dark King said loudly. They must not start fighting today. Chapter 851. What the Dark King said made the experts of the major powers ponder. The current situation was obvious. If the ancient people and the demon race didn't help Jiang Qin, any one of them could easily kill Jiang Qin. However, with the help of the demon race and the ancient people, especially the demon race, it would be impossible for them to not suffer any casualties even if they had the advantage in numbers. In that case, it would be a bloody battle of life and death. A 9th grade minor saint wouldn't be that easy to kill. If that was the case, the outcome would be unpredictable. It might affect the trade fair. The trade fair was the main purpose of their visit. After the end of the auction, they would exchange a large amount of true meta stones with the imperial family. The Dark King was right. This brat wouldn't be able to run away no matter if he was in his dragon form or his true body. From now on, all the major powers and the entire Dark Generation would pay attention to him. Void triangular domain wasn't that big and there were people of the dark generation everywhere. Even if he wanted to run away, he wouldn't be able to. In that case, they would let Jiang Qin live for a few more days. After the end of the trade fair, all the major powers would get a great deal of benefits. Then, they would deal with Jiang Qin. Alright, we'll listen to the Dark King. This lad's life isn't worth much. We mustn't delay the trade meet. Once the trade meet is over, it'll be the day of his death. At that time, if you ancient race and demon race dare to stand in our way, prepare to die here as well. Desolate Nanyang withdrew his chi and looked at Jiang Qinlanglang and said, Fine, we will let this little bastard live for a few more days. Gu Mu, Golden Fur Lion King, I will give you a few days to think about it. If you insist on helping this brat to go against us, think about it. Can you bear the consequences? That's right. If all of you die here, I'm afraid that the demon race and the ancient people will suffer a great loss. The leaders of the Fire family and the Shi family said. At this time, the Narong family and the Dan family withdrew their chi. The major powers of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent also withdrew their murderous intent. They weren't giving face to the Dark King, they were just thinking that the Dark King's words made sense. It wouldn't benefit either the Dark Generation or them if they started a fight now. Killing Jiang Qin would ruin the trade fair. Moreover, the Dark King wanted to kill Jiang Qin more than anyone. Now that Jiang Qin's identity had been exposed and the third prince was still in his hands, the Dark King would definitely monitor Jiang Qin's every move. He wouldn't give Jiang Qin a chance to escape. Jiang Qin would become a turtle in a jar. Once the trade fair ended, it would be his doomsday. However, a few days later, they would realize how wrong their decision was. They would regret it for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. After a few days, Jiang Qin's growth would open their eyes. Seeing this, Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King withdrew their chi. They wisely chose not to refute the Dark King. No matter what, not fighting was the best ending. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage with their numbers and strength. Everyone, please continue to King City and prepare for the trade fair in 3 days. Dark King clasped his fists at the experts of the major powers, then took the lead and flew towards King City. The experts of the major powers followed suit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They didn't care about Jiang Qin's escape as there were people of the Dark Generation everywhere. Jiang Qin had nowhere to run to as Dark King could track him at any time. The people of the major powers knew very well that the only thing Jiang Qin could do now was to rely on the demon race and Gu family. Wherever they went, he would follow, because without the protection of these two families, Jiang Qin might not be able to keep his life. As for the Gu family and demon race, they were here for the trade fair. They would definitely go to King City, and Jiang Qin would certainly follow them there. Once they reached King City, they wouldn't have to worry about Jiang Qin escaping. Jiang Qin had killed so many geniuses and offended so many major powers, but he was still safe and sound in the end. Such a situation made people sigh, but they knew that this was only temporary. Once the trade fair was over, not even the King of Darkness would let Jiang Qin go. At that time, Jiang Qin would still be facing death. This was what everyone was thinking. Even Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King were worried. No one had ever thought that Jiang Qin would advance again in these 3 days and become invincible. Jiang Qin returned to his original appearance. He cupped his fists towards Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King and said, Elder Gu Mu, Golden Fur Lion King, many thanks to the ancient people and the monster race for helping us today. Jiang Qin is very grateful. I, Jiang Qin, always know how to repay kindness. How my friends treat me, I will return it 100-fold. Today, you still stood out in this situation. Jiang Qin appreciates your friendship. Here are 100 million high-quality true meta stones, 50 million each for the monster race and ancient people. Jiang Qin said. He took out 2 spatial rings and passed them to Gumu and Golden Fur Lion King. There were 50 million high-grade true meta stones in each of the 2 spatial rings. These were the treasures that Jiang Qin had plundered from the treasuries of the 2 cities. Currently, he had a total of 200 million true meta stones in his hands. He gave half of it to the demon race and Gu family. What? Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. Not only them, but all the ancient people and monster races' facial expression changed. Their eyes fell on the interspatial rings and were filled with passion. 50 million high-quality true meta stones. How much wealth was this? In their eyes, a high-quality true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. Jiang Qin casually took out 50 million and gave it to them. This was a very precious gift. Those ancient people and monster race who had nothing to do with Jiang Qin and didn't know him initially felt a little unwilling to help Jiang Qin. Now that they saw Jiang Qin taking out 50 million high-quality true meta stones, their attitude towards Jiang Qin instantly changed. This person was so generous, they could really be friends with him. Young Master Jiang Qin, how can I accept such a precious gift? Gumu said. Elder Gumu, I, Jiang Qin, don't like people who are hesitant. In the future, I will definitely have dealings with you ancient people and monster race. This gift is nothing to me. Jiang Qin said. After hearing Jiang Qin's words, Gumu and Golden Fur Lion King didn't act pretentious anymore. They immediately kept the interspatial rings. Jiang Qin was so forthright, but it seemed like they weren't forthright enough. Brother Jiang, I like Brother Jiang's personality. Brother Jiang, you can follow our monster race. 3 days later, when those birdmen want to kill you, I, Golden Fur Lion King, will be the first to object. Golden Fur Lion King patted his chest and guaranteed. That's right. The reason why I, Gumu, am able to reach where I am today is all because of young master's guidance. If anyone wants to kill young master, they will have to step over my dead body first. Gumu also expressed his stance. It could be seen that the two of them weren't the least bit pretentious. They were sincerely helping Jiang Qin. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, it won't be so easy for them to deal with me 3 days later. At that time, there will be no need for the ancient people and monster race to act. I will be able to deal with them alone. The two of you have already helped me a lot today. Jiang Qin laughed out loud. He had already achieved his goal. Everything was under his control. For the following matters, there was no need for the monster race and ancient people. Gumu and Golden Fur Lion King thought that Jiang Qin was boasting. However, looking at Jiang Qin's expression, he seemed to be extremely confident. However, they had already made up their minds. Since they wanted to befriend Jiang Qin, they had to befriend him for real. After the trade fair ended, if the major forces wanted to deal with Jiang Qin, they wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. In fact, after the trade fair ended, there was no need for them to do anything. Jiang Qin would be able to deal with everything. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Gumu asked. I will follow you to King's City to participate in the auction. Jiang Qin said casually. Good, brother Jiang Qin is very courageous. This old man admires you. Golden Fur Lion King praised Jiang Qin. Right now, he was extremely fond of Jiang Qin. This young man's fearless personality had won him over. Jiang Qin knew that so many people wanted to kill him, but he still dared to participate in the auction in King's City. Just this courage alone was enough to give him a thumbs up. In fact, Jiang Qin's previous performance had perfectly displayed his courage. Afterwards, Jiang Qin followed the ancient people and the monster race towards King City. The huge King City had a circumference of 1,000 miles. It was truly a huge city. Even from afar, one could feel the prosperity and nobility of the city. Ancient people and the monster race were both major forces and had their own strongholds in King City. Jiang Chen swaggered into the stronghold of the monster race without any disguise, letting everyone know that he, Jiang Chen, had never thought of escaping. After returning to the stronghold of the monster race, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog asked for a quiet courtyard. Under Jiang Chen's special instruction, no one was to disturb him for the next 3 days. When Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, Yan Chenyu, Dan King and Tyrant were already waiting for him. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chen coming back unscathed. They had heard about what happened outside Dark Surge City. So many major forces went to kill Jiang Chen. Just thinking about that kind of scene was enough to terrify them. It was a miracle that Jiang Chen was able to come back alive. Little Chenzi, you have done another earth-shattering thing. Tyrant clicked his tongue, but in his point of view, only Jiang Chen was capable of doing such a thing. Chen Air, although you are safe for now, those major forces will not let you go after the auction. What should we do then? If she could refine it, she might be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. In the courtyard, Dan King's face was filled with a smile. He glanced at the closed door of Jiang Chen's room. He could foresee that this was the sudden appearance of a monstrous genius. The Saint Origin world that had been peaceful for more than 100 years would sooner or later become lively again because of the emergence of Jiang Chen, just like the greatest saint in the past. In the room, Jiang Chen sat cross-legged on a huge cattail hassock. Soon, he adjusted his condition to its best state and took out the saint bone. Wang Wang the saint bone emitted a buzzing sound as if it had sensed the qi of its master. The saint bone became restless. It was a feeling of the fusion of the blood vessels. This was something that belonged to him, a part of him. No one could refine it. Although Desolate Ning had fused the saint bone into his hand with the help of the experts of the Desolate family, it was just a fusion. It was impossible for the saint bone to become one with Desolate Ning. At most, it could only provide Desolate Ning with a powerful finger technique. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation art, the bone was quickly fused with Jiang Chen's right index finger. Because of his blood vessels, Jiang Chen was able to fuse with the bone at a very fast speed. There was no hindrance or pain during the process. The stimulation of the saint bone was similar to the stimulation of the heavenly saint sword. Not only could it stimulate the circulation of the dragon transformation art, it could also stimulate Jiang Chen's potential. Under such stimulation, Jiang Chen's foundation began to grow stronger. New dragon marks began to form on his body. Jiang Chen now had 67,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. Under the stimulation of the bone, 1,000 dragon marks were formed very quickly. Jiang Chen's qi began to become restless. That was the restlessness of advancing to the 5th grade minor saint. 68,000 dragon marks was the threshold of the 5th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that every advancement required a huge amount of energy. This time, Jiang Chen directly refined the supreme grade true meta stones and used the pure energy contained in the stones to help him advance. After refining the stones one by one, Jiang Chen finally stepped into the 5th grade minor saint. His cultivation base had risen to another level. As a large amount of supreme grade true meta stones were consumed, Jiang Chen could feel the terror of the dragon transformation art. His desire for supreme grade true meta stones had increased. This trip to Void Triangular Domain must not be in vain. He must obtain the greatest benefits that he wanted. After advancing to the 5th grade minor saint, the number of dragon marks didn't stop increasing. It continued to condense until another 1,000 dragon marks were condensed. At this time, Jiang Chen's body had already condensed 69,000 dragon marks. He was only 1,000 dragon marks away from the 6th grade minor saint. It could be said that his cultivation base had completely stabilized at the 5th grade minor saint. Due to the stimulation of his potential once again, Jiang Chen's foundation was very solid and strong. Jiang Chen casually moved his body, producing cracking sounds. Every inch of his bones was emitting powerful energy waves. At this moment, Jiang Chen's aura could only be described as powerful. More importantly, both his right and left index fingers were glowing with a golden light, as well as a strong saint aura. If he were to use the 9 solar fingers at this moment, its power would be many times stronger than before. Good. Not only have I advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, the power of the finger bones will also be displayed. Previously, the power of the finger bones was completely concealed when I transformed into the dragon form. Now, the power of both finger bones will not be concealed even if I transform into the dragon form. In other words, not only will my combat strength be increased by 10 times when I transform into the dragon form, the power of the finger bones will also be increased by 10 times when I use the finger bones. This is perfect. Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a smile. He was very satisfied with his current state and was incomparably confident. With his current combat strength, he could instantly kill an ordinary 9th grade minor saint when he transformed into the dragon form. Only those who were at the peak of the 9th grade minor saint would be able to contend with him. If Desolate Nanyang and the others knew about Jiang Chen's current state, they would be so depressed that they would spurt out blood on the spot. They had missed the best opportunity to deal with Jiang Chen. Now, Jiang Chen had completely grown up. Although he was still unable to contend with the 8 major families, in this void triangular domain where great saints couldn't enter, no one could restrain Jiang Chen anymore. However, Jiang Chen still didn't dare to relax. Although everything was under his control now, whether it was the Dark Generation or the experts of the 3 major powers, there was still one person who was still a big variable, and that was the Northern and Southern dynasties. In the following days, Jiang Chen didn't come out of seclusion, but continued to consolidate his cultivation. Since the incident in the Nebula sect where he eliminated the Northern and Southern dynasties until now, his speed of advancement was too fast. Although his foundation was very strong, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation base and make sufficient preparations to break through to a higher realm in the future. During these 3 days, King City was also very lively. The city lord's mansion was preparing for the trade fair, and every corner of the city was talking about the battle in the wilderness, talking about Jiang Chen. That battle was too shocking. It had never happened in the entire void triangular domain. It would definitely be recorded in the history of the Dark Generation. It was also something that the 3 major powers had never experienced before. They were all the overlords of their respective domains. When had they ever suffered such a big loss? Normally, when people heard about their identity, they would be very respectful and respectful. A casual cough from them could scare people out of their wits. Jiang Chen's actions were not as simple as slapping people's faces. Therefore, when the trade fair was over, the first thing they would do was to eliminate Jiang Chen. 3 days passed very quickly. On the night before the trade fair, Jiang Chen walked out of his room. At this time, the Huang dog who had been away for 3 days finally returned. The Huang dog came back in high spirits. His eyes were shining brightly, as if his eyeballs were about to fly out of their sockets. De Huang, how was it? Jiang Chen couldn't wait to ask. Ah, I'm rich, I'm rich. Chapter 853. What did you get? Why are you so excited? The door of Tyrant's room opened. Tyrant walked out with a face full of happiness. He had already advanced to the 4th grade minor saint. He had advanced 2 grades in just 3 days. However, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog didn't feel surprised at all. One should know that Tyrant had obtained the Saraira left behind by a 9th-grade minor saint when he advanced to the Buddha realm. Tyrant was also a rare genius in Buddha sect. It was normal for him to advance 2 grades in such a short period of time. Moreover, Tyrant, who was still a 4th-grade minor saint, must have only refined a part of the Saraira. He would slowly refine the rest of the Saraira. In the following period of time, Tyrant's cultivation grade would improve tremendously. Creak, the door of Yan Qinyu's room was opened. Yan Qinyu, who was wearing snow-white clothes, walked out. Just as Jiang Qin had expected, she had advanced to the 5th-grade minor saint after refining the 10,000 years cold crystal. Dan King could only shake his head helplessly when he saw the progress of these geniuses. There was nothing he could say in the face of these geniuses. De Huang, tell us quickly. How many mines have you found? Jiang Qin asked. The void triangular domain is full of riches. I have been to every corner of the domain for the past 3 days and I have found a total of 33 mines. There is a huge mine not far from King's City. I am afraid that I can get 1 billion high-grade true meta stones from this mine. That's right. De Huang Dog said excitedly. His harvest this time was too great. So many mines. Dan King exclaimed. 33 mines. The biggest one could get at least 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. If all the mines were added up, the wealth would be too shocking. It was a heaven-defying number. Even if the other mines weren't as big as the biggest one, they wouldn't be too far off. Jiang Chen had once found a mine outside Dark Mulberry City. It was probably the smallest mine in Void Triangular Domain, but it could still get 50 million high-grade true meta stones. Good, De Huang, well done. Wait until we dig out these mines, I will let you eat as many top-grade true essence stones as you like. Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head. The wealth here was really amazing. Jiang Chen wouldn't have to worry about the energy problem when he advanced to the Great Sage Realm if he could get all these best-grade true meta stones. He wouldn't be able to use up so many best-grade true meta stones even if he practiced the dragon transformation skill. However, even if Jiang Chen couldn't use it all, many people could. He wouldn't miss such a huge fortune. When do we start? Big Yellow asked. It seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. There's no need to rush. Let's see what treasures there are in tomorrow's trade fair. In any case, we've already found the locations of those mines. When the time comes, we'll be able to dig as we please. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. There was only one last step left in the plan. The ultimate plan would be implemented tomorrow. Godfather, Xiao Yu, Tyrant, you will follow the demon race tomorrow. Wherever the demon race and the ancient people are, you will follow them. Jiang Chen said to Dan King and the other two. He couldn't care less about the safety of Yan Qinyu and the other two. As long as they followed Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu, they would be absolutely safe. The target of those big forces and the Dark Generation was Jiang Qin. They wouldn't care about Yan Qinyu and the other two. Well, Brother Qin, be careful. Yan Qinyu nodded. She knew very well that she couldn't help much in such a big scene tomorrow. It was already the greatest help for Jiang Qin to not worry about the consequences. Don't worry. With my current cultivation, if they want to deal with me, they won't be able to bear the consequences. Jiang Chen said it casually, but the confidence in his expression was enough to make Yan Qinyu and the other two rest assured about Jiang Qin. Early the next morning, Kong Yu came to Jiang Chen's courtyard. Brother Jiang, De Huang, King City's auction is about to begin. Let's go together. Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. As the son of Peacock King and a genius of the demon race, Kong Yu rarely paid his respects. However, he truly admired Jiang Qin. The battle in the wilderness had made Jiang Qin famous. As a genius of the young generation, Kong Yu couldn't convince himself not to admire Jiang Qin. The strong would always be respected. It was the same no matter where they went. This was the law of the world. All right. Jiang Qin nodded. He would definitely attend the auction. The Huang dog had already found all the locations of the mines. Jiang Qin didn't act immediately because he wanted to attend the auction. Outside the stronghold of the demon race and the ancient people, Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu had already met up. Although there was no enmity between the demon race and the ancient people, they didn't have much contact with each other. However, because of Jiang Qin, the relationship between the two races had become closer. At least in Void Triangular Domain, they were considered as temporary allies. Today, the auction was about to begin. However, the faces of the ancient people and the demon race were filled with worry. They couldn't help but worry. Although King's City had been peaceful for 3 days, today wouldn't be a peaceful day. No one knew how many major powers were waiting for Jiang Qin's life. While Golden Fur Lion King and Gu Mu were frowning, Jiang Qin and the others walked towards them. Their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. As Jiang Qin didn't conceal his qi, his cultivation grade was clearly sensed by them. When they saw that Jiang Qin had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, their eyes sparkled. Brother Jiang Qin, have you advanced to the 5th grade minor saint? Golden Fur Lion King couldn't believe it. This was too absurd. A breakthrough in 3 days. Since when did it become so easy? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. That's right. I have already advanced to the 5th grade minor saint. In my dragon form, I can easily kill a 9th grade minor saint. So, you two don't have to worry about my safety today. If those major powers want to kill me, they can only end up like those geniuses in the wilderness, dying in my hands. Jiang Qin's qi fluctuated slightly. A faint king's qi was released, shaking everyone's soul. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. If it was someone else who said this in front of them, they would definitely turn up their nose at him or even slap him. However, when it came from Jiang Qin, they didn't feel that he was bragging. Although they didn't witness the battle that day, they knew the ending very well. Jiang Qin easily killed those 7th grade minor saint geniuses with his 4th grade minor saint cultivation grade. One should know that those geniuses were on par with 8th grade minor saints. Now that Jiang Qin had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint, he might really be able to kill a 9th grade minor saint. It was terrifying to think about it. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh in amazement that there was such a monstrous genius in this world. Young Master Jiang is definitely the most talented genius that I have ever seen. Even the geniuses of the Gu family who were listed on the sky ranking would be overshadowed by young Master. Gu Mu couldn't help but sigh. His words were from the bottom of his heart. There was a sky ranking in the Pure Land. Those who were listed on the sky ranking were the geniuses among the geniuses. If they really fought, Jiang Qin wouldn't be a match for them. However, none of those geniuses on the sky ranking had reached the same level as Jiang Qin when they were still at the 5th grade minor saint. In other words, if they were at the same level, Jiang Qin could kill any of the geniuses on the sky ranking in seconds. Elder is flattering me. Let's go and see what kind of treasures the prefecture has prepared for the auction. Jiang Qin smiled. All right. Gu Mu's expression flickered. He and Golden Fur Lion King felt relieved after seeing Jiang Qin's improvement in 3 days. The same went for the others. If Jiang Qin didn't advance to the next level, it was hard to imagine how he would be able to deal with so many powerful enemies even with their help. The strongholds of the major powers were adjacent to each other. They were very close to the auction house of the prefecture. Along the way, The experts of the major powers couldn't help but release their killing intent when they saw Jiang Qin. "Old man, why are you staring at me like that? Don't tell me you want to fight here. If you don't have the guts to fight, don't look at me blindly." The Huang dog was definitely a prickly person. Anyone who looked at him would immediately attack him. "Stupid dog, shut your stinky mouth. I will let you all have a good time after the auction ends. Little brat Jiang Qin, I have let you live for 3 more days. I never thought that you would really dare to participate in the auction. Since you aren't afraid of death, I will let you die a horrible death later." The experts of the fire race and stone race spoke. They resisted the urge to attack. This place wasn't suitable for fighting. It's still not certain who will live and who will die. If I were you, I would choose to shut up and leave as soon as the trade fair is over. If you want to kill me, just wait to die here like your geniuses. Jiang Chen casually glanced at those people. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. What an arrogant brat. Even when death is at hand, you are still so stubborn. Desolate Nanyang appeared as well. His killing intent intensified. The auction hadn't even started, but the atmosphere was already filled with tension. One could imagine how chaotic the auction would be after it ended. "Golden Fur Lion King, Gumu, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't get involved in this. The consequences aren't something you can bear." Desolate Nanyang sneered. "Desolate Nanyang, it's not up to you to decide whether to get involved or not. Our demon race never needs an outsider to tell us what to do. Besides, even if we don't interfere today, I'm afraid you all won't be able to kill Jiang Qin." Golden Fur Lion King retorted. He wasn't afraid of Desolate Nanyang. "Let's wait and see." Desolate Nanyang waved his sleeves and walked towards the interior of the auction house. Why hasn't the auction started yet? The Huang dog was somewhat impatient. As a matter of fact, his real mind was on those ores. He was only waiting for the auction to end. "Don't worry, it's going to start soon," a demon race elder said. "The treasure related to the greatest sage will definitely appear at the end, right?" Tyrant asked, seemingly very interested. "No, the royal city's auction is different from other auctions. Because the people participating in the auction are all powerful, there is no need to keep everyone in suspense. Before the auction starts, the royal family of the Dark Generation will display all of their treasures one by one like merchandise, so that everyone can be prepared." Golden Fur Lion King said. "That's right. This is a combination of an auction and a trade fair. You should know that different treasures have different requirements for the major powers. For example, if it's a powerful Saint Fire source, the other major powers wouldn't compete with the Fire race. Therefore, the Black King race will display all the treasures in advance for the major powers to see. If one of the major powers is interested in a treasure, they won't spend too much effort on the other treasures. They will save their wealth to fight for the treasure that they are interested in," another demon race elder said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's eyes lit up at the same time. They looked at each other and knew what was on each other's mind. This was the first time they had seen an auction where the treasures were displayed in advance. If that was the case, it would undoubtedly save Jiang Chen a lot of trouble and time. "Kaka, little Chinzi, in my opinion, we can just start robbing." The Huang dog transmitted his voice to Jiang Chen. "I think it's fine." A sly smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. These two like-minded fellows were able to hit it off in many things, especially in this aspect. Undoubtedly, the Dark Generation had made a very wrong decision by revealing all the treasures in advance. It would cause the auction to end prematurely, and all the major powers wouldn't be able to get a single strand of the treasures. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just as Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog exchanged glances, rays of dazzling light suddenly appeared on the auction stage. Then, incomparably powerful silhouettes appeared on the stage. There was a total of 8 elders, and each of them was a powerful 9th-grade minor saint. Although the Dark Generation couldn't break through to the Great Saint realm due to the origin of the world, one had to admit that the Dark Generation was really powerful. Especially in King City, powerful 9th-grade minor saints could be seen everywhere. It was hard to imagine how powerful a race with such a special physique would be once they were freed from the restriction of the world. These 8 9th-grade minor saints were the higher-ups of the imperial family. They came to host the auction personally to show their respect and importance to the major powers. Although he didn't ascend to immortality in the end, the items that he left behind were bound to shock everyone. Chapter 855. This broken sword looked extremely ordinary, but anyone with a discerning eye could feel the powerful holy aura overflowing from it. Almost at the moment when the old man took out the broken sword, the eyes of the experts of the Pure Land's 8 races couldn't leave it. This is the combat weapon of the greatest saint, is that peerless divine sword. That's right. In the past, the greatest saint under the heavens had a heavenly saint sword. He was unrivaled in saint origin world. This should be just a fragment of the heavenly saint sword. Even so, it is already a priceless treasure. Any treasure that is related to the greatest saint is priceless and has a lot of research value. You should know that the greatest saint was just a nobody. He wasn't a genius of any of the major families. A genius like him is the scariest. Anything that he left behind is worth studying. I really have no idea how did the Dark Generation get their hands on this broken sword. It should be something from Saint Origin World. We have searched the Saint Cliff countless times. Except for the places that are blocked by the Heaven Barrier, we should be able to find it if there is a fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Not necessarily. When the greatest saint slashed the heavens with his sword, it had destroyed a lot of the void. Even the world barrier of Saint Origin World was destroyed. I don't know how many fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword were broken. Some of them might have fallen into the cracks of the space. It wouldn't be strange for the Dark Generation to get their hands on it. To the Bin family, this is more attractive than the Dark Origin Crystal. Everyone was shocked. The natal weapon of the greatest saint had appeared in the auction of the Dark Generation. No one had expected this. At this moment, the one who was most excited was, of course, Jiang Qin. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Searching for the fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword had always been his biggest goal. There were a total of 7 fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword. He had already collected 4 of them. He didn't know where to find the remaining 3 fragments. He didn't expect to find them here. If he could get his hands on these fragments, the power of the Heavenly Saint Sword would be much stronger. Jiang Qin would also advance to the 6th grade minor saint under the stimulation of the Heavenly Saint Sword. At that time, he would be invincible in the entire void triangular domain. At this time, De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes were filled with surprise as if he had discovered a great secret. Others might not know about this broken sword, but he could. It was the same qi as the fragments that Jiang Qin had obtained before. One should know that the natal weapon of the greatest saint wasn't something that anyone could fuse with, but Jiang Qin could perfectly fuse with it. What did this mean? Brat, shouldn't you explain something to me? De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Qin. In his point of view, Jiang Qin had too many abnormalities. Jiang Qin seemed to be omniscient and omnipotent at such a young age. When he was still in the Eastern continent, he already had a deep understanding of the divine continent. That's right. I'm the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world. This secret is too shocking, so I've been keeping it a secret. This fragment is my natal weapon. I don't mind telling you now, but you must keep it a secret. Jiang Chen directly admitted his identity. There was nothing for him to hide from De Huang Dog. In fact, he had already accepted his current identity. He had never thought of revealing his identity as the greatest saint in the world. However, since De Huang Dog had already guessed it, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. For God's sake, let Master Dog spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. De Huang Dog fell on his chair with a thump, his body twitching. This secret was too shocking. Even though De Huang Dog had already guessed that Jiang Chen was related to the greatest saint in the world, such a secret was still like a bolt from the blue to him. However, De Huang Dog was only shocked for a moment. He and Jiang Chen were life and death brothers. No matter what kind of identity Jiang Chen had, it couldn't change the fact that they were life and death brothers. Besides, this secret made De Huang Dog extremely excited. The reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world, no wonder he was so powerful. Those people who fought with the reincarnation of the greatest saint in the world were destined to have a bad ending. Brat, all the treasures have been revealed. In my opinion, we can start now. After calming himself down, De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen with a sinister smile on his face. Jiang Chen slowly stood up with a smile on his face and strode to the glass in front of him. Good. So far, all the treasures have been revealed. Next, the auction will begin. The first treasure, the dark crystal. The old man from the dark generation said loudly. There's no need for the auction. We can stop here. Golden Fur Lion King, Gu Mu, I will take a few of these treasures with me. The rest will be divided equally between your 2 races. Jiang Chen said faintly. As he had intentionally said that, only the members of the demon race and the ancient people could hear his voice. The facial expression of the 2 races changed. They had no idea what Jiang Chen was going to do, especially the members of the demon race. When their eyes fell on Jiang Chen, they could feel a strong qi suddenly bursting out from Jiang Chen's body. Jiang brother, what are you doing? Golden Fur Lion King seemed to have guessed what Jiang Chen was going to do. Let's end the auction now. There will be a battle sooner or later anyway. When the battle starts, all of you should stay out of it. Leave King's City as soon as possible and return to Saint Origin World. From now on, there will be no more trade fairs here. As for the supreme grade true meta stones, I promise that each race will give you 500 million. Jiang Chen said. In his opinion, it was worth it to give the ancient people and the demon race 500 million supreme grade true meta stones. Jiang Chen had always been generous to his friends. Moreover, he had offended the other major races in Pure Land. He would have to rely on the demon race and the ancient people for the time being after he returned to Saint Origin World. What? The members of the demon race and the ancient people were petrified. They didn't know what Jiang Chen was going to do. However, they weren't fools. They were afraid that the void triangular domain would be plunged into chaos today. If what Jiang Chen said was true, there would be no more trade fairs in void triangular domain. Alright, let the auction begin. The elder announced with a smile on his face. Hong Long. However, as soon as the elder's voice faded, a loud rumbling sound was heard. The entire auction hall was trembling, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Everyone saw a huge blood-red dragon claw appear out of nowhere and landed on the auction stage. The sudden change stunned the 8 ninth grade minor saints on the auction stage. But soon, they understood what was going on. Someone was trying to rob the treasure. This was insane. The auction of King's City had been held for a long time, but there had never been a case where a treasure was robbed before. Not good. Someone is trying to steal our treasures. Who is so audacious? The old man was the first to respond. But unfortunately, it was already too late. Let alone the treasures, even the table that was completely made from top-grade true essence stones had disappeared. All of the treasures had been swept away by that dragon claw that had appeared out of nowhere. Ha! A wild laughter was heard. Everyone saw a dragon man appear above the auction stage. His huge blood-red dragon wings were flapping constantly. Every time he flapped his wings, it would set off countless waves of wind. The entire auction hall was in a mess. Many of the windows in the VIP rooms were shattered. The members of the demon race and the ancient people gasped. They had never thought that Jiang Qin would do such a heaven-defying thing. He had taken all the treasures in one go. This was the first time something like this had happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Motherfucker. This is too fucking awesome. Kong Yu couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He now admired Jiang Qin from the bottom of his heart. He was a man who never played his cards according to common sense, an existence who was destined to disrupt all the rules. He didn't even wait for the auction to begin and had already disrupted everything in such a violent manner. Jiang Qin, you are courting death. The elder recognized Jiang Qin. He was infuriated. Not only him, many of the VIP rooms were filled with cold murderous intent and anger. In their eyes, this Jiang Qin was courting death. They had planned to deal with Jiang Qin after the auction was over. They had never thought that this bastard was a complete lunatic. How dare he rob the treasures in the auction hall? Courting death. Who will live and who will die is still uncertain. Today, this place will become a ruin. I will kill anyone who dares to provoke me. Jiang Chen's chi was wild and overbearing. His body was full of power. His bright dragon eyes looked like he was looking down on the world. Attack! Capture this reckless animal. How dare he disrupt the auction of King's City and rob the treasures? We must kill him. The elder was infuriated. He unleashed his chi all of a sudden. There were 8 ninth-grade minor saints behind him, surrounding Jiang Qin on the spot. Die! The elder was the first to move. Powerful dark energy turned into a storm and swept towards Jiang Qin. Humph! Jiang Qin harumphed coldly. Immediately, he drew out the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the elder without saying a word. Qi-La, the dark storm of the elder, was shattered on the spot. The terrifying heavenly saint sword ignored all obstacles and slashed the elder in half. A dark spirit entered Jiang Chen's hand through the heavenly saint sword. It was the dark spirit of a 9th-grade minor saint. It would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Qin. At the same time, the other 7 experts also rushed over, but how could they be a match for Jiang Qin? Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he made 3 slashes. Along with 3 whales, another 3 9th-grade minor saints of the Black King family were killed on the spot. Their bodies were slashed in half by Jiang Qin. The dark spirit that was left behind had become Jiang Chen's spoils of war. Hiss. Chapter 856. My God. It has only been 3 days and he has become so powerful. How is this possible? Golden Fur Lion King fell into a state of unprecedented shock. Gu Mu and the ancient people of the demon race were equally shocked. They were all dumbfounded when they saw Jiang Chen's mighty power. That was a mighty 9th-grade minor saint, but he couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. Now, they finally understood what Jiang Qin meant. Now, it seemed like the demon race and the ancient people didn't need to worry about Jiang Chen's safety anymore. They should be worried about the safety of Jiang Chen's enemies. Ha! This brat is a super monstrous genius. No one in the entire Void Triangular Domain is his match. Master Dog has found all the mines in the domain. All the wealth will be ours now. De Huang Dog laughed. He knew very well about Jiang Chen's capability, especially after knowing that Jiang Chen was the reincarnation of the greatest saint. Void Triangular Domain would fall into an unprecedented crisis and chaos. How did this happen? It has only been 3 days. How did he become so powerful? Xiao Nanyang stood up from his seat and looked at the majestic Jiang Chen through the broken window. His eyes were about to bleed. Today's incident was too big. They planned to deal with Jiang Chen as soon as the auction was over, but they didn't expect that Jiang Chen would attack them and rob them of all the treasures. He also killed 4 ninth-grade minor saints of the Black King family. Motherfucker. Did this brat take some kind of miracle pill? It has only been 3 days and he has grown to such an extent. We should have killed him 3 days ago. We shouldn't have given him the time to grow. Killing a 9th-grade minor saint in an instant. His combat strength has reached such a terrifying level. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for us to kill him now. Everyone was shocked, especially those who were enemies of Jiang Chen 3 days ago. Their faces turned ugly. As powerful 9th-grade minor saints, they weren't fools. They could see how powerful Jiang Chen was. Even desolate Nanyang didn't have the confidence to deal with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you. How dare you behave atrociously in King City? Another 9th-grade minor saint of the Dark Generation pointed his combat weapon at Jiang Chen, but his voice was trembling. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid. Just now, Jiang Chen had killed 4 of their experts. He was like a god of death that had descended to this world. There was no way they wouldn't be terrified. Ha! Just a small king city. Jiang Chen will never put you in my eyes. Who dares to stop me today? Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He didn't waste any time talking nonsense. The heavenly saint sword rippled out from his body and struck at the elder. The old man was shocked. He tried to fight back with all his strength, but too bad, his resistance was just too weak in Jiang Chen's eyes. The indestructible heavenly saint sword had torn apart all his resistance, and sliced him in half. He followed in the footsteps of the other 4 men. Inform Dark King, quick. The remaining experts were like birds that were startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. However, there was no need for him to shout. Such a huge commotion had already alerted the entire King City. The experts of the royal family were rushing towards them. Jiang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He was like a peerless war god. The heavenly saint sword in his hand suddenly turned into a 300 meters long sword. The entire sword was emitting a destructive sword chi. A dragon-shaped sword light was slashed out by him. Hong Long. The energy was too strong. Under the impact of such violent energy, the entire castle was cut into half. After that, it began to crumble. Jiang Chen's tyrannical energy overflowed from his body like a vast ocean, shattering the entire castle into pieces. This was the auction house of the royal family. It was built to be incomparably sturdy. There were powerful seals around it. The structure of the entire castle was tightly connected. It was strong enough to withstand the attack of an ordinary 9th-grade minor saint. However, Jiang Chen's destructive power was just too strong. It was as easy as blowing off dust for him to destroy the entire auction house. Hong Long. The rumbling sound lingered in the ears. The castle was destroyed. Thick smoke and flames were everywhere. The destructive energy was swirling in the sky, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Many of the sturdy buildings were turned into powder. Arg! Shrill wails were heard from different places. The incident was too sudden. Many of the VIP rooms of the major powers were destroyed. Some of the weaker geniuses were affected by the powerful energy and died on the spot. The 8 elders weren't the only people from the dark generation in this auction house. There were even more guards who were working behind the scene. How could those people withstand Jiang Chen's terrifying attack? They died tragically in the ruins on the spot. Protect the good guys. Someone shouted. All the 9th grade minor saints moved. They rushed out from the ruins. What happened just now was too sudden. The symbolic auction house was destroyed just like that. Many of the 9th grade minor saints were in a state of shock. They had neglected the people around them, which led to the casualties. Arg! The entire scene was in chaos. While Jiang Chen was destroying the auction house, he didn't forget to kill the remaining 3 9th grade minor saints of the dark generation. In the sky above King City, Jiang Chen was flapping his dragon wings. His eyes were coldly looking at the auction house that was covered in thick smoke. His face was emotionless. Countless silhouettes rushed out from the ruins. The experts of the major powers looked a little embarrassed. Their eyes were filled with anger as they stared at Jiang Chen. Damn it! This bastard had not only robbed them of all the treasures, he had also hurt so many of their people. However, some of the major powers found out that the people that Jiang Chen killed were all the major powers that besieged him. Some of the major powers that didn't attack Jiang Chen were unscathed. For example, the Bin family of Saint Origin World. The experts of the Bin family sighed. They felt lucky that they didn't attack Jiang Chen. The strength that this evil star displayed was too terrifying. It wasn't a wise decision to make him their enemy. So powerful Qi flew out from the imperial family. In a blink of an eye, more than 200 silhouettes appeared in the sky, surrounding Jiang Chen. These people were the higher-ups of the imperial family. There were dozens of 9th grade minor saints and the rest were 8th grade minor saints. The power and deterrence that these experts could unleash was unimaginable. The experts of the dark generation formed a powerful dark qi, forming a dark cloud in the sky above Jiang Chen. This dark cloud had the power of imprisonment, preventing Jiang Chen from escaping. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen didn't have any intention of escaping. Even if he wanted to, this kind of imprisonment wouldn't work on him. The leader of the Dark Generation was Dark King. Currently, Dark King was looking at the auction house that had turned into ashes and ruins. His anger was burning. This was a provocation to the entire Dark Generation. Void Triangular Domain had existed for so many years, but such a crazy thing had never happened before. Jiang Chen, you have done something that you will regret for the rest of your life. You will receive the cruelest punishment from the Dark Generation. Your sins cannot be forgiven. Dark King roared. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of his eyes. Jiang Chen ignored Dark King's threat and sent a message to De Huang Dog. De Huang, find the treasury of the imperial family immediately. Now that all the experts of the imperial family are here, the security of the treasury must be lax. Get the treasures first. De Huang Dog, who was hiding in the camp of the demon race, brightened his eyes. Then, he turned into a golden light and vanished. The amount of wealth in the treasury of King City was unimaginable. We must kill this kid. A monstrous genius like him must be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise, Jiang Chen will be a huge threat to us. Desolate Nanyang's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. He stood up. Jiang Chen had already become a powerful figure. No one in the Void Triangular Domain could be his opponent. The only way to eliminate Jiang Chen was to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill him. The Dark Generation hated Jiang Chen to the core. Therefore, it was the best choice to join hands with the Dark Generation to kill Jiang Chen. Desolate Nanyang believed that he was not the only one who made this decision. Sure enough, after desolate Nanyang stood up, people from the Hua family, Dan family, Narong family and Shur family stood up. They could see that Jiang Qin wasn't easy to deal with. They regretted not killing Jiang Qin that day. However, it was too late for regrets. They could only join hands with the Dark Generation to eliminate Jiang Qin. After that, experts from the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow Continent also stood up. In an instant, the sky above the domain was packed with experts. There had never been such a sensational scene in the history of Void Triangular Domain that involved so many major powers. From afar, the demon race and the ancient people had gathered together. Their scalp went numb when they saw the scene. "Brother Gu, should we help Brother Jiang Qin?" Golden Fur Lion King said. "Lion King, do you think it's meaningful for us to join the battle? The Dark Generation alone can't deal with Jiang Qin. We should trust Young Master. Young Master, please leave Tyrant and the others to us. We will protect them," Gumu said with a smile. "If Brother Jiang Qin is able to return to Saint Origin World alive, his name will surely spread across the world," Golden Fur Lion King said. "That's right. It's already heaven-defying to be able to survive such a scene." Gumu nodded. The scale of today's battle was unprecedented. Putting aside how many enemies Jiang Qin could kill, as long as he could survive the siege of so many experts, he would be a heaven-defying existence. "Jiang Qin, you've lost your mind. But do you think you still have a chance to live in such a situation?" Dark King said. "At least, many people will die." Chapter 857. Battle intent and killing intent fused with Jiang Qin's King Qi, surging above his head. That pair of disdainful dragon eyes seemed to be able to pierce through the entire void. Countless experts were killed. This scene was enough to be recorded in the history books. Jiang Qin's face was emotionless. In his mind, all enemies were meant to be destroyed. The rise of an expert meant the fall of thousands and thousands of experts. The path of an expert was destined to climb to the peak by stepping on piles of bones. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. This was the rule, this was the law. Jiang Qin had the same rule in his heart, but he wanted to surpass it. Therefore, even if he had to kill everyone in the world, he wouldn't blink. How the Heavenly Saint Sword let out a piercing cry that sounded like a dragon's roar. Right now, the Heavenly Saint Sword was still the same as before. Jiang Qin didn't have the time to merge the broken sword fragment with the Heavenly Saint Sword, but even so, his current strength was more than enough to deal with anything. "Come on!" Jiang Qin yelled at the experts of the Dark Generation, Desolate Nanyang and the other major powers. Even though he was besieged by so many experts, no one could see the slightest nervousness in his eyes. There was only surging killing intent. "Attack!" Dark King wheel. Dark King was infuriated. He was the first to attack. Boundless dark energy rushed out of his body, turning into a powerful wheel. The black wheel stirred the void and smashed at Jiang Qin. As the #1 expert of the Imperial family, Dark King's cultivation grade had reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He was far stronger than any ordinary 9th grade minor saint. Humph! Jiang Qin's qi was unparalleled. The Heavenly Saint Sword was enough to destroy everything. The terrifying sword was swung out, covered with a layer of intense flame. Dark King wasn't an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. It would be hard to deal with him. Jiang Qin's flame could suppress the Dark King. Clang! The Heavenly Saint Sword released an ocean-like raging flame. The powerful sword body collided with the Dark King wheel. Under the suppression of the flame, the Dark King wheel couldn't exert its full power. The energy went completely berserk. The void within a radius of a few hundred miles was directly smashed. The terrifying energy wave drifted down to the king's city below. Rows of buildings were destroyed, and miserable screams could be heard. There were tens of thousands of people from the Dark Generation living in the king's city. Some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand such a violent energy wave. They were caught in the crossfire and died on the spot. Upon seeing this, some ninth-grade minor saints hurriedly struck out energy waves, trying to cover the entire king's city. Otherwise, the entire king's city would be turned into ruins after today's battle. The Dark Generation would have to bear an unprecedented loss. Hee. The terrifying King of Darkness wheel was still unable to withstand the sharpness and vigor of the Heavenly Saint sword, and was sent flying. King of Darkness caught the King of Darkness wheel that was bounced back, and the boundless rebounding force caused him to retreat a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He felt his arm going numb, and the hand that was holding the sword was trembling. Very powerful. Dark King was shocked. He knew his own strength very well, but he was defeated by a fifth-grade minor saint. This was unimaginable. Dark King, this brat's flame has a suppressive effect on our Dark Generation. That's why you lost to him. A ninth-grade minor saint said. Humph. No matter how powerful he is only one person. Everyone, let's attack together. Today, we must eliminate this brat at all costs. Immediately send out a summons to all the ninth-grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. Dark King made up his mind. The northern and southern dynasties were the fishermen waiting to reap the benefits. Of course, this was what the northern and southern dynasties thought. They were extremely confident in their own strength. Swoosh! Within the eternal immortal wind, Jiang Qin moved like a cheetah. The heavenly saint sword in his hand kept killing the experts. The great soul derivation technique filled every space in the five elemental sphere. He wouldn't give anyone the chance to combine their energy. At this moment, desolate Nanyang had the urge to scold someone. He was filled with deep regret. He regretted that he shouldn't have listened to Dark King's arrangement 3 days ago. If he had killed Jiang Qin at all costs, none of this would have happened today. However, he had never thought that a man could grow to such a terrifying extent in just 3 days. In a flash, Jiang Qin arrived in front of desolate Nanyang. His cold dragon eyes made desolate Nanyang shudder. Little beast. Desolate Nanyang gritted his teeth and thrust the trident at Jiang Qin. His cultivation wasn't weak, but he hadn't reached the peak of ninth-grade minor saint. He wasn't a match for Jiang Qin in a direct confrontation. Bang! A blood-red dragon claw appeared and grabbed the trident. Before desolate Nanyang could attack, Jiang Qin had already seized his combat weapon. Shi-la! The sound of the weapon breaking through the void was heard. The trident that was emitting cold light was pressed against desolate Nanyang's throat. An invisible force confined desolate Nanyang's body. Jiang Qin was standing in front of him like an ancient mountain, making desolate Nanyang feel an endless pressure. Even his soul was trembling. Jiang Qin, how dare you kill me? I am an elder of the desolate family. Have you considered the consequences of killing me? Desolate Nanyang said sternly. Only now did he feel the terror of Jiang Qin. His heart was filled with regret. You better think about your own consequences first. I don't have so many reasons to kill you. As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the trident pierced through desolate Nanyang's throat. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. It was only a matter of time before one of them died. How could Jiang Qin leave a powerful enemy alive in this world? Desolate Nanyang was killed by the combat weapon that he was so proud of. It was a kind of tragedy. This little beast has killed Elder Nanyang. The other experts of the desolate family had a drastic change in expression. There were 5 ninth-grade minor saints in the desolate family. All of them were involved in the battle and were trapped in Jiang Chen's 5-elemental sphere. Let's kill him together. No, this kid is too strong. Only half-step great saints can defeat him. It's better for us to retreat now and settle the score with him when we return to Saint Origin World. There was no lack of smart people in the desolate family. They could see that it was almost impossible to kill Jiang Chen today. The Dark Generation was the main force of the desolate family, but now, Jiang Chen had the means to restrain them. Even the mighty Dark King couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Given the current situation, even if they could severely injure Jiang Chen, they would have to pay a heavy price. The smartest thing that the desolate family could do now was to retreat and preserve their strength. You all want to leave now. Do you think you can still do so? Jiang Chen appeared in front of the 4 great saints in a blink like a ghost. His cold voice made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The heavenly saint sword unleashed countless sharp sword lights that turned into a terrifying sword net, instantly enshrouding the 4 experts of the desolate family. The combination of the domain and the sword net made the 4 of them feel a mountain-like pressure. Pu Chi, the heavenly saint's sword was as fast as lightning. 4 sword strikes were unleashed consecutively, killing the 4 ninth-grade minor saints on the spot. Up until now, all the ninth-grade minor saints of the desolate family had died in the hands of Jiang Chen. A large number of elders and genius disciples of the desolate family were watching the battle from afar. Their faces were filled with grief and indignation when they saw the death of desolate Nanyang and the others. My God! All of our elders have been killed by that bastard. This is absolutely irreconcilable. What should we do now? What should we do now? Let's go back to Saint Origin World immediately. We will remember this grudge. As long as this little bastard returns to Saint Origin World alive, we will kill him immediately. The people of the desolate family hated Jiang Chen to the core, but it was impossible for them to take revenge with their current strength. Not even a ninth-grade minor saint could withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. If they continued to stay here, they would most likely end up in the same situation as desolate Nanyang and the others. The people of the desolate family left the battlefield and headed to the spatial node that led to Saint Origin World. It could be said that the desolate family had suffered a great loss this time. Not only the genius, desolate Ning, but also 5 ninth-grade minor saint elders had died. When they returned to Saint Origin World, they would definitely be enraged. The 5-elemental sphere was in complete chaos. The number of experts of the Dark Generation was still increasing. Unfortunately, they couldn't fully unite their forces, which prevented them from interweaving their combat strength. Plus, Jiang Chen's speed was too fast. Many of them were killed in seconds. Kill. The experts of the Dark Generation transformed into their true forms, becoming extremely powerful and ferocious monsters. More than a dozen experts launched their attacks at Jiang Chen at the same time. On the other side, the experts of the Boundless World, Black Yellow World and Hua family also launched their attacks at the same time, attacking from different directions. This was the most powerful force that they could muster up until now. They believed that under such violent attacks, Jiang Chen would at least be severely injured. Jiang Chen stretched both of his arms, feeling the chaotic battlefield that was filled with the qi of death. His expression was somewhat infatuated. As a natural warrior, he liked this kind of battle. The more shocking it was, the more his blood would boil. Come at me together. Let my sword send all of you to the Yellow Spring. Jiang Chen looked at the heavenly saint sword in his hand and said, Old friend, I will let you drink enough blood today to reignite the pride of fighting side by side with me. Howl. As if it understood Jiang Chen's words, the heavenly saint sword let out a deafening roar. An extremely excited emotion rippled out from the sword. They were fighting side by side in both their previous and current lives. Jiang Chen raised the heavenly saint sword up high and slashed out dozens of times in an instant. Each of the slashes tore through the void. The sword light was incomparably dazzling, like a long river that traversed the horizon, or a dead end that led to the yellow spring. This slash was filled with the smell of death, wanting to bury everyone in the yellow spring. Arg arg. Chapter 859. Those soldiers that were knocked away flew towards Jiang Chen as if they were controlled by some kind of magic, becoming Jiang Chen's spoils of war. Moreover, Jiang Chen's dreadful sword strike carried the true thunderfire and true dragon flame, killing all the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation. The experts of the 3 worlds didn't fare any better. Not only did many of them lose their combat weapons, they were also severely injured. How can he be so strong? The elder of the Huo family spurted out a mouthful of blood. His heart was trembling in fear. He had seen how Jiang Chen killed the people of the desolate family just now. Initially, he wanted to deal a heavy blow to Jiang Chen during the attack of the Dark Generation. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Chen would be this strong, to the point where he couldn't be resisted. Is he still a human? An expert of the boundless continent was also shocked. It was his first time witnessing such a grand battle. It was also his first time encountering a monstrous existence like Jiang Chen. Such a powerful existence had gone beyond his understanding and overturned all his previous knowledge. Regret. Many of them were filled with regret. They didn't regret becoming Jiang Chen's enemy, but they regretted not killing Jiang Chen 3 days ago. If they had done so, today's events wouldn't have happened. Those who were watching the battle from afar and the people of the Dark Generation in King City gaped in shock. Such a battle was like a dream to them. It was something that they would never be able to witness in their lifetime. This is tragic. The experts of our Dark Generation have fallen one after another. Why is that Dragon Man so terrifying? Does the heavens want our Dark Generation to perish? It's over. Not even the Dark King is a match for him. The experts of the other 3 major powers are dying one after another. Kill him. We must kill him. The royal family has already lost so many experts. How can we maintain our dignity if we don't kill him? The people of the Dark Generation fell into endless grief and indignation. They saw the corpses of the experts of the royal family falling from the sky. Blood floated in the sky above Monarch City. The sky was dyed red, it was dark. It was an incomparably tragic scene. All the saints had fallen. No one could survive. This battle was bound to shake the heavens and earth. No one could predict how many people would die in the end. Those great saints who were trapped in the 5 elemental sphere didn't dare to say that they would survive. Jiang Chen's dragon wings fluttered. He was holding the dozens of meters long heavenly saint sword in his hand. The entire sword was like a blood dragon that had come to life. Wherever it passed, killing intent filled the air. No one could withstand its sharpness. He stood there with piles of white bones under his feet. He looked like a mad devil that came from hell. He was the god of death that had descended to the mortal world. He was possessed by the god of war. Wu Ningzhu is worthy of being a member of the ancient people. You have a sharp vision. Only such a man is worthy to be the son-in-law of the ancient people. Gumu laughed. He was worried about Jiang Chen in the beginning. Now, it seemed that his worries were completely unnecessary. Wu Ningzhu was now a member of the ancient people. Jiang Chen would become the son-in-law of the ancient people sooner or later. If such a genius could be roped in by the ancient people, it would greatly benefit the future of the ancient people. Brother Jiang Chen is the most powerful person I have ever seen. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, how could I believe that there is such a monstrous genius in the world? Golden Fur Lion King's face was filled with excitement. He had made up his mind that the demon race must befriend this man. It was imaginable that what happened today would shake the entire Saint Origin world. The desolate family wouldn't let this matter rest. From now on, Saint Origin world wouldn't be peaceful anymore. The peaceful situation of the Pure Land would be completely destroyed, all because of Jiang Qin. Chapter 860. 6 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had left. Only the demon race and the Gu family were still there. They wanted to see the final outcome. The major powers of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent had left one after another. Some of them stayed to watch the show, but most of them knew that Jiang Qin was destined to be the final winner. Everything in Void Triangular Domain would be changed because of today's battle. Just like what Jiang Qin said, there would be no more spatial trade fairs from now on. Blood and slaughter were still going on in the battlefield. Jiang Qin moved like a phantom. Every place he went was accompanied by blood and screams. The experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were going crazy. However, they weren't trying to fight back. Instead, they were trying to escape. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin didn't give them the chance to do so. It wasn't easy to break through the 5 elemental sphere. Whenever they wanted to break through the 5 elemental sphere, Jiang Qin would appear there and kill them. Jiang Qin, do you really want to kill everyone here? An expert of the Boundless World shouted. Of course, from the moment you stepped onto this battlefield, your fates were already decided. This is your own choice. If I wasn't strong enough and had fallen into your hands 3 days ago, you would have cut me into 1,000 pieces. Since you want to kill me, don't even think that I will show you any mercy. Jiang Qin's tone was incomparably cold. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. They had no other choice but to fight with their lives. They had witnessed Jiang Qin's means. It was obviously impossible for them to use their reputation to deter Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin didn't even care about the major families of Saint Origin World, let alone them. They knew very well that even if Jiang Qin killed all of them today, they wouldn't have the chance to take revenge. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Qin shouted again. There was nothing more to be said after the battle had come to this point. The hatred between the two sides was getting deeper and deeper. Everyone's eyes had turned red. The experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were like arrows at the end of their flight. The same was true for the Dark Generation. They were naturally restrained by Jiang Qin. No matter how many 9th grade minor saints they had, it was useless against him. Up until now, at least dozens of Dark Generation experts had died in Jiang Qin's hands. More than half of the 9th grade minor saints of the Dark Generation had been killed by Jiang Qin. As for those 8th grade minor saints who joined the battle, none of them were left. Their combat weapons and dark spirits had become Jiang Qin's spoils. Even the remaining experts were trembling in fear. Their will to fight wasn't as strong as before. Even the Dark King was severely injured. Looking at the scene in front of him, his soul shivered. This was an unprecedented loss for the Dark Generation. If Jiang Qin really went on a rampage, it would be enough to annihilate their entire family. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to annihilate the entire Dark Generation. Those experts who had entered the 5 elemental domain only had one ending. After everything was over, he would destroy all the spatial nodes that connected this place, leaving the Dark Generation to fend for themselves. The Eternal Immortal Wind blew again. Jiang Qin had used all of his techniques. The 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the Heavenly Saint sword, all of his attacks were unleashed. How could the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World withstand such an attack? In less than a minute, all of them died in Jiang Chen's hands. The major powers of the two worlds were filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do at the same time. Even though they hated Jiang Chen to the core, there was no chance for them to take revenge. The only thing they could do was to suffer in silence and leave this place with their tails between their legs. After killing all the experts of the boundless world and the black-yellow world, the 5-elemental domain that had been in a frenzied state suddenly calmed down. Jiang Chen was holding the Heavenly Saint sword in his hand, standing opposite the experts of the Dark Generation. There were only about 30 of them left. All of them were 9th-grade minor saints. They had been dominating the void triangular domain for a long time, but they had never been in such a difficult situation. At this moment, the 30 of them were looking at Jiang Chen with complicated eyes. Anger, hatred, fear and all kinds of emotions could be seen in their eyes. It was a kind of desolation that filled the entire heaven and earth. There were corpses and blood everywhere. The blood of the saints didn't have a pungent smell, but it was filled with sorrow. Dark King's face darkened. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces, but he resisted the urge to do so. He knew that no one in the entire Dark Generation was a match for Jiang Chen. If the battle continued, all of them would die. Jiang Chen, we surrender. Dark King said simply. The rest of the experts of the Dark Generation looked gloomy. The experts of the Dark Generation in King's City were filled with grief and indignation when they heard Dark King's words. Some of them burst into tears. All along, the Dark Generation was the only ruler of the void triangular domain. They were the absolute masters of this domain. But today, everything had changed. Even the mighty Dark King had to say the word surrender. What was more ironic was that they weren't surrendering to a race or a major power but to a single person. Surrender. I won't accept it. Jiang Chen said coldly. Jiang Chen, do you really want to kill all of us? Do you really want to kill billions of lives of the Dark Generation? Dark King's eyes turned red. As a king, he didn't even have the right to surrender. How sad was that? Your race shouldn't exist in this world. Void triangular domain doesn't need to exist. This is a broken world. Jiang Chen's tone was still devoid of emotion. Not only the Dark King and the others, even the experts of the Dark Generation couldn't help but take a deep breath. They didn't expect this man to be so cruel. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Generation. Kill. Let's fight him. Dark King, kill them all. We are going to die anyway. The experts were enraged. They had already surrendered. What else could they do? Shut up. Jiang Chen suddenly shouted. What qualifications do you have to be so arrogant in front of me? If I want you to die, you will die immediately. Whether you attack or not, the result will be the same. I am the ruler, all of your lives are in my hands. Jiang Chen's entire body was emitting a domineering aura. This domineering aura had reached a frightening level. At this moment, he really looked like an overlord who ruled over the entire world. It was an enormous aura of supremacy, and under the influence of this aura, the dragon transformation skill actually became restless as well. It was a joyful resonance. The dragon transformation skill was a skill that allowed one to dominate the world. It was a skill that allowed one to rule the world, and only those who were truly domineering could control it. At this moment, Jiang Chen and the dragon transformation skill had once again reached an extremely high level of compatibility, and he could faintly feel that he was about to transform. The dragon transformation skill's restlessness meant that it was not far from the next transformation. Every time the dragon transformation skill evolved, it would bring endless benefits to Jiang Chen. The people of the Dark Generation were in despair. They regretted their actions, just like the people of the three worlds. They regretted that they didn't kill this man 3 days ago. In just 3 days, the Dark Generation had brought an unprecedented disaster to the history of the Dark Generation. But I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to live. I will give you all a chance to survive. Dark King, all of you 9th grade minor saints, hand over your dark soul and I will let you all go. I won't make things difficult for you all. Jiang Chen said. In his point of view, this was the lightest punishment for Dark King and the others. What? If we lose the dark spirit, we'll be useless. What's the difference between taking out our dark soul and killing us? The crowd became restless. You can still cultivate again after losing your dark soul. Plus, do you think you are qualified to negotiate with me? It doesn't matter if you don't hand over your dark soul. I will still get your dark soul after killing you. I will also start a massacre. I will raise the entire Dark Generation to the ground and kill every living being here. Don't think that I am joking with my friends. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Sigh. Dark King sighed. The others looked helpless. They had no choice but to follow Jiang Chen's words. They believed that Jiang Chen would do it even if he had to annihilate the entire void triangular domain. Moreover, it was just like what Jiang Chen had said. Even if they didn't hand over the dark spirit, Jiang Chen could still kill them and take it for himself. At that time, it would bring disaster to the entire Dark Generation. In that case, the ending would be much more tragic. Alright, we will hand over our dark soul. I hope you can fulfill your promise. Dark King said. The others didn't refute him. They weren't idiots. They knew that it was useless to refute him. They couldn't change the reality. After today's incident, the Dark Generation would enter a period of recovery. Bang bang bang. Following a series of muffled sounds, all the 9th grade minor saints forced out their dark soul and flew to Jiang Chen's side. They had to pay a hefty price for the survival of the Dark Generation. The experts who lost their dark soul were like beasts who lost their demon spirit. They could barely control their bodies from falling from the sky. Voila! Not only did he get so many dark spirits, he also got his broken sword. It had also solved the problem of energy consumption for his future cultivation. Especially the broken sword. If he didn't come to the void triangular domain, he wouldn't have the chance to obtain the broken sword. Up until now, he had already collected 5 broken sword pieces. There were only 2 left, but he still hadn't heard anything about them. He had no idea where they were. Motherfucker. 10 billion. This is heaven-defying. De Huang Dog was overjoyed. Then, he thought of the northern and southern dynasties and asked, have you advanced your cultivation grade? Don't worry. I have fused with the Heavenly Saint Sword just now. My cultivation grade is now at the 6th grade minor saint. It's more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Chen's face was full of confidence. During the process of excavating the mines, the Heavenly Saint Sword had completely fused with the sword. It allowed Jiang Chen to condense another 1,000 dragon marks, increasing the total number of dragon marks to 70,000, just enough for him to advance to the 6th grade minor saint. Although Jiang Chen's current cultivation grade was only at the 6th grade minor saint, it was more than enough to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. With his current strength, there was basically no one below the Great Saint realm that could be his opponent. Only those half-step Great Saints on the sky ranking could have a chance to fight him. The northern and southern dynasties have been following me for quite some time. It's time for them to show themselves. Jiang Chen looked at a golden spot in the distance and said indifferently. Almost as soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, the northern and southern dynasties appeared not far away from Jiang Chen. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His golden hair was fluttering in the wind. His whole body was filled with a high and mighty majesty. Under such majesty, he looked like a god. I have to say that you have really surprised me. I have to say that you've really surprised me. You've disrupted all my plans, but that's nothing. In my eyes, killing you is much more interesting than dealing with the Dark Generation. I, Nanbei Chao, have always liked conquering experts. You're qualified for me to kill you. However, I'll give you a chance now. Give me all your wealth and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. You should know how extravagant it is to be able to have an intact corpse in my hands. The northern and southern dynasties said to Jiang Chen. It was as if everything was under his control. In his eyes, as long as he wanted to, Jiang Chen could turn into a corpse at any time. In front of him, Jiang Chen didn't have any qualification to negotiate. Ha! As expected of the northern and southern dynasties. That kind of arrogance can't be feigned. However, I'm afraid that it won't be your turn to kill me today. I will kill you instead. You are no match for me. You don't have the qualification to be arrogant in front of me. Jiang Chen burst into laughter. The arrogance of the guy in front of him was exactly the same as that of the northern and southern dynasties. They were simply the same person. The only difference was that the two of them had never crossed paths before, but this didn't affect Jiang Chen's determination to kill the northern and southern dynasties. He had basically guessed the true origin of the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was Saint Origin World or Boundless World, the northern and southern dynasties that existed weren't necessarily the real northern and southern dynasties. The so-called immortal physique was just a method that the northern and southern dynasties used to cultivate the monarch heaven art. The real northern and southern dynasties should be in the immortal world. Since they were destined to be fated enemies, Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy. Killing the northern and southern dynasties in the lower world would surely have a great impact on the real bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. Good. It seems like you are more arrogant than me. I, the northern and southern dynasties, like to defeat people like you the most. Later, I will make you tremble under my feet. I will let you know what kind of punishment it is to be disrespectful to me. Nanbei Chao's aura fluctuated abruptly. A powerful golden chi wave began to spread in all directions with him as the center. The surrounding void was completely disrupted by such a powerful impact. The black mountain below began to crumble. Hoo-hoo. The northern and southern dynasties unleashed the eternal immortal wind. His bones were producing cracking sounds. His body began to grow taller and his cultivation began to rise. In a blink of an eye, he broke through the 8th grade minor saint and reached the 9th grade minor saint. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen muttered to himself. As expected, the northern and southern dynasties were exactly the same as the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World. Even the methods they used were exactly the same. This further confirmed his speculation about the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties. Damn it. This guy is like the rebirth of that Nanbei Chao. What a fucking dog. Poo-poo. I'm fucking an immortal. But this kid is destined to have a tragic ending. Encountering a freak like Little Chin, there's only one ending for him. Seeing the northern and southern dynasties unleashing the eternal immortal wind, the Huang dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. This bastard and the northern and southern dynasties weren't just similar. They were exactly the same person. There was no difference between the two of them. Jiang Chen, I won't give you too many chances. You should be able to see that with your ability, you won't be able to withstand more than 3 strikes from me. I'll give you one last chance now. Hand over all your wealth and I'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll tear your body into pieces and forcefully take away all your wealth, said Jiang Qin. As the qi of the northern and southern dynasties continued to rise, his voice became louder. His body was filled with a strong qi of an emperor, making people who saw him couldn't help but want to worship him. Is that so? I hope you can still say such words later. Jiang Qin sneered. Then, he unleashed his qi. The qi of a 6th-grade minor saint combined with his dragon form turned into a blood dragon. It rushed out from the top of Jiang Qin's head, causing the sky to tremble. Upon seeing this, the northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed. They could clearly feel that the qi unleashed by Jiang Qin was much stronger than when he was fighting those 9th-grade minor saints. Even they could vaguely feel a trace of pressure from the qi of the eternal immortal wind. You have advanced again. The northern and southern dynasties' words were filled with surprise. The sudden change in Jiang Qin could only mean one thing. Jiang Qin had advanced again, and it was during the time when he was collecting the ores. Advancing from a 5th-grade minor saint to a 6th-grade minor saint in such a short period of time had shocked even the northern and southern dynasties. Chapter 863. That's right. If you had directly attacked me back in Royal City, I might not have been a match for you. It's a pity that you're too conceited. You just had to wait until now to attack. In just a short hour, my cultivation has risen yet again. The current you is no longer a match for me. Jiang Qin's qi was unparalleled. His domineering aura had already surpassed the northern and southern dynasties. Even I have to admit that you are a rare genius. However, I have the immortal soul body, which is not something immortal like you can fight against. So what if you have advanced to the next level? If the northern and southern dynasties want to kill you, you will die for sure. The northern and southern dynasties were still acting high and mighty. What's the point of talking so much? There is no need to talk so much between us. Let's fight. Jiang Qin really didn't want to argue with the northern and southern dynasties. They were fated enemies. As long as they met, it would be either you die or I die. As soon as Jiang Qin's voice faded, the Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. The current Heavenly Saint sword was much stronger than before. As the fragments of the Heavenly Saint sword continued to fuse with each other, the qi of the Heavenly Saint sword was getting stronger and stronger. Swoosh! Without any unnecessary words, the sword light of the Heavenly Saint sword turned into a dazzling river and reached the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. Monarch Heaven Art, Ultimate Strike. The northern and southern dynasties didn't dare to be negligent. They immediately cast out their strongest attack. A resplendent monarch dragon roared and flew towards Jiang Qin's Heavenly Saint sword. The monarch dragon was lifelike, like a real divine dragon. It carried a superior qi. Is it this move again? Unfortunately, it's useless against me. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth curved into a smile. He was all too familiar with the moves of the northern and southern dynasties. This move was the most powerful move of the Emperor Heaven Art, but it was many times more powerful in the hands of this guy compared to when he was in Saint Origin World. Of course, the northern and southern dynasties' one-strike kill was powerful, and so was Jiang Qin. He was no longer the Jiang Qin he had been in Xuanyu. Pfft! The Heavenly Saint sword was too sharp. The body of the sword itself was like a dragon. When it collided with the Emperor Dragon, a chila sound was heard. The Emperor Dragon was cut in half on the spot. There was not the slightest bit of obstruction. Northern and Southern dynasties, I already know your methods like the back of my hand. Use your powerful eternal immortal wind. Bring out your immortal armor as well. There's no need to hide it. Jiang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his entire body emitted a golden light, like a peerless god of war. What? The northern and southern dynasties exclaimed. It was a kind of indescribable shock. They had never seen this guy in front of them before, but this guy gave them a familiar feeling. On the other hand, Jiang Qin seemed to know them like the back of his hand. He even knew all the methods that they had. Ha! This brat is going to have a tragedy. The Huang dog laughed from afar. He could already tell that the northern and southern dynasties were very powerful, but Jiang Qin, who had advanced to the 6th grade minor saint, had become even stronger. He was no longer someone that the northern and southern dynasties could deal with. Eternal immortal wind, immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties didn't delay any longer. Immediately, they used their most powerful attacks. Actually, they were feeling a little regretful. Just like what Jiang Qin had said, they should have attacked Jiang Qin when they were in King's City. They should have attacked him when they first met in Dark Surge City. No matter how powerful their attacks were, Jiang Qin could easily break them and find their flaws. They knew nothing about their opponent, but their opponent knew everything about them. This was undoubtedly a very scary thing. Jiang Qin, I will remember what you have done today. I hope that we will meet again in the future. After saying that, the northern and southern dynasties turned and fled. He had already used his most powerful attack, but he still wasn't a match for Jiang Qin. Facing such a situation, the smartest thing to do was to flee. There was no point in continuing the battle. All of his plans had gone down the drain. His original plan was to get all the wealth in this place, but now, he didn't even get a single strand of hair. Voila! The 5 elemental sphere enveloped the northern and southern dynasties in an instant. This was no joke. How could Jiang Qin give him the chance to flee? He had no idea how many northern and southern dynasties there were in the myriad of worlds, but as long as he saw one, he would definitely kill it. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to leave now. Jiang Qin swung his heavenly saint sword again. In a blink, he reached the northern and southern dynasties. His speed was extremely fast. The heavenly saint sword slashed on the immortal armor, creating a lot of sparks. You won't be able to break my immortal armor. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. However, just as his voice faded away, he found out that his immortal armor had been torn apart by the heavenly saint sword. A deep wound was left on his chest. Blood was spurting out from the wound like a fountain. Arg! The northern and southern dynasties let out a blood-curdling scream. He couldn't believe that this was real. His immortal armor had an amazing defensive power, but his opponent was able to tear it apart. As I said, you will die for sure. Like a shadow, Jiang Qin arrived in front of the northern and southern dynasties in the blink of an eye. The heavenly saint sword slashed out tens of thousands of sword beams, condensing into a huge sword net that enveloped the northern and southern dynasties. The sharp sword beams slashed down, cutting the northern and southern dynasties in half. However, Jiang Qin knew how terrifying the northern and southern dynasties were. Even if he was cut into pieces, the other party would still have the means to escape. Therefore, Jiang Qin immediately used the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw turned into a sturdy cage, trapping the bodies of the northern and southern dynasties. The true dragon flame and true thunder fire turned into flames, burning the northern and southern dynasties into ashes. Voila! When Jiang Qin retracted the 5 elemental sphere and the flames, the void had returned to its original state. The places where the northern and southern dynasties were burned to ashes, not even a trace was left. Just like the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World, nothing was left of them. You have already killed 2 northern and southern dynasties. I wonder how many northern and southern dynasties there will be. The Huang dog came to Jiang Qin's side and couldn't help but say. No matter how many northern and southern dynasties there are, I don't think we will have the chance to meet them. When we arrive at the immortal world, we might meet the real northern and southern dynasties. Alright, the matter in Void Triangular Domain has come to an end. Let's leave now. With a sway of his body, Jiang Qin returned to his original appearance. He and De Huang Dog disappeared in the blink of an eye. This battle had alarmed numerous people of the Dark Generation. They were hoping that the golden-haired man could kill Jiang Qin and avenge them, but they were disappointed in the end. Jiang Qin had become too powerful. To the people of the Dark Generation, Jiang Qin was the god of plague, a star of calamity, a devil king. They didn't want to avenge them, they just hoped that this star of calamity would leave this place as soon as possible. The longer Jiang Qin was here, the less peaceful this place would be. De Huang, let's find the spatial node that connects the boundless world and the black-yellow world to Void Triangular Domain and destroy it. After that, we will destroy the spatial node in Saint Origin World. From then on, there will be no more trade fair in Void Triangular Domain. Chapter 864. At the spatial node of the boundless continent, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were floating in the sky. In Jiang Qin's hand, the heavenly saint sword was still radiating dazzling light. The spatial node in front of them was like a chaotic land. Whirlpools were rippling on the surface of the node. One could feel the spatial force overflowing from it. This is the spatial node that connects to the boundless continent. De Huang Dog said. Step back a little. Jiang Qin signaled De Huang Dog to step back. He raised the heavenly saint sword high up and slashed at the whirlpool formed by the spatial node. Hong Long. The void was smashed. The whirlpool was crushed by the heavenly saint sword. The destruction of the spatial node had destroyed all the passageways that connected to the major powers of the boundless continent. From now on, it would be impossible for the boundless continent to find the spatial coordinates of Void Triangular Domain. One should know that the spatial node was formed naturally. The experts of the major powers could open up a passageway according to the location of the spatial node. Now that the spatial node had been destroyed, the passageway naturally collapsed. It was basically impossible for them to establish a connection again. After destroying the spatial node of the boundless continent, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog found the spatial node that connected to the black-yellow continent. Jiang Qin used the same method to destroy the spatial node of the black-yellow continent. From now on, the boundless continent and the black-yellow continent would never be able to find the spatial coordinates of Void Triangular Domain. After that, a man and a dog came to the front of the spatial node of Saint Origin World. De Huang, find the passageway of the demon race and protect it with formations and seals. After I destroy the spatial node, all the passageways will collapse. If the passageway of the demon race is destroyed, we won't be able to return. Jiang Qin said to De Huang Dog. Even if I can guarantee that the passageway of the demon race won't collapse, the passageway of the demon race will be greatly shaken after you destroy the spatial node. I'm afraid that it won't be able to support us to return to Saint Origin World. De Huang Dog said worriedly. It doesn't matter. If the passageway is damaged, the demon clan will definitely sense it. The Golden Fur Lion King should have returned to the demon clan and told the Peacock King about the situation here. The Peacock King will stabilize the passageway. Jiang Qin said. Alright, come on. De Huang Dog licked his lips. Doing big things with Jiang Qin was always the most exciting. At this moment, Saint Origin World, Pure Land, Spiritual Space Mountain, Demon Race. This was the holy land of the Demon Clan. The entire Spiritual Space Mountain covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. For the entire Pure Land of the Divine Prefecture, there was only one meaning to this place: powerful. As one of the 8 major families, there was no doubt that the demon race was powerful. Looking into the distance, the entire spiritual space mountain was filled with smoke and mist, making it look like a fairyland. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. There were ancient palaces, golden peaks, supreme ancient towers, and colorful lights lingered between the buildings, setting off the chi of the demon race perfectly. There were 5 or 6 powerful figures sitting in the spiritual palace. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura. They were the great saints of the demon race, supreme existences. The Peacock King was among them. The one sitting at the top was a middle-aged man with an incomparably majestic body. His entire body was filled with a sharp aura. His eyes were especially bright, like an unruly and untamed ferocious wolf. His name was Lang Xingtian. He was the patriarch of the demon race, the true master of the spiritual space mountain. He was the leader of the heavenly wolf race. The heavenly wolf was the leader of the wolves. He possessed a strange bloodline and was naturally warlike. He was a famous existence in the demon race since ancient times. The others were also the pinnacle existences of their respective races. They were all on the side of the patriarch. At this moment, Golden Fur Lion King was standing respectfully at the center of the main hall. Although he was a powerful 9th-grade minor demon saint, only great saints were qualified to enter the spiritual space main hall. It was the first time for Golden Fur Lion King to enter such a holy land. Moreover, Lang Xingtian was sitting right in front of him. It was impossible for him to not feel nervous. Lang Xingtian had a distinguished status. He rarely asked about the matters of the demon race. Even in the spiritual space main hall, he was limited in the number of times he could appear. Peacock King would settle most of the matters by himself. However, after hearing the news from Golden Fur Lion King about what happened in Void Triangular Domain, the patriarch of the heavenly wolf race was shocked. Golden Fur Lion King, is what you said true? Peacock King looked at Golden Fur Lion King. Patriarch, Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King didn't dare to lie. That Jiang Chen has indeed killed all the 9th-grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain with his 5th-grade minor saint cultivation. He also promised to give us 500 million high-grade true meta stones. Golden Fur Lion King had told them everything about Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in Void Triangular Domain. Ha! He is truly a peerless genius. Back in the Western Domain, this brat had annihilated the Tianyi Gate with just a 3rd-grade minor saint cultivation. I never thought that he would be so barbaric and do such earth-shattering things in Void Triangular Domain. I like him very much. Peacock King laughed. When he first met Jiang Chen in the Western Domain, he knew that Jiang Chen wasn't an ordinary person. Now, it seemed like he had underestimated Jiang Chen. However, this brat has offended the Desolate family. I'm afraid that the Desolate family won't let him go if we protect him. A great saint of demon race said. What's there to be afraid of? When has our demon race ever been afraid of him? Plus, that brat has a good relationship with the ancient people. You all are very clear about the situation of the 8 families in Pure Land. Although the 8 families are almost the same in terms of power, the real authority is in Saint Origin Palace. In Saint Origin Palace, the Desolate family has already controlled most of the resources. If they are allowed to continue to develop, it will only be a matter of time before they swallow the other major families. We will be glad to see the emergence of an existence like the greatest saint 100 years ago. We want to protect Jiang Chen because it won't bring us any harm in the future. This brat is growing very fast. No one can estimate his future. I believe that the ancient people are also aware of the current situation. Peacock King said. Peacock King is right. If what Jinshi said is true, then this brat is truly a rare monstrous genius. Even with his current cultivation base, he is strong enough to compete with those geniuses on the sky ranking. Such a person is indeed worth befriending. Besides, we need to focus on nurturing De Huang. According to Jin Shi, De Huang regards Jiang Qin as his life and death brother. If we don't stand up and help Jiang Qin, I'm afraid that De Huang will leave in anger. A middle-aged man in emperor robes said. He was the patriarch of the Lion family. Like Peacock King, he was also a fourth-grade great saint. Patriarch, what do you think? Peacock King looked at Lang Xingtian. Putting Jiang Qin aside, De Huang has the unique divine beast bloodline. Only he can support the future of our demon race and fight against the Desolate family and the other families. Moreover, both the Pure Land and Saint Origin Palace have been peaceful for too long. It's time for us to stir up some trouble. Lang Xingtian said with a smile. He knew very well about the current situation of the 8 families. The Desolate family was getting stronger and stronger. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. What Jiang Qin had done in Void Triangular Domain had disrupted the peace. This was what the demon race hoped to see. Although Lang Xingtian didn't directly express his support for Jiang Qin, his words had undoubtedly expressed his attitude. As a heavenly wolf king, he wasn't a stable existence. The aggressive nature of the demon race would never be erased. Meanwhile, in the Desolate family. In the same conference hall, the atmosphere of the Desolate family was completely different from the demon race. Those elders and disciples who had just returned from Void Triangular Domain were standing at the center of the hall, feeling the powerful pressure around them. Their souls were shivering. Each of them drooped their heads like children who had made a mistake. Just like Golden Fur Lion King, this was their first time coming to this place. Normally, they wouldn't have the qualification to enter this place. It would be a great honor for them to be able to enter this place before becoming a great saint. They would be the most prideful and praiseworthy existence. But now, they didn't feel any glory at all. They had never dreamt that they would be standing here in such a way. What happened in Void Triangular Domain had shaken the entire Desolate family. Not to mention the elders of the Great Saint Realm, even the Patriarch Desolate Yuntian was shocked. At this moment, the middle-aged man who was standing at the front was wearing a purple robe with a cape hanging on his shoulder. There was a dignified chi in between his eyebrows. The chi that he emitted was not any weaker than the heavenly wolf king Lang Xingtian. He was the supreme existence of the Desolate family, the Patriarch Desolate Yuntian. Currently, Desolate Yuntian's face was filled with anger. He couldn't help but feel angry. The Desolate family had been unstoppable in Saint Origin World for so many years. Except for the greatest saint who appeared out of nowhere 100 years ago, no one had ever made the Desolate family suffer such a great loss. No one had ever dared to provoke the dignity of the Desolate family. One should know that Desolate Nanyang represented the entire Desolate family when he went to Void Triangular Domain. Today, Desolate Nanyang, the genius of the Desolate family, Desolate Ning, and all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate family were killed. Where did this madman come from? How dare he kill the people of our Desolate family? He's insane. We must avenge him. Otherwise, the reputation of our Desolate family will be completely ruined. Jiang Qin. That guy was also called Jiang Qin in the past. Could it be that everyone with the name Jiang Qin is so arrogant? No matter what his name is, he will die for sure. Chapter 865. What Jiang Qin had done had touched the bottom line of the Desolate family. The death of Desolate Nanyang and the other 9th grade minor saints wasn't really a loss to the Desolate family. At most, it was a slap to the face of the Desolate family. The real loss was Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was still young, but he had great potential. He was the focus of the Desolate family. Otherwise, the Desolate family wouldn't have given him the Saint Bone. Patriarch, what should we do now? Someone asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Desolate Yuntian. As the clan leader of the Desolate clan, he was high and mighty. He wouldn't show himself for ordinary matters, but this matter was too shocking. Even Desolate Yuntian was about to explode from anger. When you all came back, Jiang Qin hasn't returned yet. Keep an eye on every spatial fluctuation in the Divine Continent. Once you sense him returning from the spatial passageway, stop him immediately and kill him. Desolate Yuntian said indifferently. His tone wasn't very angry, but his eyes were so cold that it could freeze an ancient barbarian elephant to death. Hong Long. As soon as Desolate Yuntian's voice faded, a rumbling sound was heard from the void above the Desolate family. Following the rumbling sound, the entire void above the Desolate family trembled. Waves of dense spatial energy rippled out from the void. It was a very big movement. What's going on? Desolate Yuntian shouted. Patriarch, the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain has been destroyed. The coordinates of the domain have also disappeared. A great saint expert came to the main hall in panic and said to Desolate Yuntian. What? Many of them exclaimed. The spatial passageway of the Desolate family had been destroyed. It was certainly not done by the people of the Desolate family. No one would dare to come to the Desolate family and destroy the spatial passageway. If it wasn't done by the Desolate family, it must be done by the people of Void Triangular Domain. The spatial node of Void Triangular Domain has also disappeared. It seems like the root of the problem lies in Void Triangular Domain. It must be that Jiang Qin. He has obtained great benefits this time and destroyed the spatial node. I'm afraid that the spatial passageway of the other families has also been destroyed. An elder from Void Triangular Domain said loudly. He was right. At this time, the spatial passageways of Huo clan, Dan clan, Narong clan, Shi clan, Bin clan and ancient people were destroyed at the same time. Huo clan and Desolate clan were holding a meeting to discuss about Jiang Qin. But at this time, the spatial passageway was destroyed. Void Triangular Domain, the spatial node that connected to Saint Origin World. After Jiang Qin destroyed the spatial node, 7 of the spatial passageways of the 8 clans of the Pure Land were destroyed at the same time. Only the spatial passageway of the Demon clan remained intact under the seal of De Huang Dog. However, the spatial passageway was shaking violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Little Chenzi, hurry up. De Huang Dog shouted at Jiang Qin as he supported the entrance of the spatial tunnel. He's here. Jiang Qin kept the Heavenly Saint sword, then with a sway of his body, he jumped into the spatial passageway. Both he and Big Yellow disappeared in the blink of an eye. Right after the two of them disappeared, the void completely collapsed, turning into a chaotic space. At the same time, the Demon clan could feel the violent shaking of the spatial passageway. The entire void above the spiritual space mountain was shaking. Although the spatial passageway had not collapsed yet, it was affected by the destruction of the spatial node. It seemed like it was going to collapse at any time. What's going on? Peacock King stood up from his seat. It's the spatial passageway that connects to Void Triangular Domain. It seems like it's going to collapse at any time. I can feel that the spatial passageways of the other 7 clans have collapsed at the same time. Only the Demon clan spatial passageway hasn't collapsed yet. It seems like something big has happened on the other side of Void Triangular Domain. Lang Xingtian's facial expression changed. This isn't good. It must be Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. They must have destroyed the spatial node, causing all the spatial passageways to collapse at the same time. They left the Demon clan spatial passageway so that they could return to Void Triangular Domain. We must help to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, they will fall into the spatial turbulence once the spatial passageway collapses. Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. He had a very deep understanding of Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog after interacting with them in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Qin had almost killed all the experts of the Dark Generation. There was nothing in this world that he wouldn't dare to do. It must be Jiang Qin who destroyed the spatial node after he had obtained the great fortune. Swoosh! Almost as soon as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, Peacock King vanished. A moment later, outside the spatial passageway that connected to Void Triangular Domain, a dense demonic chi soared up to the sky. Peacock King's supreme divine aura and his fourth-grade Great Saint cultivation were fully unleashed. His powerful domain and spatial force were integrated into the spatial passageway, forcibly stabilizing it. However, it was obvious that the spatial passageway was on the verge of collapse. Even though Peacock King was very powerful, he wouldn't be able to hold it for too long. However, it wouldn't be a problem for him to hold it until Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog returned safely. Good brat. I like this temper of yours. Haha, Peacock King laughed while trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. Although he didn't go to Void Triangular Domain personally, he could guess what had happened. Now that the spatial passageways of the other 7 families had been completely destroyed, it meant that Jiang Qin had destroyed the spatial node. Ever since the greatest saint 100 years ago, there hadn't been such a peerless madman in Saint Origin World. Peacock King had seen Jiang Qin once before and he could see the shadow of the greatest saint in Jiang Qin. The spatial passageway was shaking violently. From time to time, there would be spatial hurricanes blowing in. Suddenly, the passageway became stable. This situation made Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog feel relieved. It seemed like Peacock King had taken action. Everything was as Jiang Qin had expected. As long as the spatial passageway wasn't destroyed, he and De Huang Dog would have no problem returning to the demon race. It seems like the experts of the demon race have taken action. That old peacock has done a great job. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. His blood was boiling when he thought about what he had experienced in Void Triangular Domain. Let's speed up. This spatial passageway won't last long, Jiang Qin said. He and De Huang Dog were moving at high speed in the spatial passageway like 2 streams of light. The spatial passageway itself had an extremely fast teleportation speed, especially for a large spatial passageway like this. It would take Jiang Qin and Big Yellow an hour to return to Saint Origin World. Now that they had unleashed their extreme speed, the time it would take them to travel was even shorter. However, it wouldn't be easy for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog to return to Saint Origin World safely. At least, someone wouldn't let them get what they wanted. Desolate Family. The patriarch of Desolate Family, Desolate Yuntian, immediately spread his divine sense into the void after the spatial passageway was destroyed. All the spatial passageways of the 8 families in Pure Land are destroyed except for the demon race. Desolate Yuntian said. I know. It must be that Jiang Qin wants to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return to Saint Origin World. Back in Void Triangular Domain, the demon race and the ancient people had been protecting Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for them, Jiang Qin would have been killed that day and there wouldn't have been such a disaster. A patriarch of Desolate Family said. Humph. Trying to use the spatial passageway of the demon race to return. That's just wishful thinking. I will destroy him in the spatial passageway. Desolate Yuntian harumphed coldly. Then, he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already outside of Spiritual Space Mountain. Peacock King was trying his best to stabilize the spatial passageway. At this moment, the void above Spiritual Space Mountain suddenly twisted. Then, a huge illusory hand appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the spatial passageway. Not good. Someone is attacking the spatial passageway. It's Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King's facial expression changed dramatically. Although he had a strong cultivation base that allowed him to dominate the world, he was still 2 grades lower than Desolate Yuntian. He wasn't a match for Desolate Yuntian. Desolate Yuntian, how dare you attack my spiritual space mountain? It seems like you don't put me, Lang Xingtian, in your eyes. At this moment, a furious roar rang out from the depths of the spiritual space mountain. After that, a huge palm appeared. After that, it turned into an incomparably resplendent golden claw. It was a terrifying wolf claw. Bringing along boundless demonic qi, it collided with Desolate Yuntian's huge palm. Hong Long. The terrifying collision of 6th-grade great saints was earth-shattering. Even a single collision was enough to destroy a part of the heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, a casual strike from Desolate Yuntian and Lang Xingtian could destroy half of the entire spiritual space mountain in the middle of a battle. However, spiritual space mountain was after all the sacred land of the demon race. There were seals everywhere in the void. In addition, Lang Xingtian had purposely sent all the aftershocks of the battle into the turbulent current of the void, so that the collision between the 2 sides didn't affect the spiritual space mountain at all. Furthermore, a battle between great saints would usually open up an extraterritorial battlefield. This was because when one reached the level of great saint, their domain would be very mature and their control of spatial force would have reached the pinnacle. It was far from what a minor saint could compare with. Therefore, it was very easy to open up a battlefield. Peacock King heaved a sigh of relief when Lang Xingtian was attacked by Desolate Yuntian. Peacock King knew Lang Xingtian's capability all too well. Although Desolate Yuntian was the patriarch of Desolate family, Lang Xingtian wasn't afraid of him. There was no way to determine the winner if they really fought. Desolate Yuntian, you trespassed into my demon race and attacked the spatial passageway of spiritual space mountain. Are you declaring war against my race? Chapter 866. As Lang Xingtian's voice faded, the void outside the spiritual space mountain began to distort. A majestic figure walked out of the void. He was just standing there, but if one tried to sense carefully, they would find that there was no one there at all. It was as if his entire body had merged with the void, and there was no distinction between them. This man was none other than the patriarch of the Desolate family, Desolate Yuntian. There was a distance of millions of miles between the Desolate family and the spiritual space mountain, but Desolate Yuntian arrived in just a blink. This showed how terrifying a 6th-grade great saint was. His speed couldn't be described as shrinking the ground into an inch or 1,000 miles in a flash. In the entire pure land of the divine continent, such an expert could go anywhere he wanted with just a thought. Lang Xingtian, the spatial passageway that connects to void triangular domain has been destroyed. Why hasn't yours been destroyed? Desolate Yuntian said. This is the matter of our demon race. It's not your place to interfere. You, Desolate Yuntian, have stretched your hand too far. Lang Xingtian's tone wasn't polite at all. Cut the crap. I think you already know what happened in Void Triangular Domain. That little bastard named Jiang Qin is in the spatial passageway. He wants to use the passageway to return to Saint Origin World and come to your demon race. I advise you to mind your own business. I will leave as soon as your spatial passageway is destroyed. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. In the entire Pure Land, there weren't many who dared to break into the demon race and speak to Heavenly Wolf King in such a tone. Desolate Yuntian, although you are the patriarch of the Desolate family, this is the demon race. Don't think too highly of yourself. It's not your place to tell us what to do. Before Lang Xingtian could speak, Peacock King, who was stabilizing the spatial passageway, couldn't stand it anymore. Peacock King, you are not qualified to talk to me. Desolate Yuntian gave Peacock King a lengthen glance. Fuck off. Let's fight if you don't agree. The Peacock King cursed and his temper flared up. There was no one in the pure land of the Divine Prefecture that the Peacock King didn't dare to provoke. Even the clan leader of the Desolate Clan, who was of a higher rank than him, was nothing in his eyes. Xiao Yuntian, the Peacock King's words are what I want to say. It's not up to you to tell us what to do in the matters of our demon race. If you have the ability, then try fighting in the spiritual space mountain. Lang Xingtian was extremely domineering. Xiao Yuntian couldn't help but frown. He didn't expect Lang Xingtian's attitude to be so firm. Lang Xingtian was actually willing to go against him for an outsider. If the demon clan really wanted to protect Jiang Qin, he really had no other way. Even if it was him, he probably wouldn't be able to gain any benefits from fighting in the demon clan. Lang Xingtian, I advise you all to think carefully. That Jiang Qin has killed so many people in Void Triangular Domain. I don't know how many people are going to kill him. I'm afraid it's not just my Desolate Clan, Wu Clan, Dan Clan, Narong Clan and Shi Clan who will not let him go. I'm afraid that even your demon clan won't be able to protect him. Said Desolate Yuntian Lang Lang. Let's not talk about whether our demon clan can protect Jiang Qin or not. Jiang Qin isn't in our demon clan now. If you take the initiative to fight in our demon clan, it means that you don't put our demon clan in your eyes. If you want to fight, Lang Xingtian, will accompany you anytime. Lang Xingtian's chi fluctuated. An incomparably dense demon chi rippled in the air. Such a powerful movement startled all the experts of the demon race in the spiritual space mountain. Many of them looked at the two leaders who were confronting each other in the sky, wondering what was going on. What's going on? Why did Desolate Yuntian suddenly come here to fight? Isn't the Desolate Clan too arrogant? Who is Jiang Qin? Why haven't I heard of him before? That's right. A person who could be personally killed by the Shao clan's clan head and even be protected by our clan head can't be a nameless nobody. To think that we haven't heard of him before. This doesn't make sense. You guys still don't know. That Jiang Qin has stirred up the entire Void Triangular Domain. He killed all the 9th grade minor saints of the Desolate Clan and the Huo family who went to the Spatial Trade Fair. He also killed their geniuses. I heard that Desolate Ning, Hui Yuan and Dan Yuan Chong were killed by him. What? Is there such a thing? Tell us quickly. It was told to me by the people who participated in the Spatial Trade Fair. For a moment, Jiang Chen's name spread rapidly in the demon race. The heaven-defying feat that Jiang Qin had done in Void Triangular Domain was described in detail. Even Golden Fur Lion King was shocked by the news, let alone the others. Amazing. I never thought that this Jiang Qin would be so arrogant. He has killed all the experts of the 5 major families. No wonder the patriarch of the Desolate family was alerted. It's still related to that dog. It's still related to that dog. I already said that dog is a jinx, but the patriarch and Peacock King still want to nurture him as the next patriarch. It's really depressing. Now, there's Jiang Qin. Now, the demon race wants to protect him, which will bring us great trouble. He has killed so many of our people. The 5 major families will certainly not let this matter go easily. Of course, your heavenly leopard doesn't want the Huang dog to be the next patriarch. I admire that Jiang Qin a lot. Who else could do such a thing? Even those geniuses on the sky ranking wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. Look, it seems like another expert is coming. The quiet demon race suddenly became lively. Many of them were talking about Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. Some of them saw a powerful expert flying towards them from afar. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. It wasn't just one person. 4 powerful experts appeared from 4 different directions. All four of them were middle-aged men. They seemed to be in their 40s. They all had one thing in common, and that was that they were powerful. Every move they made carried a strong aura of superiority. One of them had a head full of red hair. He was wearing a fiery red robe. His aura was like a raging flame. When he was angry, his eyes were red. He was the patriarch of the Hua family, Hua Batian. Another person was wearing a simple and unadorned robe. There was a majestic cauldron embroidered on it. He didn't look old, but his hair was a little white. He was the patriarch of the Dan family, Dan Yongtian. Another person was wearing a gorgeous robe. He had a noble crown on his head. His entire body was emitting a rich aura. He looked like a high and mighty emperor. He was the patriarch of the Narong family, Narong Chongtian. The last person was the most majestic. He seemed to be 2 meters tall, and he was as majestic as a barbarian bear. His light yellow hair danced about in the wind, and all of the muscles on his body bulged. He was full of explosive power, and just his aura alone gave others a great pressure. He was Stone Clan's clan chief, Shi Haotian. The last word of the patriarchs of the Pure Land's 8 families was Tian. It represented that their status was higher than the heavens. In fact, in the Pure Land, any one of them represented an absolute status. Desolate Yuntian, Hua Batian, Dan Yongtian, Narong Chongtian, Shi Haotian, these 5 great leaders appeared at the spiritual space mountain at the same time. Including Lang Xingtian, 6 of the 8 great leaders of the Pure Land had appeared. Such a scene, such a spectacle, it was almost impossible to see in 100 years. The 6 of them were high and mighty existences. They rarely appeared in front of the common people. Even their clansmen found it extremely difficult to see them. But today, all of them had appeared because of a young man named Jiang Qin. Many people of the demon race were very interested in Jiang Qin, who they had never seen before. There weren't many people who could cause such a big commotion in the Pure Land without even appearing in person. This seemed to be the first time in the last 100 years. Desolate Yuntian smiled as he saw the appearance of the 4 great leaders. Lang Xingtian, as you can see, I'm not the only one who wants to kill that little bastard. I'm afraid it won't be easy for your demon race to protect him. Desolate Yuntian said indifferently. At this moment, Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and a group of great sages of the demon race didn't look very good. It seemed that what Jiang Qin had done had indeed touched the bottom line of the 5 major clans. Even their patriarchs had appeared in person. It was undoubtedly extremely difficult for the demon race to protect Jiang Qin by themselves. In the distance of the demon race, another group of powerful experts had also noticed this place. The one in the lead had a leopard head and round eyes. His whole body was covered in leopard patterns. His imposing manner wasn't any weaker than Lang Xingtian's. He was the Heavenly Leopard King. The demon race was now divided into 2 branches. One branch was led by the Heavenly Wolf King, and the other branch was led by the Heavenly Leopard King. Although the Heavenly Wolf King was the patriarch of the demon race, the strength of the Heavenly Leopard King's branch was not to be underestimated. The disharmony between the 2 sides had also led to continuous internal strife in the demon race. That damn dog is really good at stirring up trouble. Now, there's a Jiang Qin. He'll really cause trouble for our demon race. A great sage beside the Heavenly Leopard King said. Isn't this good? I'd like to see how Lang Xingtian can protect that Jiang Qin under the oppression of the 5 major clans. The Heavenly Leopard King revealed a cold smile on his face. The atmosphere in the void was very serious. Although Hua Batian and the others didn't say anything, their attitude was very clear. They were here to kill Jiang Qin. The Peacock King couldn't help but curse. However, he couldn't help much other than trying his best to stabilize the spatial passage. What do you mean by barging into my demon race? Lang Xingtian was furious. Lang Xingtian, you should be very clear about our purpose. It's impossible for your demon race to protect that little bastard. Hua Baishan's temper was as fiery as his surname. Lang Xingtian, since you said that Jiang Qin isn't in your demon race, then we'll wait here for that little bastard to come out of the spatial passage. I also want to see what kind of audacious guy dares to kill the people of my Shao clan. Xiao Yuntian said with a smile. That's right. In this case, we can't let him die in the spatial passage. I also want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. Chapter 867. The patriarchs of the 5 major families had made it very clear that their main purpose of coming here was to kill Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had caused them a great loss in the battle in Void Triangular Domain. They had to kill Jiang Qin for the sake of their reputation. The spatial passageways of the 7 major families had been destroyed. Only the demon race's spatial passageway was intact. It seemed like the Peacock King was the one who kept the spatial passageway intact. It was obvious that Jiang Qin was going to return through the spatial passageway of demon race. In that case, they might as well wait here. As long as Jiang Qin appeared in demon race, they would have a reason to exert pressure on the demon race. More importantly, just like what Desolate Yuntian and Narong Changtian had said, they wanted to see what kind of person dared to do such a daring and insane thing. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King's facial expression darkened. The current situation was indeed tricky. Since Jiang Qin hadn't appeared in demon race, the other party wouldn't attack them in demon race's territory. However, once Jiang Qin appeared, the demon race would be under tremendous pressure. With the 5 major families exerting pressure on the demon race and the internal strife of the demon race, it would be very difficult to protect Jiang Qin. However, Peacock King had to stabilize the spatial passageway. Otherwise, once the spatial passageway was destroyed, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog would disappear into the crack of the spacetime, never to come out. As for how the 5 major families were going to deal with them, they could only wait for Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog to come back. At this moment, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were still flying crazily in the spatial passageway. Both of them were traveling at their fastest speed. Based on their current speed and the power of the spatial passageway, they would be able to return to Saint Origin World in half an hour. Little Chinzi, you have killed so many people. Those major families in Pure Land will never let you go. Have you ever thought about how to deal with them? De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. Act according to the situation. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. His return to Saint Origin World wouldn't be peaceful. The Desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, he had no idea what kind of situation he was going to face. He could only take one step at a time. However, the 2 of them had not expected the current situation of the demon race. What awaited them was an unbreakable killing trap. On the spiritual space mountain, there were 3 sides. On one side was the Heavenly Wolf tribe led by Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. They were here to protect Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. On the other side were the 5 major tribes. They were here to kill Jiang Qin. On the other side was the Heavenly Leopard tribe. They had never been on good terms with the Heavenly Wolf tribe. Thus, they were just spectators. Half an hour passed by quickly. Suddenly, the spatial passageway of the demon clan shook violently as spatial energy rippled above the spiritual space mountain. They're back. Everyone's expression changed. Their eyes fell on the place where the spatial energy was the most intense. Peacock King suddenly loosened his control over the spatial passageway. 2 muffled sounds were heard. 2 silhouettes were bounced out of the spatial passageway. The elasticity of the spatial passageway was very strong. However, the person who came out was obviously stronger. He stabilized his body very quickly. It was a man and a dog. One of them seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and was wearing a holy snow-white robe. His eyes were very bright. If you looked carefully, you would find that his eyes were like an abyss. To the people of the demon race, Big Yellow wasn't a stranger to them. Almost all of their eyes fell upon Jiang Qin. When they saw Jiang Chen's appearance, many of them were stunned. In their opinion, that audacious and deranged bastard should at least look ferocious and strong like a bear, but they didn't expect him to look like an elegant young master. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. It can't be, right? Could it be that this white-robed young man is Jiang Qin? It's hard to imagine that this young man is actually the crazy devil who killed all the experts of the 5 families. I heard that he killed all the 9th-grade minor saints when he was only a 5th-grade minor saint. I never thought that he would be so young and have such a heaven-defying achievement. Not even the strongest genius of the demon race can be compared to him. All the people of the demon race were shocked, including Lang Xingtian and Desolate Yuntian. Their eyes fell on Jiang Qin immediately. They didn't expect that the person they wanted to see was such a young genius. He's so young, but his qi is extraordinary. There's a kind of powerful luck in the unseen world. He's the son of heaven, a man like a flying dragon. A man like him will certainly achieve great things in the future. Although this was the first time Lang Xingtian met Jiang Qin, and he didn't say a word to Jiang Qin, he gave such a high evaluation of Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuntian and the others also did the same. However, the more talented Jiang Qin was, the more intense their killing intent towards Jiang Qin was. If they couldn't recruit such a genius, they would have to destroy him. Moreover, they were enemies now. Motherfucker. What's going on? Why is the atmosphere so depressing? De Huang Dog couldn't help but ask after looking around. Jiang Qin, De Huang. They are the patriarchs of the 5 families. They are here to kill Jiang Qin. Peacock King came to their side and told Jiang Qin everything that had happened just now and the identity of the 5 patriarchs through divine sense. For God's sake, even the patriarchs of the 5 families have come in person. It shouldn't be like this, right? De Huang Dog spurted out a mouthful of blood. He knew that the 5 families wouldn't let Jiang Qin go, but he didn't think that they would come so fast. They had just returned from the spatial passageway and didn't even have the time to catch their breath before encountering such a situation. It seemed like the 5 overlords had been waiting here for quite some time. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon Desolate Yuntian and the others. The corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. When he was still in the Pure Land, these people weren't the patriarchs of the 8 major families yet. In his eyes, they were just like small shrimps. But what puzzled Jiang Qin was that the patriarchs of the 8 major families were all peak 9th-grade great saints, the strongest existences in the heavens and earth, but these patriarchs in front of him were only at the 6th-grade great saint. How could this be possible? But now wasn't the time to think about this, because even a 6th-grade great saint wasn't someone that he could deal with. He was merely a 6th-grade minor saint now. The gap between them was like the sky and the earth. If these people wanted to kill him, he would only end up dead even if he used all of his techniques. That's right. You are Jiang Qin. Desolate Yuntian said, his eyes locked on Jiang Qin. That's right. Jiang Qin took a step forward and came to the front of Lang Xingtian. He held his fists at Lang Xingtian. Jiang Qin greets Patriarch. And, not bad. Lang Xingtian couldn't help but praise Jiang Qin. It was rare for a young man to have such temperament, cultivation, courage and composure. He could still remain so calm in the face of the patriarchs of the 5 major families. Even Lang Xingtian couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Qin. He could feel that Jiang Chen's calmness was absolutely not an act. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to fake it. Little bastard, you have guts. How dare you kill so many experts of my whole family? Who gave you such courage? Hua Batian shouted at Jiang Qin, not concealing his killing intent. Hua Batian, don't forget that this is the demon race. Are you going to kill people in the spiritual space mountain? After Lang Xingtian saw Jiang Qin, he decided to protect Jiang Qin no matter what. Moreover, if the demon race stayed out of this, there would only be one ending for Jiang Qin, death. At that time, the Huang dog would definitely go crazy. The demon race could afford to lose Jiang Qin, but not the Huang dog. Humph. Lang Xingtian, the 5 of us are here today. Are you going to protect this little bastard? I'm afraid you can't protect him alone. Shi Haoyan snorted coldly. At the same time, Desolate Yuntian, Narong Changtian and Dan Yangtian also showed their killing intent. Lang Xingtian, now that Jiang Qin has appeared in the demon race, you should know why we are here. If the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid no one in your demon race can resist us. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. You guys, Lang Xingtian was speechless, but he had no other choice. Facing the pressure of the 5 major families, he knew very well that it was basically impossible to protect Jiang Qin. Since the 5 of them had come, they wouldn't return without accomplishing anything. However, if a fight broke out, it would be disadvantageous to the demon race. Heavenly Leopard King, who was watching from afar, wore a sneer on his face. He wanted to see how Lang Xingtian was going to solve today's matter. If Lang Xingtian's decision brought any loss to the demon race, he would have an excuse to ask the Demon Palace to remove Lang Xingtian from the Patriarch position. To Heavenly Leopard King, this was a great opportunity. Lang Xingtian, we don't have much time. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to think about it. If you don't hand over Jiang Qin, we'll do it ourselves. Desolate Yuntian said loudly. Patriarch, what should we do now? Peacock King frowned. The current situation was very tricky. The decision they made would not only affect the life and death of Jiang Qin, but also the overall situation of the demon race, or even the entire Pure Land. It might even lead to a war. Chapter 868. Jiang Chen's qi was unparalleled. It was as if he didn't care about life and death. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of the 5 giants. His unwavering attitude made countless people speechless, including Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. No one had thought that Jiang Qin would stand out and say such words at this moment. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. His heroic spirit soared to the sky. That's right, he was full of heroic spirit. All the members of the younger generation of the demon race gave him a thumbs up. Not to mention other things, just this point alone was enough to make people admire him. However, the smart ones had already understood Jiang Chen's intention. Jiang Chen's words sounded righteous, as if he was a warrior who was ready to die, but every word he said was filled with thorns, putting the 5 overlords in a dilemma. Jiang Chen immediately gave the Huang Dog and Peacock King a meaningful glance. Given their intelligence, they immediately understood Jiang Chen's intention, especially the Huang Dog. His cooperation with Jiang Qin had already reached a flawless level. Ha! Funny. This is really funny. The patriarchs of the Desolate family, Dan family, Hua family, Narong family and Shi family have come out personally to kill a 6th grade minor Saint Jr. This is really the demeanor of a major family. The Huang Dog laughed. That's right. Given your status, you all came out to kill a junior at the same time. You really don't care about your reputation. Jiang Chen will stand here and let you kill him. You all can do it. Since all 5 of you have joined hands, we won't be able to stop you even if we want to. Peacock King's words were even more direct. Many of them were suddenly enlightened and gave a thumbs up to Jiang Qin again. It turned out that this guy was the smartest one among them. He had turned the situation around with just a few words. The situation today was very clear. If they wanted to use force, even the demon race wouldn't be able to protect Jiang Qin. However, it was completely different after Jiang Qin said it. The reason why the patriarchs of the 5 major families came out personally to kill Jiang Qin was to maintain their prestige and reputation. However, if they were to kill a junior, it would definitely damage their reputation and make them into a joke. After all, they didn't only represent a powerful 6th-grade minor saint, they were also the patriarchs of major families. Their reputation was the most important thing to them. In other words, there were many ways for them to kill Jiang Qin, but the only way they couldn't do it was to kill him personally. Lang Xingtian showed a hint of admiration to Jiang Qin. This man was brave and smart, he wasn't comparable to any other young man. Today's situation was already a death sentence. Even if Lang Xingtian tried to protect Jiang Qin, it wouldn't be able to change the outcome. However, these few words of Jiang Qin were enough to change the outcome. It was impossible for the 5 overlords to disregard their own reputation and make a move directly. After all, there were so many people watching. If they did that, they would lose their dignity as the patriarchs of major families. They couldn't afford to lose their dignity. Sure enough, after listening to the words of Peacock King and De Huang Dog, Desolate Yuntian and the others began to hesitate. All of them knitted their brows. Before they came here, they were angry and didn't think about this. Now that Jiang Qin was standing in front of them, they didn't dare to make a move because they had too many scruples. If no one was watching, they could slap Jiang Qin to death, but they couldn't do it now because there were so many people watching. Their reputation was more valuable than Jiang Qin's life. What a smart kid. Heavenly Leopard King was stunned. He didn't expect that Jiang Qin could turn the situation around with just a few words. This Jiang Qin is really not ordinary. He is brave and smart, he knows how to judge the situation. Look, the 5 patriarchs have begun to hesitate. They have to worry about their reputation. If they kill Jiang Qin recklessly, they can't afford to lose their reputation. But now, it's hard for them to back down. They can't advance or retreat. They can't kill Jiang Qin, but it's even worse if they don't. As dignified patriarchs, if they retreat because of a junior's words, they will lose even more face. Many people of the demon race admired Jiang Qin. They couldn't help but admire such a character. However, these few words obviously couldn't solve the problem. At the spur of the moment, the big yellow dog spoke again. I know that as the patriarchs of the major families and overlords, all of you care about your reputation. You won't attack a junior directly, because not only will you lose your reputation, it will also show that there's no one capable in the younger generation of your families. The dignified Pure Land has countless geniuses. I don't believe that there's no one who can fight Jiang Qin. Now, on behalf of Jiang Qin, I declare war on the geniuses of the 5 major families. As long as any of your geniuses wants to challenge Jiang Qin will accept the challenge unconditionally. De Huang Dog said. What he said was very standard. It could be said that the problem had already been solved. If these patriarchs were to attack again, it wouldn't just affect their reputation, it would also show that there was no one in the younger generation who could defeat a 6th-grade minor saint. They would become the laughingstock of the world. De Huang Dog's words were aimed at the peerless geniuses of the Pure Land. This was a direct challenge issued by Jiang Qin to the geniuses of the Pure Land. It was imaginable that once such a challenge was issued, those geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses in the sky ranking, would become restless. To them, killing Jiang Qin would be a great opportunity to make a name for themselves. To Jiang Qin, this was also a great opportunity for him to train himself. Fighting with those monstrous geniuses would be much more exciting than fighting with those ninth-grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was also what Jiang Qin had in mind. However, it was said by De Huang Dog. It was perfect. That's right. I, Jiang Qin, will challenge all the geniuses of the Pure Land. I will fight anyone who wants to kill me. Jiang Qin followed De Huang Dog's words and expressed his attitude. Ha! 5 patriarchs, what else do you have to say? Are you going to kill Jiang Qin directly, or are you going to let your geniuses fight with Jiang Qin? Or perhaps, your geniuses don't even have the courage to fight Jiang Qin. Peacock King laughed loudly. Are you kidding me? He's just a 6th-grade minor saint. There are countless geniuses in our desolate family. The number of people who can kill him is innumerable. Desolate Yuntian harumphed coldly. The desolate family was the leader of the 8 families in the Pure Land. They were ranked in the top 10 of the Sky ranking. The other 7 families each occupied one of the top 10 positions. Their desolate family occupied 3 positions. All right. Since you said so, the grudge between you and Jiang Qin will be settled by the young generation. Our demon race will never get involved in the fight between the young generation. Lang Xingtian quickly expressed his attitude. Humph. Little bastard, I will let you off lightly today. However, you have offended the desolate family. You will die sooner or later. Desolate Yuntian harumphed coldly again, agreeing with Lang Xingtian's words. This grudge would be settled by the young geniuses. All right. Let the young generation settle it. I would like to see if you, Jiang Qin, are invincible among the young generation. The patriarch of the Hua family, Hua Batian, said. Narang Changtian, Shi Haotian and Dan Yangtian nodded their heads. They decided not to attack Jiang Qin anymore. Firstly, they had to consider their reputation. Secondly, they couldn't admit that there was no one in the young generation. Moreover, they were in the spiritual space mountain, which was the territory of the demon race. No one knew what kind of war would happen if they were to fight. After all, the demon race wasn't a force to be trifled with. More importantly, they wanted to test the geniuses of their families. The appearance of Jiang Qin had given them a chance to gain experience. After this matter was spread out, Jiang Qin's name would certainly be known throughout the world. Whoever could kill Jiang Qin would be able to prove his or her name. This was a life and death experience. Most of their geniuses were like flowers in a greenhouse. Although they were gifted, they rarely had such a life and death experience. The fight with Jiang Qin was a life and death experience. The 5 tycoons didn't need to stay here since they had decided not to kill Yi Shiwen. They didn't say anything superfluous. They left the spiritual space mountain and disappeared. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King sighed endlessly. They didn't expect that the situation today would be resolved so easily. However, Desolate Yuntian and the others had left. However, it could be imagined that the Pure Land wouldn't be peaceful anymore from now on. Many geniuses who usually didn't show themselves would jump out to challenge Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, I didn't misjudge you. You are brave and resourceful. You will become a great person in the future. However, I have to remind you that none of those evildoers on the heavenly list are easy to deal with. Each of them is an expert of half-step great sage realm. Moreover, they have powerful means and trump cards. So, you have to be careful. Peacock King patted on Jiang Qin's shoulder and said. That's right, Jiang Qin. Although today's crisis has been resolved, those geniuses aren't easy to deal with. Although they could kill a 9th-grade minor saint, they aren't ordinary cultivators. Plus, each of them is a half-step great saint. Although a half-step great saint isn't a great saint, a ninth-grade minor saint can't be compared to them. Lang Xingtian said. Thank you, Patriarch and Peacock King, for your help. Jiang Qin can't thank you enough. As for those geniuses, I don't care about them. If they want to kill me, they should be prepared to be killed by me. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. The thought of fighting with the geniuses on the heavenly list made his blood boil. De Huang, take it out. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. All right. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a spatial ring that was radiating golden light. The spatial ring floated in front of Lang Xingtian. Everyone of the demon race saw the spatial ring. Chapter 869. My God. 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. That's equivalent to 1 billion Saint Elixir stones. This Jiang Chen is really generous. 1 billion high-grade true meta stones is a huge amount of wealth even for our demon race. He's truly a generous man. We didn't get anything good from our trip to Void Triangular Domain. Now, we have 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. That's not bad at all. This Jiang Chen is courageous and generous. He's indeed a man worth befriending. I like him. After 1 billion high-grade true meta stones were taken out, the attitude of the demon race towards Jiang Chen changed again. Who would be willing to take out 1 billion high-grade true meta stones? Alright, I won't be courteous then. Lang Xingtian wasn't a bashful person. He kept the spatial ring without hesitation. Given his status, he wouldn't even cast a glance at an ordinary 6th-grade minor saint, let alone pay attention to them. However, Jiang Chen was different. He could see Jiang Chen's potential. There was a high possibility that a peerless figure like the greatest saint would emerge in Saint Origin World and break the balance of the Pure Land. Making friends with such a person would be extremely beneficial to the development of the demon race in the future. Then, Lang Xingtian and Peacock King shifted their gaze to De Huang Dog. When they sensed that De Huang Dog was a 5th-grade minor demon saint, their eyes sparkled. Worthy of the divine beast bloodline. His advancement can't be judged by common sense. Lang Xingtian nodded and praised. He was even more determined to nurture De Huang Dog. From afar, the people of Heavenly Leopard King's face darkened. They wanted to watch a good show, but they didn't expect such an ending. Elder, I didn't expect that Jiang Chen and that dog could take out 1 billion high-grade true meta stones. Now, many people's attitude towards them has changed. That dog was still a 3rd-grade minor demon saint when he first arrived. After a trip to Void Triangular Domain, he has advanced to 5th-grade minor demon saint. This speed of advancement will definitely make Patriarch and Peacock King more determined to nurture him. This isn't good for us. One of the great sage-level demons said. It doesn't matter. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. At that time, we will have a way to get rid of this dog. The Heavenly Leopard King said and then turned to leave. That night, Peacock King personally prepared a place for Jiang Chen to cultivate. It was an incomparably quiet courtyard. Yan Chenyu, Dan King, and Tyrant were there. They had followed Golden Fur Lion King here and witnessed everything that happened in the demon race. They were really worried for Jiang Chen. Fortunately, Jiang Chen was safe and sound in the end. Brother Chen. Yan Chenyu threw herself into Jiang Chen's arms. She had been so worried during the day that she could finally relax. All right, aren't I fine now? Jiang Chen patted Yan Chenyu's shoulder. Greetings, Peacock King. Dan King and Tyrant saluted Peacock King at the same time. Tyrant's reaction was slightly better. After all, it wasn't his first time seeing Peacock King. Dan King was a yes-man. Although he was also an overlord, he wasn't on the same level as the Peacock King who dominated the Pure Land. Peacock King was a legendary figure. Dan King had never thought that he would be able to see the real Peacock King one day. You don't need to be so courteous with the old peacock. We are all on the same side. The Huang dog said. Only he dared to say such words in front of the Peacock King. If it was someone else, he would have slapped the person away. Big Yellow, I have something to tell you. Now that the Patriarch wants to train you, the Heavenly Leopard King will definitely try to stop him. The suspended tower will open again in 3 days. If you perform well at that time, you will be able to establish your status in the demon race. Otherwise, you will have more troubles in the demon race in the future. Peacock King said solemnly to the Huang dog. Suspended tower. What is that place? The Huang dog asked. That is the Saint Tower of the demon race. It has been passed down for a long time. It opens once a year and all the geniuses of the demon race can enter it to search for opportunities. The suspended tower has a total of 9 floors and there are many hidden treasures of the demon race. There are even inheritances left by the ancient ancestors and almighty figures of the demon race. As long as you can obtain the inheritances, you will be a person with great luck and is recognized by the ancestors. When the time comes, you will naturally be trained by the demon race. Since the beginning of the suspended tower, no one has been able to enter the 9th floor, including us. No one knows what the 9th floor of the suspended tower is like. We don't expect you to enter the 9th floor, but at least you can't perform too badly. Peacock King said and introduced the suspended tower to the Huang dog. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes. Today, the Huang dog had taken out 500 million high-grade true meta stones, which had already made many people feel good about the Huang dog. But he knew that the real reason the Huang dog's status would be this suspended tower. As long as the Huang dog could obtain the inheritance, everything would be different. De Huang, you can do it. Yan Chenyu waved her fist at the Huang dog. Peacock King, it seems like the demon race is not peaceful either. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. Basically, the demon race is divided into 2 branches. One branch is led by Sky Wolf King, which is the Patriarch's branch. The other branch is led by Heavenly Leopard King. Heavenly Leopard King is very powerful, not any weaker than the Patriarch. He has been eyeing the position of the Patriarch for a long time and is not on good terms with the Patriarch's branch. Now that the Patriarch wants to train De Huang, Heavenly Leopard King will naturally stop him. This time, if De Huang does not perform well in the suspended tower, it will give Heavenly Leopard King an excuse. Peacock King said. He had nothing to hide from Jiang Qin. Plus, it was not a secret that the demon race was not on good terms with each other. Many outsiders knew about it. Don't worry. This master dog, will definitely step into the 9th floor. The Huang dog said arrogantly. Motherfucker, will you die if you don't brag? No one has ever entered the 9th floor before. Do you think you can be the first? Peacock King could not stand it anymore and kicked the Huang dog's butt. Peacock King, there is one thing that I don't understand. Jiang Chen said. What is it? Peacock King looked at Jiang Chen. The 8 families of Pure Land are the most powerful forces in the entire Saint Origin world. Logically speaking, there should be powerful 9th grade great saints among them, but the strongest one here today is only a 6th grade great saint. What's going on? Jiang Chen asked the question in his heart. This question had been bothering him for a long time. Back when he was unstoppable in the world, the 8 families were so powerful that a 6th grade great saint was nothing to him. But now, a sixth-grade great saint had become the patriarch and the strongest existence. It seems like you don't know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Peacock King said. But it's not strange that you don't know about it. Besides the 8 families of Pure Land, very few people know about the existence of Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace. What is that place? Jiang Chen frowned. He really hadn't heard of it before. When the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, he opened a new path for the great saints of Saint Origin world. At that time, a lot of immortals from the 8 major families ascended to the immortal world. Before they ascended, they jointly created a spatial zone, a small world, named after Saint Origin world and named it Saint Origin Palace. This small world was personally created by powerful immortals. The heaven and earth yuan qi was extremely dense. The immortals of the 8 major families also laid out a grand formation, allowing the small world to absorb all kinds of powerful yuan qi from the void. Powerful 9th-grade minor saints could even absorb a small amount of immortal qi. For the past 100 years, Saint Origin Palace has become the true cultivation sanctuary of Saint Origin world. Peacock King paused for a moment and continued. Saint Origin Palace only provides convenience to the 8 families. All the experts above 7th-grade great saint can enter Saint Origin Palace for cultivation. There are also a large number of peerless geniuses of the 8 families. The geniuses and young great saints of the 8 families can enter Saint Origin Palace for further cultivation. The sky ranking of Pure Land can't represent the true standard of the young generation of Saint Origin world. It can be said that the true monstrous geniuses are in Saint Origin Palace. After listening to Peacock King's introduction of Saint Origin Palace, Jiang Chen was incomparably shocked. He initially thought that the 8 families of Pure Land were the pinnacle existences of Saint Origin world. He had never thought that there was an even more powerful Saint Origin Palace. It seemed like a lot of major events had happened after his fall. I see. Jiang Chen nodded. No matter how shocked he was, he finally understood why there weren't any experts above 7th-grade great saint in Pure Land. I used to cultivate in Saint Origin Palace. Saint Origin Palace is divided into 8 palaces, named after the 8 families. There are constant battles between them. In recent years, the Desolate family has been developing the fastest. Perhaps it isn't obvious in Pure Land, but in Saint Origin Palace, the Desolate family is undoubtedly the number 1. Peacock King said. Once there is a difference in strength among the 8 families, the gap between them will only get bigger and bigger. As time goes by, the balance between the 8 families will be broken. I'm afraid that the ambition of the Desolate family isn't small. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. Whether it is Pure Land or Saint Origin Palace, they have been peaceful for too long. Peacock King looked at Jiang Chen meaningfully. His meaning was clear. The peace had begun to be broken. Because of Jiang Chen's existence, it would only get more chaotic in the future. Pure Land, Saint Origin Palace. Jiang Chen murmured. The existence of Saint Origin Palace had made his vision and goal bigger. He could no longer confine himself to Pure Land. If he wanted to return to the pinnacle of this world, he would have to clash with Saint Origin Palace. He had to break the current situation. Of course, Jiang Chen was now the enemy of the 5 major families. It was only a matter of time before Saint Origin Palace got involved. All right. You all have just returned from Void Triangular Domain. I won't disturb you anymore. De Huang, you better prepare yourself. The suspended tower will open 3 days later. Don't embarrass me at that time. Otherwise, I will skin you alive. Peacock King said ferociously to De Huang Dog. Chapter 870. The Huang dog stuck out his tongue while looking at the back of the Peacock King. He really wanted to bite the Peacock King's butt. However, this old peacock was not someone to be trifled with. The Huang dog had no choice but to restrain himself. At this time, Tyrant walked towards Jiang Qin and said, "Little Qinzi, I'm going back to the Western Domain. I have benefited a lot from this trip to Void Triangular Domain, especially the Saraira. I'm going back to Green Lotus Mountain to meditate for a while." Alright, Green Lotus Mountain is a very suitable place for meditating. I'll leave you a signaling talisman. This talisman has been infused with my natal essence. Even if you're in the Western Domain, you can still send me a message if you need anything. There are some high-grade true meta stones in this spatial ring. These stones contain a lot of pure light energy. They will be of great help to you. Even for Great Master Ran Feng, the benefits will be much better than refining Saint Elixir. Jiang Qin took out a golden talisman and a spatial ring and handed them over to Tyrant. This talisman was incomparable to any ordinary signaling talisman. Jiang Qin had infused his natal essence into it. Therefore, even if Tyrant was in the Western Domain, he could still send a message to Jiang Qin anytime. Alright, I'm leaving now. Take care of yourself. Tyrant didn't stay in the demon race for too long. He left immediately. He knew that Jiang Qin would have to face all kinds of difficulties and dangers in the future. However, with his current cultivation, he wouldn't be able to provide any help to Jiang Qin even if he stayed. "Chen Er, I'm going back to Dan Yuan City. After all, this is the demon race and I'm an outsider. It won't be good for me to stay here." Dan King arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Looking at his son-in-law, he had mixed feelings in his heart. When he first saw Jiang Qin, he knew that Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Jiang Qin would have great achievements in the future. However, he had never thought that Jiang Qin could grow to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even he could only look up to Jiang Qin. Now, Jiang Qin's name had spread across the world. He was very proud of Jiang Qin. To put it bluntly, the incident in Void Triangular Domain was partly because of Dan King. If Dan King didn't bring Jiang Qin there, such a thing wouldn't have happened. "Godfather, this is the tenebrous fire source that I snatched from the auction in King City. After you refine this fire source, your cultivation will definitely reach another level. If you fuse it into your flames, it will be of great help to your alchemy. Soon, I'll head over to the Gu clan to settle Sister Ning's matter. Once I've established a good relationship with the Gu clan, you can head over to the Gu clan to cultivate. With your identity as an alchemist, you'll definitely be respected by the people there." Jiang Qin took out the dark fire source and handed it to Dan King. Dan King was a powerful alchemist. As for how to refine a flame, there was no need for Jiang Qin to teach him. Moreover, Jiang Qin believed that this dark fire source would be of great help to Dan King. "Alright. In that case, I won't be polite anymore." Dan King didn't want to be angry with Jiang Qin. He kept the dark fire source and left like a monk. "Little Qinzi, you have declared war against all the geniuses in the Pure Land. I'm afraid that you will not have a good time in the future," the Huang dog said. Because of the incident in Void Triangular Domain, the Pure Land was destined to be stirred up by a storm and Jiang Qin was destined to be the main character in this storm. "You don't have to worry about me. The most important thing for you now is to deal with the suspended tower in 3 days." Jiang Qin slapped on the Huang dog's head. "Actually, I have no interest in the monster race," the Huang dog murmured. "I know you don't have much interest in the demon race, but we do need the demon race as our backer. Moreover, the Peacock King and the Celestial Wolf King have shown us kindness, and we are not ungrateful people. The demon race is not peaceful internally, and only you can bring peace and unity to the demon race. Jiang Qin sighed. He knew Big Yellow too well. The thing this dog hated the most was being tied down. He longed for a life of solitude without any worries. Fighting and killing, roaming the world, killing whenever he felt like it, running away whenever he felt like it. There was no worry in his life. I know. The Huang dog shook his head. He was very clear about the current situation. Plus, Peacock King and Heavenly Wolf King had been very kind to him. In 3 days' time, I can guarantee that my cultivation will advance to the 6th grade minor demon saint. However, I don't know what's going on inside the suspended tower. I don't know if there are any battles. If there are, I won't be a match for those monstrous geniuses of the demon race with my current strength. The Huang dog was worried. Don't worry. I will enter the suspended tower with you. Jiang Qin said. You are not a member of the monster race. I am afraid that you are not qualified to enter. The Heavenly Leopard King will definitely stop you. The Huang dog said. I have my own way. You should go and cultivate in seclusion. I need some time to comprehend my cultivation since I have advanced continuously in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Qin said. Then, he looked at Yan Qinyu and took out the 3 drops of water of 9 yin. Xiao Yu, this water of 9 yin is very useful for you. After you refine it, you might be able to condense the embryonic form of the ice god's heart. Your cultivation will improve a lot. Jiang Chen handed the water of 9 yin to Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu nodded. She kept the water of 9 yin and went into seclusion to refine it. Looking at the back of Yan Qinyu, Jiang Chen suddenly felt distressed. Yan Qinyu had been working very hard all this time just so that she wouldn't be a burden to him. She had never complained about it. She had been working very hard just to shorten the gap between them. The place that Peacock King had found was very quiet. It was the most suitable place for the demon race to cultivate. Jiang Chen also chose to go into seclusion. He had gained a lot in this trip to Void Triangular Domain. Not to mention the 10 billion high-grade true meta stones, he had also obtained more than 100 9th-grade minor Saint Dark Spirits. Due to the uniqueness of the dragon transformation art, refining these dark spirits was effortless. In other words, as long as Jiang Qin wanted to, he could refine these dark spirits to break through to the next level. At least, he would have no problem advancing to the 7th grade minor saint. However, Jiang Qin didn't plan to do that. He had been advancing very fast recently. He needed to stop and stabilize his cultivation. Apart from that, Jiang Qin felt pressured. His enemies were too strong. Although he could defeat the Northern and Southern dynasties with his current cultivation, the Northern and Southern dynasties were only 7th grade minor saints. They had advanced 2 levels using the eternal immortal wind, so they couldn't be considered as a true 9th grade minor saint. Of course, the strength of the Northern and Southern dynasties was undeniable. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, it would be a piece of cake for the Northern and Southern dynasties to rule the entire Dark Generation. But now, he was going to face those monstrous geniuses of the Pure Land, especially those monstrous geniuses on the Sky ranking. Each of them had already reached the half-step Great Saint realm. Their innate talent was superior. Some of them even had strange physiques. In addition to their powerful half-step Great Saint cultivation base, even Jiang Qin didn't have the confidence to defeat them. However, Jiang Qin wouldn't back down. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit of fear when facing such monstrous geniuses. Instead, he would feel his blood boiling. His next goal was very clear. His path couldn't be limited to the Pure Land anymore. There was still the high and mighty Saint Origin Palace. The current situation was also very clear. After establishing the Huang Dog's position in the demon race, he would go to the ancient people. Although he had enmity with the 5 major families, he had to maintain a good relationship with the demon race and the ancient people. Although he had a good relationship with Gumu, Gumu didn't have any real status in the ancient people. Therefore, it was necessary for him to go to the ancient people. Wuningzhu was still there. Wuningzhu's mother was still unknown. Besides that, he was afraid that the geniuses of the Pure Land would become restless soon. It was basically impossible for him to stay calm. Jiang Chen and the Huang Dog were in seclusion. The courtyard was tranquil. However, the entire Pure Land was boiling. The big event that happened in Void Triangular Domain had spread across the entire Pure Land. The name Jiang Chen had become a popular topic. Everyone was talking about him. The 5 patriarchs personally went to the demon race to kill Jiang Chen. However, they returned empty-handed because Jiang Chen had issued a challenge to all the geniuses of the Pure Land. How arrogant were the geniuses of the 5 major families! Almost as soon as they received the news, some of them jumped out. On the second day, the genius of the Desolate family, Xiao Liang, was the first one to act. He declared that he would take the head of Jiang Chen outside the spiritual space mountain to avenge the death of the people of the Desolate family and defend the divine prestige of the Desolate family. Let's go to the spiritual space mountain to watch the show. Xiao Liang has already taken action. That Xiao Liang is a peerless genius. I heard that he has already reached the peak of 9th grade minor saint. I wonder if he can kill Jiang Chen. I don't think so. Rumor has it that Jiang Chen has killed many 9th grade minor saints in Void Triangular Domain. An ordinary 9th grade minor saint is no match for him. Although Xiao Liang is strong, he is only ranked 30th in the Sky ranking. He might not be a match for Jiang Chen. Not necessarily. There are a total of 50 people in the Sky ranking. Each of them is a genius among geniuses. They all have powerful trump cards and means. An existence like Xiao Liang isn't comparable to an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. That Jiang Chen might be able to kill an ordinary 9th grade minor saint, but he might not be a match for Xiao Liang. Why are we talking so much? Let's go and have a look. We can also see what kind of person Jiang Chen is. The Pure Land hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many of the young generation were shocked. The Pure Land had been peaceful for too long. Today, a devil incarnate like Jiang Chen had appeared. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention. Xiao Liang was a rare genius of the Desolate family. Naturally, it would attract a lot of attention if he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. This was the first battle between Jiang Chen and the genius of the Pure Land. No matter what the result was, it would attract a lot of attention. Although Xiao Liang was ranked 30th in the Sky ranking, his strength was much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. If Jiang Chen was still a 5th grade minor saint, perhaps Xiao Liang could fight him, but he was already a 6th grade minor saint. No one below half-step great saint would be a match for him. Even the northern and southern dynasties were killed by him. No matter how strong this Xiao Liang was, he wouldn't be stronger than the northern and southern dynasties. The combat strength of the northern and southern dynasties after using the eternal immortal wind was comparable to a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only interested in those half-step great saints who were ranked in the top 10 of the Sky ranking. Outside the spiritual space mountain, a lot of people had gathered. Xiao Liang and Jiang Chen were considered as the first battle after Jiang Chen declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It would certainly attract a lot of attention. What's going on? Why hasn't that Jiang Chen come out yet? Could it be that he is afraid? Impossible. He was the one who declared war against the geniuses of the Pure Land. It wouldn't make sense for him to hide and not come out. I think he is afraid. After all, Xiao Liang is very strong. He is ranked 30th in the Sky ranking. As for that Jiang Qin, I heard that he is only a 5th grade minor saint or a 6th grade minor saint. It is reasonable for him to be afraid of him. The fact that Jiang Qin still hadn't come out had aroused the dissatisfaction of many people. Many of them thought that Jiang Qin was afraid. As soon as their words faded, they saw a handsome youth in white walking in the sky. In a blink, he appeared in front of Xiao Liang. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His face was full of resoluteness. One look and anyone would know that he was a dragon among the humans. You are Jiang Qin. Xiao Liang looked at Jiang Qin and asked loudly. That's right. It's me. Jiang Qin's voice was indifferent. He is still young. He is even younger than me. I never thought that Jiang Qin would be such a young man. Yeah. It's really rare to have such achievements at such a young age. Plus, he was unknown before this. I think he is just a rogue cultivator, unlike those geniuses of the 8 major families who had countless resources since they were young. Who do you think is more powerful? I think Xiao Liang has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a figure in the Sky ranking. It's hard to say. Let's see. Today is destined to be an earth-shattering battle. The appearance of Jiang Qin had aroused countless people's amazement. They were amazed by his young age. Many of them were already prepared to watch a good show. In their opinion, the battle between Jiang Qin and Xiao Liang was bound to be earth-shattering. To many young people, being able to watch such a battle would benefit them a lot. Jiang Qin, you are really audacious. How dare you kill so many people of my desolate family and challenge the geniuses of the Pure Land? I, Xiao Liang, am here to kill you and raise the prestige of my desolate family. Xiao Liang's chi fluctuated. Make your move. But let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better use your strongest attack. Otherwise, I'm afraid that you will die before you have the chance to use it. Jiang Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His whole body was filled with a domineering aura. Haha, this is really funny. Do I need to use my full strength to deal with you? Go to hell. Xiao Liang burst into laughter. He felt that he had just heard the funniest joke. He wanted to use his strength to cripple Jiang Qin and let him know what true power was. Sigh. Jiang Qin sighed. He really didn't want to be entangled with such a character. Facing Xiao Liang's incoming attack, Jiang Qin directly took out the Heavenly Saint sword. The terrifying great sword created countless sword webs. Its speed was extremely fast, shattering all of Xiao Liang's attacks. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xiao Liang. What? Xiao Liang cried out in surprise. It was still the same. If one didn't fight with Jiang Qin, he would never understand how terrifying Jiang Qin was. Just like now, facing Jiang Qin's swift and violent sword, Xiao Liang felt that he was facing death. He really regretted not listening to Jiang Qin's words and using his strongest trump card. Destroy. Chapter 872. You can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin simply left these 4 words and slowly kept his Heavenly Saint sword. He turned around and left, disappearing from the sky, leaving the crowd dumbfounded. Jiang Qin had left, but the silence in the beginning had turned into an uproar. Everyone was looking at desolate Liang, who was cut in half by Jiang Qin. Some of them rubbed their eyes hard, unable to accept that this was real. It was like a dream. Especially those who were confident that Desolate Liang could kill Jiang Qin. When they saw the result, their jaws dropped to the ground. The same went for the others. In many people's opinion, this was destined to be an earth-shattering battle. Even if Jiang Qin had the chance to win, he would at least need to put up a fight. Who would have thought that Desolate Liang would be killed by Jiang Qin in an instant? He didn't even have the chance to resist. Although Desolate Liang didn't use his most powerful trump card, it also showed how powerful Jiang Qin was. The 30th genius on the Sky ranking didn't even have the chance to use his trump card in front of Jiang Qin. This was simply a kind of irony and tragedy. So strong. Some people exclaimed, having a new view of Jiang Qin. Too awesome. He killed the genius of Desolate family with a single sword strike and left without leaving any trace behind. This is the true definition of awesome. He is truly awesome. A 6th grade minor saint could kill a 9th grade minor saint genius in an instant. Although I didn't see the earth-shattering battle, this battle is even more exciting. This Jiang Qin really lives up to his reputation. It seems like only the half-step great saint geniuses of the younger generation can deal with him. Didn't you see? Jiang Qin didn't even humiliate Desolate Liang. He killed him directly. This means that he didn't put someone like Desolate Liang in his eyes. This is the first battle between Jiang Qin and a genius of the Sky ranking. He has displayed his qi. Everyone was astonished. Everyone was thinking about Jiang Qin's sword just now. It was so unfathomable that even the Shao clan's genius couldn't block it. Some people rushed over in high spirits, but the battle was already over. When they found out the result, they were also extremely shocked. Soon, the news of Jiang Qin killing Shao Liang spread throughout the Pure Land. Now, any topic related to Jiang Qin would cause a commotion. Not to mention, this was the first battle. Shao Liang's death shocked all the geniuses of the Pure Land. It made those geniuses from the 5 major clans stop their thoughts of challenging Jiang Qin. They measured the gap between their strength and Shao Liang's. They were absolutely sure that they would die if they were to face Jiang Qin. Even those who were ranked higher than Shao Liang on the Sky list didn't dare to challenge Jiang Qin. This was because even they didn't have the means to kill Shao Liang. They couldn't even kill Shao Liang. Now it seems that only those super monstrous geniuses in the top 10 of the Sky list can deal with Jiang Qin. Yes, but such monstrous geniuses rarely appear. Some of them are in closed-door training to attack the Great Sage Realm. Some of them are out adventuring. I don't know where they went. Let's wait and see. Shao Liang's death will certainly alarm those monstrous geniuses. The geniuses of the 5 major clans will certainly take action to deal with Jiang Qin. This is related to the reputation of their major clans and the reputation of the Pure Land's geniuses. I believe that it won't be long before someone appears to deal with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was being discussed everywhere. Everyone was talking about Jiang Qin. Many people predicted that those super geniuses who were either in closed-door training or adventuring outside would appear in the next few days. At that time, it would be truly lively. Jiang Qin was able to kill Shao Liang, but he was certainly not a match for those who were in the top 10 of the Sky list. Many experts of the demon race were also paying attention to the process of Jiang Qin killing Shao Liang. Especially Lang Xingtian, Peacock King, and Heavenly Leopard King. After all, they had only heard about the incident in Void Triangular Domain. They had never seen Jiang Qin in action. But this time, they saw it with their own eyes. It was the first time that they had seen such a terrifying young man. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King greatly praised Jiang Qin. They were almost sure that the Pure Land would not be peaceful because of this young man. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about these things. He just continued his closed-door training. In the next 2 days, no geniuses of the Pure Land came to challenge him. From this, it could be seen that Xiao Liang's death had rung an alarm bell for many people. After weighing their own strength, they chose not to make a move. Now, they were waiting for those monstrous geniuses on the sky list to make a move. Today was the most important day of the year in the demon race. Many of the young geniuses would enter the suspended tower to look for opportunities. Early in the morning, Golden Lion King arrived at the courtyard. Coincidentally, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had also come out from their closed-door training. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation didn't make any progress, his essence, qi, and spirit were much more vigorous than before. He had used 3 days to completely stabilize his cultivation. De Huang Dog's transformation was huge. His cultivation had reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint. He was only 1 step away from 7th grade minor demon saint. Such progress was very fast. With his current strength, an ordinary 7th grade minor saint was no match for him. He could even deal with an 8th grade minor saint. If he used his forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an 8th grade minor saint. De Huang, I didn't expect you to make such progress in just 3 days. You are indeed not simple. Peacock King asked me to bring you to the suspended tower. Golden Lion King said. Alright, let's go. De Huang Dog's face was relaxed and casual. There wasn't any trace of nervousness on his face. Lion King, can you tell me more about the situation inside the suspended tower? Jiang Chen asked while walking. The suspended tower has existed since the ancient times. To the demon race, it is basically a sacred existence. It is basically the religion of the demon race. The suspended tower opens once every year. There isn't any dangerous place inside, only opportunities. However, there aren't many of them. There are inheritances left behind by the ancient experts, but those who can obtain them are very few. De Huang Dog entered the suspended tower, seemingly to look for opportunities like other disciples of the demon race, but in fact, it was a road of no return. However, the Patriarch and the Peacock King had no choice. They wanted to cultivate De Huang, so De Huang must enter the suspended tower together with them. Otherwise, it would be even more difficult for De Huang Dog to survive in the demon race in the future. Even if he had the bloodline of a divine beast, there would be people who wanted to steal his bloodline. Chapter 873. The suspended tower was located in an independent space. This space had always existed. Rather than saying that the suspended tower was attached to this space, it would be more accurate to say that this space was attached to the suspended tower. The suspended tower was just like its name. It was suspended in the air of this space. The whole tower was extremely tall and it was emitting an ancient and majestic aura. This was an ancient tower. There was no brilliance on its surface. No one knew how long it had existed. It was the supreme existence of the demon race and represented the belief of the demon race. At this moment, there were already a lot of people surrounding the ancient tower. Today was a big day for the demon race. Countless demon race people had come here. On this day, anyone of the demon race was qualified to enter this place. As long as you were a member of the demon race, you would not be restricted. Those who were closest to the ancient tower were obviously the top figures of the demon race. However, these top figures were obviously divided into 2 factions. The Heavenly Wolf and the Heavenly Leopard were not on good terms for a long time. When Jiang Chen and the others arrived, they saw such a situation. Under the lead of Golden Fur Lion King, they came directly to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast. He was the focus of training. Naturally, he was qualified to stand next to Lang Xingtian and Peacock King. De Huang, Jiang Qin, you are here. Lang Xingtian greeted them. Today is a big day for our demon race. It is the most important day for our demon race. How can an outsider and a human step into the sacred place of our demon race? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the opposite side. The speaker was a young man with leopard patterns all over his body. He looked very strong. There was a golden leopard pattern mark between his eyebrows. He looked very young, but his cultivation was very strong. He had already reached the half-step Great Sage realm. He was only one step away from the Great Sage realm. This man is Leopard Wei. Golden Fur Lion King transmitted his voice to Jiang Qin. That's right. This is a big event for the demon race. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Get out of here. Someone next to Leopard Wei immediately echoed. The spearhead was instantly pointed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin has given us 500 million supreme grade Jin Yuan stones, and he is our honored guest. Plus, he is only here to visit. The suspended tower is about to open, so everyone shut up. Lang Xingtian said. His words silenced everyone, including Leopard Wei. Although he was a descendant of the heavenly Leopard King, Lang Xingtian was still the patriarch of the demon race. He had the highest status in the demon race. In public, Lang Xingtian's words were very dignified. Provoking the patriarch's dignity was a great disrespect. Even Leopard Wei didn't dare to do so. Furthermore, with Lang Xingtian's status, it was understandable for him to invite a distinguished guest to the demon race's grand gathering. After that, Lang Xingtian took out an ancient talisman. The talisman was in the shape of a pentagon. It looked very strange and it looked like a key. In fact, this talisman that was emitting an ancient aura was the key to open the suspended tower. Lang Xingtian threw the talisman upwards. Immediately, the talisman flew to the top of the ancient tower as if it was guided by something. If one looked carefully, it was not hard to see that there was a card slot at the top of the ancient tower. The card slot was exactly the same as the talisman. When the talisman fell into the card slot, the entire suspended tower became restless. Wang wang wang, a buzzing sound rang out from within the ancient pagoda, and rays of resplendent golden light appeared. These rays of light illuminated the ancient pagoda, making it look extremely mystical, and gave it a noble aura. After that, a loud sound was heard. An illusory door appeared in the sky. It was the door that led to the inside of the ancient tower. The door had an identification function. Anyone who possessed the bloodline of the demon race could enter it. Anyone who was not a member of the demon race would be excluded. Look, the door of the suspended tower is open again. This time, I must get great benefits when I enter. That's right. This is the only chance in a year. I hope I am the lucky one. If I am lucky enough to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Almighty, my cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. I will reach Kong Yang's level. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Alright, stop daydreaming. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? You are a jinx. You are not fated to be lucky. Seeing that the gate of the suspended tower had been opened, the young geniuses of the monster race were excited. To anyone, this was a great opportunity. In the past, there had been some people who had been blessed by the heavens and obtained the inheritance of the ancient monster race from the suspended tower. From then on, they had achieved a meteoric rise. Therefore, the suspended tower was a dream and a hope for many of the monster race. This time, I must enter the 8th floor and surpass Kong Yang to enter the top 10 of the sky ranking. Heavenly Leopard clenched his fists tightly. He had great hope and confidence in the suspended tower this time. Don't forget the most important thing. Heavenly Leopard King transmitted his voice to Leopard Wei. Don't worry, Great Elder. As long as that dog enters the suspended tower, I will make sure that he will never come out again. Leopard Wei sneered. Heavenly Leopard King nodded secretly. He was very confident in Leopard Wei's ability and means. Although the Huang dog had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor demon saint, he would still die if he fought Leopard Wei. Basically, there wouldn't be any miracle. Although the conversation between Heavenly Leopard King and Leopard Wei was transmitted through divine sense, Jiang Qin could still hear it clearly. With Jiang Chen's means, even Heavenly Leopard King wouldn't be able to escape his senses if he wanted to eavesdrop. The Great Soul Derivation technique was very powerful and its senses were the best in the world. On the other side, Peacock King also noticed that something was wrong. His expression turned ugly, but he couldn't enter the suspended tower. He could only remind the Huang dog to be more careful. De Huang, you must be extra careful when you enter the suspended tower. Patriarch, in order to prevent someone from harming De Huang, I would like to request to enter the suspended tower with De Huang. Jiang Chen spoke to Lang Xingtian all of a sudden. He didn't try to suppress his voice. Every one of them could hear it clearly. When they heard that Jiang Chen was going to enter the suspended tower together with them, it caused a commotion. Are you kidding me? He is a human and he wants to enter the suspended tower? Is he an idiot? That's right. He is an outsider and he is not qualified to participate in the demon race's grand event. Even if he can enter, he won't be able to pass the gate of the suspended tower. I think he is thinking too much. Only the demon race can enter the suspended tower. He is just a human. Voices were heard one after another. In the eyes of the demon race, Jiang Qin wanted to enter the suspended tower. It was undoubtedly a ridiculous thing. Jiang Qin, this is the suspended tower. Humans can't enter it, said Lang Xingtian. In fact, he hoped that Jiang Qin could enter the suspended tower more than anyone else. If that was the case, De Huang would be safe. He had seen Jiang Chen's strength with his own eyes. Even someone like Xiao Liang was killed by Jiang Qin in a second. As long as Jiang Qin was with De Huang, it would be unrealistic for Leopard Wei to kill De Huang dog. Patriarch, you might not know this but my cultivation method is very special. I have absorbed a lot of demon beast's bloodline. I have even killed a white tiger with the bloodline of a divine beast and absorbed its bloodline. Maybe I can be recognized by the suspended tower. Jiang Qin said. Chapter 874. What? This man has actually refined the bloodline of the white tiger. Damn it. When did the white tiger appear in Saint Origin World? Why didn't we know about it? The white tiger is one of the 5 divine beasts. It's superior and its bloodline is extremely powerful. If we, the demon race, obtain it, we will definitely gain endless benefits. What's more surprising is that he can refine the bloodline of a demon beast. This is unbelievable. Humans and demon race are 2 completely different races. Even if humans want to refine our demon spirit, they have to do it bit by bit. It's even more impossible to absorb the bloodline of a demon beast. It seems like the cultivation method of this brat is extremely special. So what? After all, he is a human. Even if he has absorbed the bloodline of a demon beast, it's impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Many people were shocked that Jiang Qin had actually refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger. He was really lucky. From another point of view, it was enough to prove that Jiang Qin was a man with great luck. However, in everyone's opinion, Jiang Qin had come alone after all. Even if he had refined and absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, it was almost impossible for him to pass the identification of the suspended tower. Is that so? Lang Xingtian frowned. Patriarch, in that case, why don't we let him try and see if he can pass the identification of the suspended tower? If he can enter the tower with De Huang, it will be a great help to De Huang's safety. I remember that Jiang Qin has a transformation technique that allows him to transform into a demon beast. Peacock King said. No, those who are not from the demon race are not eligible to enter the suspended tower. A powerful fourth-grade great saint beside Heavenly Leopard King said. Humph. As long as one can pass the identification of the suspended tower, he will be eligible to enter the tower. This is the rule of the suspended tower and also the rule of our ancestors. Peacock King harumphed coldly. Lang Xingtian waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue. He glanced at the gate of the suspended tower that had just opened, then looked at Jiang Qin and said, Jiang Qin, you try and see if you can pass the identification of the suspended tower. Thank you, Patriarch. Jiang Qin clasped his fist towards Lang Xingtian, then turned around and flew towards the illusory door. He believed that the dragon transformation skill could help him enter the suspended tower. Otherwise, the true dragon bloodline would become a joke. This trip to the suspended tower was crucial to De Huang. If he did not enter, what awaited De Huang would be the end of the world. Jiang Chen stood in front of the door of the suspended tower. Many people's eyes fell on Jiang Qin. They wanted to see if a human like Jiang Qin could pass the identification test. In front of the illusory door, Jiang Qin could feel traces of desolate qi overflowing from the door. It was a very ancient qi. Through this door, he seemed to be able to see the supreme holy land of the demon race. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Qin began to circulate the dragon transformation skill. Lines of blood-red dragon marks surged out from his body. Each dragon mark was like an illusory true dragon, vivid and lifelike, making Jiang Qin look incomparably divine. Along with the emergence of the dragon marks, Jiang Qin also exuded a superior qi. Some of the weaker demons were mesmerized by him, and couldn't help but want to worship him. So powerful. He is obviously a human, but he can exude the qi of the king of demons. It makes me want to worship him. Some people exclaimed, not daring to believe what they were seeing. Jiang Chen slowly raised his palm that was emitting blood-red light and pressed it on the illusory door. His target this time was De Huang Dog. Seeing that his plan was about to succeed, how could he allow someone to ruin it? Although this Jiang Chen might not be Leopard Wei's opponent, he had seen the scene of Jiang Chen killing Xiao Liang. If Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei were to fight, it would definitely be earth-shattering. However, the suspended tower was not suitable for such a fierce battle. Once the suspended tower was damaged in the slightest, it might anger the spirits of the ancestors. No one could bear this responsibility. Heavenly Leopard, don't forget the rules of the suspended tower. As long as you pass the identification test, you can enter. Moreover, Jiang Chen has already formed a resonance with the suspended tower. This is something that has never happened before. Even the suspended tower has approved of him. What right do you have to object? Also, don't forget your identity. You are only the Great Elder. It is not up to you to make decisions in the demon race. The Peacock King said loudly. He had a fiery temper. Even if it was the powerful Heavenly Leopard King, he would not put him in his eyes. Peacock King, on crucial matters, the Great Elder has the right to participate in the decision-making. If you want to let this outsider enter the suspended tower, this Great Elder will not agree. The Heavenly Leopard King's attitude was firm. It seemed that he would not back down. Heavenly Leopard, you are too rude. Lang Xingtian was enraged. As the patriarch of the demon race, he had to have his own dignity. Now that he was provoked by the Heavenly Leopard King, if he did not do anything, it would greatly affect his prestige. The Heavenly Leopard King frowned. Today was a big day for the demon race. It would not look good if he made a scene. Now, Lang Xingtian's attitude was extremely strong. However, if he allowed Jiang Qin to enter the suspended tower, it would interfere with his plan. This time, entering the suspended tower was the best opportunity to eliminate the Huang dog. If he could not eliminate the Huang this time, the De Huang dog would most likely obtain great benefits from the suspended tower. At that time, his position in the demon race would be stabilized, and it would be extremely difficult to eliminate him. Patriarch, in order to let an outsider enter our demon race's sacred ground, other than obtaining the approval of the suspended tower, he must also be able to convince so many demon race members. As long as Jiang Qin can defeat me, let him enter the suspended tower. Leopard Wei opened his mouth and said. He actually issued a challenge to Jiang Qin. As soon as these words came out, the Heavenly Leopard King's eyes suddenly lit up. He gave Leopard Wei a look of admiration. Leopard Wei's method was undoubtedly the best method to solve the current situation. He believed in Leopard Wei's strength. With the cultivation of a half-step great sage, Jiang Qin was definitely not his opponent. If they fought outside, it would not seem disrespectful to the suspended tower. With Lang Xingtian and Peacock King obstructing him, it was not realistic for Leopard Wei to kill Jiang Qin. As long as he could defeat Jiang Qin, it would not affect his plan. Yes, let's fight. Let us see his strength. As long as he can defeat Leopard Wei, let him enter the suspended tower. We will be convinced. This is a good solution. Otherwise, we will not be convinced if we let an outsider enter our sacred ground. For a moment, many people of the Heavenly Leopard King's bloodline voiced out. As the voices grew louder, it was impossible for Jiang Qin not to accept Leopard Wei's challenge. This bastard. Peacock King was a little angry. Alright, I accept his challenge. However, without waiting for Peacock King to speak, Jiang Qin directly agreed. Jiang Qin had already seen the situation clearly. If he wanted to enter the suspended tower, there were bound to be many obstacles. Even I have to admit that you are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. But in terms of innate talent, I, Leopard Wei, am inferior to you. But my current cultivation grade is higher than yours. You and I are not on the same level. I advise you to withdraw from the demon race. Leopard Wei looked at the indifferent face of Jiang Qin and said. It seemed like Leopard Wei was an honest man to say such words. One should know that a genius like him could say that his innate talent wasn't as good as others. It was undoubtedly a very rare thing. It was a very rare thing. I'm sorry. De Huang is my brother. You can't deal with him. Although there is a gap between our cultivation grade, you are no match for me if we really fight. Jiang Qin said. Ha! Jiang Qin, it seems like you are too arrogant. Do you think that you can deal with me after killing Xiao Liang? You are really ignorant. In that case, I will let you know the terror of a half-step great saint. Leopard Wei felt that he was amused by Jiang Qin's words. A monstrous demon qi overflowed from his body. Now that the suspended tower was about to open, Leopard Wei didn't want to waste any more time. He decided to attack first. He clenched his fist, making a caw-caw sound. Suddenly, he punched at Jiang Qin. Roar! Leopard Wei's punch produced a shadow of a cheetah. It issued a dull roar of a cheetah. The powerful fist wind was constantly flashing like a knife. It was overwhelming and crushed the void into pieces. The might of just one punch had such a tyrannical momentum. It could be seen how powerful Leopard Wei was. Feeling the power of Leopard Wei, Jiang Chen's eyes began to flicker with a strange brilliance. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill had always been to become stronger. The strength of Leopard Wei didn't make Jiang Chen flinch. Instead, it stimulated his fighting spirit. Crack! With a sway of his arm, it turned into a blood-red dragon arm. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, his body had been tempered beyond recognition. He didn't transform right now, as he wanted to feel the gap between him and Leopard Wei in his true form. Rumble, Jiang Chen also blasted a punch. The boundless wind and waves turned into a vast ocean. Both of them moved extremely fast. They collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble, the sky shook. The battlefield created by the Peacock King was instantly smashed into pieces. Ice-cold spatial hurricanes drifted everywhere. However, the Peacock King's means were powerful. Not a single trace of the battle leaked out from the battlefield. However, although the crowd could not feel the fluctuations of the battle, the earth-shattering battle inside still made them incomparably shocked. This was only the first collision, but there was already such a huge commotion. Dang dang dang, Jiang Chen retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stabilize his body. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the previous collision, Jiang Chen's strength was not as strong as Leopard Wei. He was directly injured. However, this kind of injury didn't affect him at all. After absorbing the essence of wood, the recovery ability of Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill had reached an incomparably terrifying level. The injury in front of him could be completely healed in the blink of an eye. Like I said, you are no match for me. Just a casual punch of mine could injure you. How are you going to fight against me? Of course, you are the first 6th grade minor saint who could withstand my punch and come out unscathed. I admire you for that. Leopard Wei's robe was fluttering in the wind. Although he was unparalleled in strength, he was still surprised after the battle with Jiang Chen. After all, he was a half-step great saint. Jiang Chen was only a 6th grade minor saint. It was something that he had never thought of. He knew very well that if both of them were at the same level, he wouldn't be a match for Jiang Chen if he advanced another level. Look, Jiang Chen has been defeated. He is no match for Leopard Wei. AI. The gap between their strength is too big. They are not at the same level. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Leopard Wei to this extent. That's true. This man is already a peerless genius. If he and Leopard Wei were at the same level, I'm afraid that Leopard Wei wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from him. Some were happy while some were sighing. However, no matter if it was the Heavenly Wolf or Heavenly Leopard, no one dared to mock Jiang Chen because they didn't have the qualifications to do so. Even if Jiang Chen was defeated, their attitude towards Jiang Chen was still full of admiration. Of course, the battle had just begun. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. On the battlefield, Jiang Chen took 2 steps forward. His body began to transform. With a loud bang, everyone could feel a strong desolate force surging out from Jiang Chen's body. Then, a dragon man whose body was glowing with blood-red light appeared. To many of them, this was their first time seeing Jiang Chen's transformation, including Lang Xingtian. Leopard Wei, isn't it too early to say who will win or lose? Jiang Chen's aura was many times stronger than before. His combat strength had increased by 10 times, this was no joke. What a terrifying transformation skill. He looks like an ancient lofty dragon. How could he have such a skill? Dragon, that's a legendary existence. It's the king of all beasts, high and mighty. His appearance is actually that of a dragon. This is too scary. I can feel that his chi has increased by at least tenfold after his transformation. He has directly suppressed Leopard Wei. Everyone was shocked. The scene in front of them was too shocking. Many of them began to have new expectations for this battle. The current Jiang Qin was indeed much stronger than before. Judging from the current situation, it was hard to tell who would win between Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei. He actually has a bloodline that terrifies me. Could it be the legendary True Dragon bloodline? Impossible. It's impossible for such a legendary existence to exist in Saint Origin world. Lang Xingtian was also shocked. His pair of eyes stared at the transformed Jiang Qin without blinking. Leopard Wei, who was standing opposite to Jiang Qin, also revealed a trace of solemnity on his face. He was the closest to Jiang Qin. So, he could clearly sense the increase in qi and combat strength of Jiang Qin. After Jiang Qin's transformation, his combat strength had increased by tenfold, which made his advantage of being a half-step great saint vanish. Alright, let me see how strong you are. He was the second genius of the demon race and he was a half-step great saint. If he was defeated by a 6th-grade minor saint, it would be an incomparably shameful thing. Swoosh! 2 incomparably bright rays of light shot out from Leopard Wei's eyes like sharp arrows. Very quickly, the 2 rays of light merged into one, becoming the most dazzling ray of light under the heavens and earth. The moment Leopard Wei used the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye, Jiang Qin could feel a destructive force. More importantly, when he saw the ray of light, he felt a stabbing pain in his soul. It seemed like the most powerful attack of the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye wasn't the power of the attack itself, but the ability to stimulate the opponent's soul. If Jiang Qin didn't cultivate the Great Soul Derivation technique, he would certainly be at a disadvantage. However, the Great Soul Derivation technique was too terrifying. It made his soul incomparably strong and as hard as a castle. It was undoubtedly impossible for the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye to damage his soul. 9 Solar Finger. Since Leopard Wei had casted his most powerful innate ability, Jiang Qin wouldn't neglect it. Immediately, he casted the powerful 9 Solar Fingers. After obtaining the other phalanx bone, the power of his 9 solar fingers was many times stronger than before. When casting the 9 solar fingers, Jiang Qin's combat strength in his dragon form had increased once again. Rumble. An intense rumbling sound came from the void. 9 dazzling fingers were pointed out by Jiang Qin. These fingers quickly fused into one, and the huge golden finger collided with the ray of light from the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye. The color of the sky changed. Everything in the battlefield had been completely destroyed. Dazzling energy ripples could be seen everywhere. Under the illumination of such dazzling light, no one could see the situation on the battlefield, let alone Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei. The dazzling light lasted for a full minute before it gradually faded away. At this moment, Jiang Qin and Leopard Wei's figures once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes. However, the appearance of these 2 men caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Both of them had returned to their human form, but their appearances were completely different. Jiang Qin was wearing a snow-white robe, and he still had a calm expression on his face. His aura was deep and steady, and it didn't look any different from when he was at his peak. However, a sword appeared in his hand, and he placed it on Leopard Wei's neck. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in a sorry state. His chest was covered with blood, the corner of his mouth, and even his eyes. That was the backlash from the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye. You've lost. Jiang Qin's voice was incomparably calm, but it was heard by everyone. He slowly sheathed his sword, turned around and returned to the Peacock King's side. Leopard Wei smiled bitterly and also left the battlefield, returning to the Heavenly Leopard King's side. Are you all right? The Heavenly Leopard King asked with concern. I'm fine. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. If it was a life-and-death battle just now, I would have been dead by now. Leopard Wei said. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness in his defeat against Jiang Qin. In other words, Jiang Qin had already shown mercy to him. Otherwise, he would have been a dead man by now. It was impossible for him to be standing here in one piece. It seems like we have underestimated him. A great saint sighed. Leopard Wei has lost. He has been defeated by Jiang Qin. This Jiang Qin has actually become so powerful. This is really shocking. Yeah, he's too scary. Even Leopard Wei is no match for him. I'm afraid that only Kong Yang can suppress him among the young generation of the demon race. Amazing. He's truly an abnormal guy. The people of the demon race were sighing. The half-step great saint Leopard Wei was defeated by the 6th grade minor saint Jiang Qin. No one would believe such a scene if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Chapter 877. The way Lang Xingtian looked at Jiang Qin was getting more and more passionate. Before the battle with Leopard Wei, he didn't have much confidence in Jiang Qin. He was even worried about Jiang Qin. After all, Leopard Wei was ranked 11th in the Sky ranking. He wasn't someone that Xiao Liang could compare with. However, he didn't expect that even Leopard Wei couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. From another point of view, the current Jiang Qin had already entered the top 10 of the Sky ranking after defeating Leopard Wei. The Sky ranking of the Pure Land had existed for a very long time, but this was the first time a 6th grade minor saint had entered the top 10. It was like an immortal. Jiang brother is too powerful. Golden Fur Lion King was overjoyed. Jiang Chen's potential was getting bigger and bigger. His future achievement was destined to be immeasurable. Alright, the gate of the suspended tower has officially opened. All the young disciples of the demon race are qualified to enter. Lang Xingtian announced loudly. The suspended tower had officially opened. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the huge gate. This time, no one stopped them or expressed any objection. Jiang Chen had defeated Leopard Wei, so he was qualified to enter the suspended tower. Even Heavenly Leopard King had nothing to say. He could only sigh at the failure of his plan. The only thing he could do now was to hope that De Huang Dog wouldn't perform too miraculously in the suspended tower. The demon race was one of the 8 races of the Pure Land. It was the true sacred land of the demon race. There were countless races and systems in the demon race. No one knew how many of them were in the spiritual space mountain. There were more than 20,000 young disciples who entered the suspended tower this time. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the first to enter the suspended tower. The place they appeared in was a spatial zone filled with chaotic qi. It wasn't big, but it was at least 1,000 miles wide. This was the first level of the suspended tower. All the disciples would enter the first level after entering the tower. Little Chenzi, why did the gate of the suspended tower become bigger? De Huang Dog asked. He already knew the real identity of Jiang Qin. However, even the identity of the greatest saint had nothing to do with the suspended tower. No matter how powerful a human was, he wouldn't be able to make the suspended tower change because of him. It probably has something to do with my cultivation method. It's called Dragon Transformation Skill. My Dragon Transformation Skill is part of this cultivation method. When I was in the Western region, the bloodline of the real dragon had already appeared in my body. Although it was very little, it did appear. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to transform into a dragon. The real dragon is the supreme existence, the king of all beasts. It's really high and mighty, even higher than the suspended tower. Moreover, I have absorbed the bloodline of the white tiger, which is also a high and mighty existence. I guess the reason why the gate of the suspended tower became bigger because of me might be related to this. Jiang Chen looked at the Huang dog and said, "If it's you, you might be able to do it as well." The Huang dog possessed the complete bloodline of a dragon horse. Moreover, it was a super mutated bloodline. It was extremely terrifying. The suspended tower was the sacred symbol of the demon race. When a divine beast appeared, it would naturally cause some resonance. That's for sure. It's a pity that the limelight of this master dog has been stolen by you. The Huang dog had a depressed look on his face. However, it was really satisfying for you to defeat Leopard Wei. I guess that brat won't dare to come and fight me in the suspended tower. Thinking about the battle between Jiang Chen and Leopard Wei, the Huang dog had a proud look on his face. Although Leopard Wei is arrogant, he has the nature of a demon. He is not a shy person and can accept defeat. This kind of person is not bad. We just have different standpoints. Jiang Chen said. Leopard Wei gave him a much better impression than those geniuses from the big clans. Only a genius who can accept defeat can be considered a genius. What do you think we can get by entering this suspended tower? Master Dog doesn't care about those ancient inheritance. As my cultivation increases, Master Dog will awaken more and more innate abilities. They are much more powerful than the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors. The Huang dog said indifferently. He was not bragging. Even those ancient demon ancestors were not on the same level as the Huang dog in terms of bloodline. It was normal for the Huang dog to look down on their inheritance. It's a pity that your cultivation is too weak now. Entering the suspended mountain is a great opportunity for you. Your goal is to establish your position in the demon race. Therefore, the inheritance of those ancient demon ancestors will be of great help to you. At least, it will help you grow in a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. He immediately thought of the summoning power that was sent out by the suspended tower. He said, "When I was standing in front of the gate of the suspended tower, I felt a summoning power coming from the tower. However, after I entered, the summoning power disappeared. It seems like the summoning power is not on the first floor." What? Could it be that there is something that you need in here? Could it be the fragment of the Heavenly Saint sword? The Huang dog was very surprised. No matter what, Jiang Chen was a human. Even if he had absorbed the bloodline of a divine beast, it didn't change the fact that he was a human. The suspended tower had nothing to do with humans. But now, Jiang Chen said that there was a mysterious existence that was summoning him. It was obvious that the mysterious existence was not as simple as it seemed. No, it's a very strange summoning power. However, there is a familiar feeling. I can't put my finger on it. Let's continue forward. Jiang Chen said. At this time, a figure came to the side of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. It was Peacock King's son, Kong Yu. Brother Jiang, the Huang. Kong Yu cupped his fists at Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Little Peacock, there doesn't seem to be anything special in this suspended tower. The Huang dog said. It seems like you guys don't know much about the suspended tower. The first 5 floors of the suspended tower can be entered at will. Indeed, there are some opportunities inside, but they are very rare. However, from the 6th floor onwards, everyone who wants to enter will have to go through a re-identification process. Just like the previous portal, only those with great luck and great potential can enter the 6th floor and above. It's already considered good if 1 out of 100 people can enter the 6th floor. As for the 7th and 8th floor, it's even rarer. In the past 10 years, only my big brother Kong Yu has entered the 8th floor. As for the legendary ninth floor, no one has ever entered it. However, the inheritance of the ancestors of the demon race is basically in the sixth floor and above. This is also why there are so many people who enter the suspended tower every year, but only a few of them actually obtain any benefits. Kong Yu introduced the suspended tower to Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. So that's how it is. Jiang Qin was enlightened. It seemed like it wasn't going to be easy to obtain any benefits. My father had already predicted that Leopard Wei would attack De Huang in the suspended tower, but now that you've defeated Leopard Wei, you can basically guarantee De Huang's safety. De Huang has a powerful divine beast bloodline, so he might be able to create a miracle and enter the 8th floor. At that time, he will obtain the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. His cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds, and he will be able to establish his own position in the demon race. Kong Yu said. Of course. De Huang Dog's confidence had reached the point where he had no sense of shame. After that, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog parted ways with Kong Yu. They didn't stay on the first floor and directly entered the second floor of the suspended tower. In the second floor of the suspended tower, Jiang Qin still couldn't sense the summoning force. Therefore, he didn't stop and went straight to the third floor. Their target wasn't the first 5 floors, but the floors above the 6th floor. Jiang Chen had been paying attention to the mysterious summoning force. Unfortunately, the mysterious summoning force didn't appear even after reaching the 5th floor of the suspended tower. It was as if it had never existed. However, Jiang Chen knew that his senses wouldn't be wrong. There must be something calling out to him. Soon, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog arrived at the door of the 6th floor. This was an illusory door, and it was different from the doors of the previous 5 levels. There were runes on the illusory door, and they rippled. It was obvious that if one wanted to enter the 6th level, they had to pass the identification of this door. All along, countless people had been blocked by this door, and were unable to enter the 6th level. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked towards the door. The door seemed to have sensed their bloodline and opened automatically. The two of them entered the door with ease. After them, people gradually entered the 6th floor. Outside the suspended tower, a lot of people were paying attention to the changes in the tower. Originally, only the first 5 floors of the suspended tower were lit up. The 6th floor and above were dark. Now, the 6th floor began to light up. They could clearly see the bright spots on the 6th floor. Each of the spots represented a person. As the number of spots increased, the high-level elders of the demon race also revealed a smile on their faces. In the next half an hour, the number of spots on the 6th floor had increased by more than 200. After that, the speed of increase began to slow down. This year, there are nearly 300 people who can enter the 6th floor. This is better than last year. One of the elders said. However, the 7th floor is still dark. I wonder how many people will be able to enter the 7th floor. Many people shifted their attention to the 7th floor. The 6th floor was a critical point. Those who could enter the 6th floor must be talented. Only those who could enter the 7th floor could be considered as peerless geniuses. Inside the suspended tower, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog walked around the 6th floor crazily. Basically, they didn't gain anything. The mysterious summoning power didn't appear either. Therefore, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog began to fly towards the 7th floor. When they arrived at the door of the 7th floor, Leopard Wei was already there. Leopard Wei glanced at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog casually. He didn't say anything and directly walked towards the 7th floor. Swoosh! Leopard Wei entered the 7th floor without any obstruction. After he entered the 7th floor, the 7th floor of the suspended tower also lit up. From the outside, one could clearly see a light spot moving on the 7th floor. Look, someone entered the 7th floor. It's Leopard Way. That's nothing. Leopard Way entered the 7th floor last year. This time, his target is the 8th floor. It would appear that there were no obstructions at all. Yes, but he is an outsider after all. If we let him obtain the inheritance of our demon race's ancient almighty, wouldn't we become a joke? I don't think so. Although he has passed the recognition of the suspended tower, the human bloodline in his body cannot be concealed. The powerful figures of the demon race will not pass their inheritance to an outsider. At most, he will be able to find some other benefits. However, the Huang dog is very hopeful. He has the bloodline of the divine beast, dragon horse. The benefits he can obtain are immeasurable. The people outside were discussing. They could determine the identity of the people inside by looking at the light spots. There were 12 dots of light. Besides, the 10 of them were from the demon race, the other 2 were Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. Those who could enter the 7th floor were all rare geniuses. Each of them was a proud and arrogant person. Among the 10 of them, the lowest grade was a 7th grade minor saint. After they entered the 7th floor, they immediately flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor without hesitation. Most of them were satisfied with entering the 7th floor, but they still wanted to try and see if they could enter the 8th floor. That year, Kong Yang entered the 8th floor and obtained endless benefits. He was ranked 3rd in the Sky ranking. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to stand at the peak? Who was willing to be ordinary? Even if they knew that the chances were slim, they still wanted to give it a try. Even if they failed, at least they had tried their best. They wouldn't have any regrets. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog did the same. They followed them and flew towards the entrance of the 8th floor. Very soon, they arrived in front of the entrance. The entrance of the 8th floor didn't look any different from the other floors, but it had an ancient and mysterious feeling. It was filled with a superior qi. When the others arrived, Leopard Wei was already trying to enter the 8th floor. Half of his body had entered the 8th floor, but his body was trembling violently as if he was going to be thrown out at any time. Caw-caw. Leopard Wei's body produced a cracking sound. It was the sound of his bones being crushed. It was imaginable that he was enduring the pressure from the entrance. It was like a mountain that ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand. Arg! Leopard Wei let out a loud roar. He seemed to be suffering great pain, but he was still persevering. His eyes were red, but he didn't give up. Half of his body had already entered the 8th floor, which meant that he still had a chance. The people behind him also had a dignified look on their faces. Even the half-step great sage Leopard Wei was having such a hard time. It was hard to imagine what would happen if they were in his shoes. Perhaps they would be thrown out like the previous door. However, they had already come this far, so they had to give it a try. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow looked at each other and couldn't help but nod their heads. Putting aside the issue of their standpoint, Leopard Wei was indeed a talented genius. Just his tenacity alone was not something ordinary people could compare with. Outside the suspended tower, pairs of eyes were looking at the 8th floor. At this moment, half of the 8th floor had already been illuminated by light spots. The entire floor was shaking. Look, someone is going to enter the 8th floor. It's Leopard Wei. Leopard Wei is really powerful. It seems that he is very likely to succeed. Someone was already excited. Being able to enter the 8th floor meant that a true monstrous genius would appear. As long as one could enter the 8th floor, he would definitely not return empty-handed. Ever since Kong Yang, no one had entered the 8th floor. Heavenly Leopard King's eyes were also incomparably bright. Leopard Wei's performance was better than what he had expected. However, the current situation was very obvious. Leopard Wei hadn't truly entered the 8th floor yet. Many people were extremely nervous. Their eyes were staring at the 8th floor without blinking. This situation lasted for a full minute. Suddenly, the 8th floor shone brightly. An incomparably bright light spot was floating inside the 8th floor, flickering back and forth. Leopard Wei has succeeded. Heavenly Leopard King burst into laughter on the spot. The 8th floor. He has finally entered the 8th floor. After coming out this time, Leopard Wei will certainly obtain the inheritance of the ancient great power. He will obtain great benefits. At that time, he will directly enter the top 10 of the sky list. He will be comparable to Kong Yang. Amazing. Truly amazing. He has actually entered the 8th floor. Leopard Wei is really good. Many people were excited. Although Lang Xingtian and Leopard Wei didn't have the same bloodline, he was still happy to see another peerless genius in the demon race. In front of the door of the 8th floor, the others were also excited when they saw Leopard Wei entering the 8th floor. One by one, they began to try to enter the 8th floor like Leopard Wei. Unfortunately, all of them failed, including Kong Yu. In the end, they could only helplessly shake their heads and go to different places in the 7th floor. Although they were helpless, they weren't dispirited. They came to the 8th floor with the attitude of giving it a try. The probability of success was extremely slim. It was already considered good to be able to enter the 7th floor. There were many opportunities in the 7th floor. Whether they could find them or not depended on their luck. Only Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were left. Just like before, De Huang Dog took out his divine beast bloodline while Jiang Qin circulated his dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Very soon, one man and one dog collided with the illusory door. Even with their bloodline, they still felt a great resistance. That was an invisible force acting on their bodies, as if it wanted to explore them thoroughly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog withstood the pressure and continued to rush forward. Half of their bodies had already entered the 8th floor, falling into the same situation as Leopard Wei. However, their bloodline was far superior to Leopard Wei's. If Leopard Wei could enter the 8th floor, they definitely wouldn't have any problems. Look, another 2 people are going to enter the 8th floor. Outside the suspended tower, someone saw the changes in the 8th floor and immediately exclaimed. It's Jiang Chen and De Huang. Peacock King's eyes lit up. I wonder if they can enter the 8th floor. Golden Fur Lion King seemed very excited. Just as Golden Fur Lion King's voice faded, another 2 resplendent light spots appeared on the 8th floor. They have entered. Lang Xingtian laughed. Amazing. There are actually 3 people who have entered the 8th floor. Not to mention that Jiang Qin is an outsider, De Huang Dog is from the demon race. This year's opening of the suspended tower will be a great harvest. Many people were excited. Chapter 879. After Leopard Wei entered the 8th floor, he didn't rush to look for opportunities. Instead, he sat down cross-legged to recover. Before he entered the suspended tower, he was already injured from the battle with Jiang Qin. Furthermore, when he tried to break through the door of the 8th floor, he suffered a great deal of pressure. Even if his bloodline was powerful, he still needed some time to recover. While Leopard Wei was recovering, 2 figures walked in from the door and appeared in front of him. Leopard Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. You guys came in too. Leopard Wei couldn't help but be shocked. As a genius of the demon race, he knew very well what it meant to be able to enter the 8th floor. If it was so easy to enter, Kong Yang wouldn't be the only one to enter in the past 10 years. Being able to enter the 8th floor this time was a great fortune for him. His heart was filled with ecstasy. In his mind, he was afraid that he was the only one who could enter the 8th floor, but he didn't expect that there would be 2 more people who could enter. Leopard Way, although your bloodline of the heavenly leopard is powerful, it's still lacking compared to our bloodline of the divine beasts. Since you can enter, of course we can. In fact, it's much easier than you. Jiang Chen said. Humph. Don't be too full of yourself. Entering the 8th floor and obtaining real benefits are 2 different things. You're a human, even if you can enter, you won't be able to obtain any benefits. Leopard Wei harumphed. Then let's rely on our own abilities. Jiang Chen smiled and brought De Huang Dog to the depths of the 8th floor. He didn't make things difficult for Leopard Wei, because if he killed Leopard Wei here, the bloodline of the heavenly leopard would definitely be enraged. At that time, the internal strife of the demon race would be even more severe. This wasn't something he wanted to see. Moreover, he didn't dislike people like heavenly leopards. If it wasn't because of their standpoint, he would be willing to be friends with them. Little Chenzi, has the mysterious summoning force appeared? We're already in the 8th floor. De Huang Dog asked. Jiang Chen shook his head, still not. Fuck, could it be the legendary 9th level? I heard that no one has ever entered the 9th floor before. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Do you think we can break through this situation and enter the 9th floor? To be honest, I am very curious about the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. It doesn't matter if we can enter or not. Since we are already here, we must give it a try. However, we should take a stroll around the 8th floor and see if there are any great opportunities that we can encounter. After all, the suspended tower will only be open for a day. We cannot spend all our time trying to break through to the 9th floor. If we fail to enter, we won't even have the time to look for opportunities. De Huang Dog said. For a long time after that, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog searched for opportunities and treasures on the 8th floor. Half a day passed by quickly. Unfortunately, even with De Huang Dog's ability to find treasures, he couldn't find anything. For God's sake, didn't they say that entering the 8th level would definitely bring great benefits? De Huang Dog was extremely depressed. There's not much time left. Let's go and have a look at the 9th floor. Jiang Chen said and walked towards the entrance of the 9th floor. Currently, Leopard Wei had already obtained the inheritance of an ancient almighty in the 8th floor and was trying his best to absorb the benefits. As for the 9th floor, Leopard Wei had never thought about it, he didn't even have the intention to try. Although he considered himself a genius, he knew his own limitations. The suspended tower had existed for a very long time. Countless monstrous geniuses had emerged in the demon race, but none of them could enter the 9th floor, let alone him. In front of the door of the 9th floor, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at the illusory door. This door didn't look any different from the previous ones, but the runes on it were densely packed. It would hurt one's eyes if one looked at it for a long time. If one looked at it for a long time, one would feel suffocated. This wasn't a formation, nor was it a restriction, but it carried a superior aura as if it represented the supreme existence of the demon race. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog took a deep breath. They operated their bloodline to the extreme and rushed towards the door of the 9th floor at the same time. Chi-chi. When Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog's bodies touched the illusory door, the chi-chi sound was heard. At the place where they collided with the door, a large number of sparks were produced. They felt a huge rebounding force acting on their bodies. However, after this force sensed their bloodline, it instantly weakened a lot. Then, it became stronger again, alternating between strong and weak. However, this kind of alternation was really difficult for Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. both of them were in a dilemma. They could basically conclude that if they chose to retreat, they would lose the qualification to enter the 9th floor forever. This was probably a kind of test. Therefore, they could only grit their teeth and press forward, experiencing the pain of their bodies being severely squeezed and even deformed. There wasn't much time left before the end of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow wanted to enter the 9th floor, but it wouldn't be a matter of a few breaths' time. They were still trying to break through. Now that the 9th floor had recognized their bloodline, they only needed to break through the barrier of the door and they would be able to enter the 9th floor. Jiang Chen was very confident in his senses. He didn't sense the mysterious summoning force in the first 8 floors. This meant that the summoning force must be in the 9th floor. Soon, the opening time of the suspended tower was about to end. One silhouette after another walked out of the suspended tower. Those who failed to enter the 6th floor had already come out. The ones who came out now were those from the 6th and 7th floor. There were more than 200 of them. Most of them were shaking their heads and sighing when they came out. It seemed like they didn't gain anything. Some of them were arrogant and excited. Those were the ones who had truly obtained benefits from the suspended tower. Naturally, they had a reason to be happy. Almost everyone has come out. None of them has obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. Now, it's up to Leopard Wei and De Huang. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Now, everyone had come out except for the 3 from the 8th floor. Ha! As soon as someone's voice trailed off, a hearty laughter suddenly came from the gate of the suspended tower. Suddenly, a silhouette shot out from inside like a golden light. It was Leopard Wei. At this moment, Leopard Wei was in high spirits. He didn't look injured at all. Even the backlash from using the Heavenly Leopard King's Eye had disappeared. More importantly, his chi was much stronger than before, as if he had obtained some kind of great sublimation. Ha! Leopard Wei has obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. From now on, he will have a chance to break through to the Great Sage realm. Heavenly Leopard King laughed heartily. The people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were also very excited. Leopard Wei didn't disappoint them this time. Just like Kong Yang, he had obtained the inheritance of the Ancient Almighty. Congratulations, Leopard Wei. Lang Xingtian said to Leopard Wei. No matter what, Leopard Wei was a member of the demon race. He represented the geniuses of the demon race when he went out. After today's incident, Leopard Wei would be ranked in the top 10 of the celestial ranking. This was equivalent to winning glory for the demon race. There are 2 more people. Why haven't De Huang and Jiang Chen come out yet? In my opinion, they must have gotten nothing. They are wasting too much time. That's right. They should have come out even if they didn't get anything. They can't afford to delay the closing time of the suspended tower. At this time, many people shifted their attention to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Now, everyone had come out except for the 2 of them. Everyone guessed correctly. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog indeed didn't get anything. However, they would never have thought that Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were breaking through the gate of the 9th floor. Rumble. Just as everyone was discussing, the suspended tower suddenly shook violently. A deafening roar was heard. Everyone saw that the 9th floor, which had always been dark for so many years, suddenly lit up half of its original color. Look, there is light in the 9th floor. Oh my God, they are breaking through the 9th floor. Oh my God, they are really breaking through the 9th floor. It seems like they are already halfway through. How many years has it been? This is the first time the 9th floor has lit up. I am so lucky to see it. It's Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. These 2 super abnormal geniuses actually have the courage to break through the 9th floor. I can't believe it. If they succeed, it will be a miracle in the history of our demon race. No one wasn't shocked. Everyone held their breath and didn't dare to speak. They could only raise their heads and watch. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were obviously very excited. That was the 9th floor. They had entered the suspended tower before and they knew what the 9th floor represented. It was impossible for them to enter the 9th floor. However, a miracle had happened today. De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a divine beast and Jiang Qin was also a super abnormal genius. If they could enter the 9th floor, they really couldn't imagine what they could get. The inheritance of an ancient almighty. I'm afraid it won't be that simple. Hong. All of a sudden, a roar came out from the suspended tower. The 9th floor, which was only half lit up, suddenly became brighter. 2 dazzling light spots were floating in the 9th floor. The moment the 9th floor was opened, the entire suspended tower emitted countless rays of light. These rays of light sprinkled down from the 9th floor to every corner of this space. When these rays of light sprinkled on people's bodies, they felt as if they had fallen into a warm ocean. It was incomparably comfortable. These rays of light are the sacred items of the demon race. They can improve one's physique and enhance the demon power. That's right. What a divine radiance. Everyone, quickly absorb it. This is a gift from the ancient pagoda to our Yao clan. Quickly absorb this radiance. Absorb as much as you can. This is a great opportunity for our Yao clan. Everyone can obtain unimaginable benefits. Awesome! The great opportunity of our demon race has come. Chapter 880. Everyone was excited, especially those from the Heavenly Wolf lineage. Lang Xingtian and Peacock King were unable to control their emotions. The 9th floor had been opened. This was something that they had never dreamt of. They didn't even dare to imagine that they would be able to witness the opening of the 9th floor in their lifetime. However, besides being excited, they were more concerned about what benefits Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog would get after entering the 9th floor. At least, one thing was certain: as long as they entered the 9th floor, they would not return empty-handed. The opening time of the suspended tower was already up, but everything had changed because of the opening of the 9th floor. At this time, no one would suggest to close the suspended tower, not even Heavenly Leopard King. This was a miracle of the demon race. Even if Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog stayed in there for another 3 days and 3 nights, no one would say anything. More importantly, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had opened the 9th floor, which brought a great opportunity to the entire demon race. The radiance that was sprinkling down from the 9th floor would bring endless benefits to all of the demon race, including Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King. At this moment, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog, who had entered the 9th floor, were paralyzed on the ground. Even with their abilities, they felt as if they were about to collapse after passing through the portal of the 9th floor. The process of passing through the portal was simply a kind of torture. However, even though they were lying on the ground, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog could still feel a sense of superiority. It was a very strange feeling. They felt as if they had left their original world and were lying in the sky. Their surroundings were filled with a noble aura. This was a true sacred place. Countless radiance surrounded them. Basically, they didn't need to move at all. The radiance would heal their bodies quickly. This is the radiance of the demon race. It's very beneficial to those who have the bloodline of the demon race. Jiang Qin said. How is it? Did you feel the summoning power? De Huang Dog asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. If he still couldn't sense it on the 9th floor, it could only mean that Jiang Qin's perception had made a mistake. I can sense it, and it's very strong. It's not far ahead. Let's recover quickly. Jiang Chen's face was filled with excitement. He could feel that the mysterious summoning force would bring him great benefits. He would welcome a great opportunity in the 9th floor. Very quickly, Jiang Chen and Big Yellow recovered. They crawled up from the ground and looked around at the space that was filled with divine light. After that, they flew towards the direction where the mysterious summoning force came from. The space on the 9th floor wasn't big. It should be the smallest space in the entire suspended tower. There was nothing here except for an ancient altar in the center. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog came to the front of the altar. The ancient altar was covered with variegated marks. The altar was 100 zhang tall, but it gave people a feeling that it was as tall as the sky. However, Jiang Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the ancient and mystical altar at this moment. All his attention was on the blood talisman floating above the altar. The blood talisman let out a buzzing sound, and rays of blood light sprinkled down from it, covering the entire altar. There were lines of patterns carved on the blood talisman, and it was filled with ancient and holy qi. At such a close distance, Jiang Chen was sure that all the summoning force came from this blood talisman. However, Jiang Chen wasn't unfamiliar with this blood talisman. Back when he was in Inferno Hell, there was a blood talisman that was exactly the same as this one. In order to deal with the Earth Devil Beast, he used this blood talisman to suppress it. This blood talisman gave him a feeling that it was connected to his bloodline. It felt strange and familiar at the same time. Back then, he couldn't bring this blood talisman out of Inferno Hell because his cultivation base was still too weak. He had never thought that the same blood talisman would appear in the 9th floor of the suspended tower. Jiang Chen didn't know the secret of this blood talisman, but since it could appear on the 9th floor, it was definitely not an ordinary item. Moreover, Jiang Chen was sure that the aura this blood talisman emitted was related to the dragon transformation skill. When he approached the blood talisman, Jiang Chen felt that his blood was throbbing, and all the dragon marks in his body were throbbing as well. Isn't this the blood talisman from Inferno Hell? How did it appear here? De Huang Dog widened his eyes in shock. He knew very well how mystical this blood talisman was. Back in Inferno Hell, no one could get close to the stone door because of this blood talisman. Only Jiang Chen was recognized by this blood talisman. It's not the same blood talisman, but the aura it emits is the same. This blood talisman is summoning me. As Jiang Chen spoke, he began to circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme, directly transforming into a dragon. Sensing the change in Jiang Chen, the blood talisman throbbed even more violently. Jiang Chen wanted to give it a try. He stretched out his dragon claw. The blood talisman seemed to be influenced by Jiang Chen's blood and actually flew towards Jiang Chen on its own initiative, landing on Jiang Chen's palm. Rumble. The instant the blood talisman left the altar, the ancient altar suddenly emitted a deafening roar. A dazzling beam of light suddenly fell from the sky, extending to an unknown place. At the end of the beam of light, there seemed to be an ancient void. Go! Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He and De Huang Dog jumped onto the altar and flew towards the golden beam of light. Bang! However, when Jiang Chen touched the beam of light, a strong rebounding force came from the beam of light, bouncing off Jiang Chen and making him fall to the ground. On the other hand, De Huang Dog was fine, standing firmly in the center of the beam of light. What's going on? De Huang Dog exclaimed. Don't talk. This is a great opportunity for you. Sit down and feel it. Although I have the blood of a true dragon, my origin is still a human, so I can't enter the beam of light. However, this blood talisman is enough for me. I will refine the blood talisman now, so you should enjoy the opportunity. Jiang Chen hastily said to Big Yellow. The change in the 9th level of the suspended tower was a great opportunity for Big Yellow. If he missed such an opportunity, he would be struck by lightning and would never be able to reappear again in his life. Jiang Chen hastily said. After hearing Jiang Chen's words, the Huang dog quickly sat down and fully stimulated his dragon horse bloodline, forming a resonance with the ancient beam of light. Below him, Jiang Chen also sat down cross-legged and tried to refine the blood talisman. The blood talisman fell into his hand as if it belonged to him. Buzz! After the blood talisman entered Jiang Chen's body, it trembled violently. Soon, under the operation of the dragon transformation skill, rays of blood light shot out from the blood talisman and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Jiang Chen was shocked to find that these rays of blood light were very helpful to him. They strengthened the blood of a true dragon in his body. The 70,000 dragon marks in his body were like 70,000 true dragons, growing a lot stronger. As the blood light continued to increase, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body began to condense. With the help of the blood talisman, Jiang Chen was able to condense more dragon marks. Good. I couldn't refine this blood talisman in Inferno Hell because I didn't have the blood of a true dragon in my body. Now, it's different. I can completely refine this blood talisman and gain great benefits from it. I can directly advance to the 7th grade minor saint. At that time, not even a half-step great saint will be a match for me. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. This was a great opportunity. To him, the most important thing wasn't the advancement of his grade, but the function of this blood talisman. He could feel that this blood talisman wasn't ordinary. There were a lot of secrets hidden within it that he could slowly uncover in the future. Very quickly, the blood talisman had completely fused with Jiang Chen's body. It remained silent in Jiang Chen's Qi. Currently, Jiang Chen had condensed another 2,000 dragon marks. The total number of dragon marks in his body had reached 72,000. His cultivation had successfully advanced to the 7th grade minor saint. Now that he had a large amount of high-grade true meta stones, he didn't need to worry about the consumption of true meta stones. 7th grade minor saint. Not bad. Let me see the secret of this blood talisman. Jiang Chen shifted his attention to the blood talisman. He tried to communicate with the blood talisman, but the result surprised Jiang Chen. The blood talisman occupied a corner of his Qi like a lord. No matter how hard Jiang Chen tried to summon it, the blood talisman wouldn't respond to him. Fuck. Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. This blood talisman was too powerful. It didn't even care about him. Now, it seemed like he had picked up a lord. Regarding this situation, the only explanation Jiang Chen could think of was that he wasn't strong enough. The blood talisman didn't care about him at all. It was impossible for him to explore the secret of the blood talisman. At this moment, outside the suspended tower, all the demon race were still trying their best to absorb the light. Some of them had advanced to the next grade while immersed in the light. At this moment, the suspended tower underwent another huge change. Everyone could see that at the top of the suspended tower, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. In that painting, an ancient totem appeared. The image was incomparably mystical. It had the head of a dragon and the body of a snake. It was illusory and real at the same time, as though it shouldn't exist at all. Look! It's the totem. My God! The totem has descended. The totem of the demon race has appeared. Our faith, our ancestor, the totem divine seal has appeared. I can't believe that I can see the totem in my lifetime. Quick! Kneel down. Everyone, kneel down. Everyone was shocked. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were surprisingly in sync. They were the first to kneel on the ground. All the demon race were excited. They couldn't believe their own eyes. At this moment, everyone was kneeling on the ground. No one dared to speak. Their faces were filled with sincerity. The opening of the 9th level of the suspended tower had actually attracted the appearance of the totem. Chapter 881. The ancient and resplendent light beam was suspended in the sky above the suspended tower. The totem god seal was like a supreme god. Hundreds of thousands of monster warriors were kneeling on the ground, their faces were filled with devotion. No one dared to show the slightest bit of disrespect towards the supreme totem. The entire scene was extremely quiet. Under the pressure of the totem god seal, some of the weaker demon beasts didn't even have the courage to raise their heads. They didn't dare to look at the totem god seal, as they felt that it was a blasphemy to the god. On the 9th level of the altar, Big Yellow's body was glowing with golden light. His body had undergone a tremendous change. 2 horns grew out of his head, and there was a 3rd horn on his forehead that was flickering with lightning. The golden fur on his body had disappeared and was replaced by golden scales. His appearance had also undergone a tremendous change. He had the head of a dragon and the body of a horse. His 4 hooves were glowing brightly, and they looked like they were sparkling under the sunlight. At this moment, the Huang dog didn't look like a dog anymore. He had become an extremely valiant dragon horse. It was a true divine creature of the heaven and earth. It represented auspiciousness and luck. Above the Huang dog's head, the totem god seal gradually descended. It was perfectly aligned with the Huang dog's head. This is the legendary god seal evolved from the totem of the monster race, the supreme totem. The Huang has actually drawn out the totem god seal. If this totem god seal can be used on the Huang will become the supreme existence of the monster race, the symbol of the god. Even the bloodline of the heavenly leopard wouldn't dare to show any disrespect to him. At that time, the monster race will be unified, and there won't be any internal conflicts. Jiang Chen was extremely excited. He had never thought that the 9th level would be this powerful. The Huang dog had directly drawn out the totem god seal. What kind of luck was this? Compared to the totem god seal, all the inheritance of the supreme monster race was nothing. Roar! All of a sudden, the Huang dog raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. The entire space where the suspended tower was located was trembling violently. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. At this moment, the 9th floor had turned transparent. The people outside could no longer see 2 light spots, they could see everything inside the suspended tower. Everyone could see that on top of an ancient sacrificial altar, the extremely brave De Huang was roaring towards the sky. The totem seal was floating above his head, resonating with him. Heavens, this is a spectacle, a miracle that has never happened before in our demon race. Is this De Huang's real body? The legendary divine beast dragon horse is indeed unfathomable. The high and mighty divine beast represents auspiciousness and luck. Now, even the totem has been drawn out. The arrival of De Huang will bring auspiciousness to our demon race. If the totem enters his body and fuses with him, he will become the supreme god of our demon race, our spiritual sustenance. With the appearance of the totem, De Huang has become the hero of our demon race. The holy light just now has greatly benefited all of us. After the opening of the suspended tower, the overall strength of our demon race will be greatly improved because of the holy light. There was no one who wasn't shocked. Everyone was gasping in admiration. In the end, the Huang dog didn't disappoint them. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the totem god seal finally entered his body. Roar! The instant the totem god seal entered the Huang dog's body, the Huang roared towards the sky. It was a sacred roar. The shadow of the totem hovered above his body. Under the stimulation of the totem god's seal, the Huang dog's bloodline began to surge. His cultivation was also rising rapidly. 7th grade minor demon saint, 8th grade minor demon saint, 9th grade minor demon saint, all the way to the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint before stopping. Big Yellow's cultivation base had reached the peak of 9th grade minor demon saint. Given his divine beast aptitude, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a 1st grade great saint. He could even kill that 1st grade great saint. This was incomparably terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that the power of the totem god's seal was still unknown to the public. My God! He has reached the 9th grade minor demon saint. Such speed of advancement is simply speechless. That is the power of the totem. The Huang has transformed into a totem. He is the totem of our demon race. He is the auspiciousness of our demon race and our future. Amazing. This is too amazing. This is the true great opportunity and great luck. The people of the demon race were so excited that they couldn't control their emotions. Lang Xingtian and Heavenly Leopard King were kneeling at the forefront. That's right. Although they were powerful 6th grade great saints, they had to kneel down in front of De Huang. They weren't kneeling to De Huang, but to the god of the demon race. At this moment, Heavenly Leopard King's intention to get rid of De Huang had completely disappeared. He didn't dare to show any disrespect to De Huang anymore. All the people of the Heavenly Leopard lineage were the same. No one dared to blaspheme the totem because it was unforgivable. Roar! De Huang kept roaring. Every roar was earth-shattering, making people's soul tremble. The strong body of the dragon horse could no longer be described with just the word divine. However, after absorbing the totem divine seal, De Huang dog had returned to his original appearance, a living and breathing De Huang. This extreme difference in appearance made many people's jaws drop. Many of them tried their best not to spurt out a mouthful of blood. This was too nonsensical. Obviously, the dragon horse was blessed by the heavens, but he had turned into a dog. This was simply ridiculous. Ha! De Huang dog felt his current cultivation base and laughed heartily. The pleasure he felt was indescribable. If he were to fight with Leopard Wei now, he would be able to kill Leopard Wei in a single move. Of course, Leopard Wei wouldn't dare to fight with De Huang dog after absorbing the totem divine seal. No matter how powerful a genius of the demon race was, they wouldn't dare to fight with a totem. 9th grade minor demon saint, awesome. Jiang Chen was also very excited. Obviously, apart from the blood talisman, De Huang dog was his biggest gain in the suspended tower. Given De Huang dog's current ability, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with a 1st grade great saint. Swoosh! The instant the totem divine seal disappeared, the suspended tower suddenly turned dark. Then, Jiang Chen and De Huang dog walked out of the suspended tower. After they came out, the gate of the suspended tower was closed. De Huang dog was floating in the sky, looking at the group of demon race kneeling down below. He was stunned. What's wrong with them? Why are they kneeling down? Could it be that they are kowtowing to Master Dog? De Huang dog was in a daze. You are an idiot. You have just absorbed the totem divine seal. You are now the incarnation of the totem. In their hearts, you are a godlike existence. Naturally, they have to kneel down and worship you. You have brought great benefits to the demon race by entering the 9th level. It has increased the overall combat strength of the demon race to another level. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.